The upset against Spirit was one thing. Pushing this to a third will be another. You've got to do it with an AK, a Galil, a Scout, 2 Deagles, and very light utility. Gotten an entertaining game after what was very one-sided on Mirage. Are we done right here, right now?
Yeah, are there any more twists and turns? Heroic have definitely brought more of a game into Aurora's pick. Current unable to give us that same Scout opening Woxic was generating. Semi-final run from their Aurora CS2 team. Nice for the extra points in that club championship. Well-timed nade will chip away at LNZ.
Gonna have to weigh this out. If you wanted to apply pressure to the mid to B and then you throw it, it's essentially wasted. They're going for the long pop again, and you can see the way that Madge is holding this. So even if he gets flashed off the line, he doesn't have to take the fight. He can just tuck in a pier, and Zentara is actually coming over to support. So the flash does allow Zentara to now throw the molly to stall this. A minute on the clock. Now it's time pressure as they're faking the mid to B. They've thrown mid to B, U2, as well as a lurk smoke on the side.
I just stay stalwart. It's the go. Flash now. Madge up, tugs in. Woxic's coming to lend a hand. They're not clearing, but they are fragging. Tanir and Nilo finding 2. Swing through, Zentara's on the side, good for it, finds the response, finds the rebuttal, great output, can't finish off the job. It's Tanir on 10 HP, headshot angle, needs the one tap onto Zentares, generates it. Alcaran side by side with him. Need that bomb plant eventually, 18 seconds and counting, and the incendiary will rot another 6. Alt needs that, can't hit it. And they disrupt the plant, looks like a safe plant. Jumping denial, no time for this one, no shot attempt, he can't do it! One hell of a way and a wave, goodbye, Zentara is happy, Aurora into the semi-finals. Wild shot for Kixan, and the round's still going. The backstab from Torshi can stop it in its tracks. Playing discipline just for a moment, wasting as much time as possible.
Yeah, you don't risk letting the crowd give that away. You just take the shot as soon as you hear a jeer. m0NESY resetting as well, but 20 seconds, got to make up his mind. Throws the AWP out, AK up. 15 seconds, are you really going to try drop heaven at this point? Torshi's backside, he hears every step. Molly in your face, m0NESY comes through the fire, he hits the shot. Drop with the plant with a second to spare. m0NESY making magic happen. Jimmy giving it away, running amok. m0NESY picks a dangerous position. The kill will take it, and m0NESY finds the round.
Zona can't believe it, but that's what they pay this guy for. m0NESY, everything about that is pixel perfect. There was no other way to play that. He had to run through the volley, through the fire and flames. And that is a gut-wrenching round for Mouse to give away. Torshi didn't even have to fight. That's the horrible part. That's the knockout blow.
Torshi dropping the molly. I mean, it just feels like a huge mistake.
That's going to be the back-breaking round for Mouse. There's been many points in this series where you could have said, oh, it's all over, but that 1v2 from m0NESY, that is the game. There is a second of difference on winning this clutch and losing it to time. He had to play it exactly how he did, m0NESY, and yeah, that is the straw that breaks the camel's back here for Mouse. Frustration sets in.
Mouse want to make a mockery.
You hear that hype from Torshi. This was the guy slamming his desk when he gave away the 2v1 to m0NESY that saw Falcons get on to match point. Well, that anger, that frustration has changed to determination. Mouse know they're right here. They're one full rifle round away from overtime.
Yeah, but don't forget about the eco. Don't overlook the Tech-9. Jimmy's had a quieter map here in the third. Ramp just feels tempting. for a half
Not
buy.
an avenue the Falcons have explored yet.
They don't know what they're up against. They see that scoreboard. Maybe they exploit it. Smokes go outside, a prerequisite to almost anything. Nico's Deagle patrols yard, the rest in the lobby. Kicks in again, same util, maybe trying to run it back. They cancelled last time because of the door smoke. You got nothing to lose in trying on a half buy. A-Side's weakened by Spinks' rotation. In come Falcons.
Yeah, just an all-in hit. Tess says teed up with flashes. First kill for Jimmy as he holds strong. There's the trade back here. Suke's Tech 9 and Nico's Deagle start to deliver. It's ended up even 3-on-3. You said you couldn't discount this type of round from the Falcons. They're showing us why. They play with a terrifying pace out and away. They catch Mouse. And now it all hinges on this retake.
Nico's in the game-winning position right now. He's got the gun for the job.
Nico in a game-winning position on Nuke. A three-man grouping for Mouse. All gonna try and explode in through the top. Nico playing anti, they go early, but then the transfer for Nico. It's down to this, 1v1. Was the comeback call for naught? Do Falcons take it here and now at a low buy? Bombs being held, Spinks ain't faking this, and kicks out, runs him down. Comeback denied, it's Falcons through to the semi-finals. As Maus crumble versus that fast top site hit.
I assume all players in Counter-Strike, because there's so much, responsibility, money, your teammates, everything is on the line. There's a lot in pressure-wise. Does an IGL, do you think, get more blame and more guilt than your average player? Like,
Yes.
I mean, I'm not talking to you. I know you're going to say this because I'm getting there. But looking at this side of the table for a minute, do you think that there is more guilt in leadership because I made the call, we lost that round? Like I've had that in Faceit. Like I call a B rush 11-11. There's a shotgun at half wall. What have I done? I've just ruined the whole game. Everyone wasted an hour.
But if you win it, you're a genius.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. It's the high highs. It's the low lows.
No, for me, I'm not agile, obviously,
No, but still.
I'm speaking a lot, and then I'm coming with a lot of ideas, and sometimes it happens to have a bad idea, and there's just
What do you do?
You just take the blame, and that's it. Like you learn from mistakes.
Yeah.
So.
But you push. Will you push the talk down and go, that was a bad call, I'm sorry, or do you just move on?
Mostly, I will say my bad.
My bad.
And then because you
It's
keep
really
it
good, I think.
Yeah,
my bad.
For me, it's really good to
I don't
recognize that it was your fault.
Yeah.
For me, it's for the whole team to move forward. I think it's really nice that the game itself comes to the point that I fucked up.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, and just keep it short, and then just go next round.
Yeah.
But obviously, if it's the final round, maybe.
Yeah.
You say it in the debrief.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, but this villain character that you've nurtured, I assume deliberate. I don't think this is a conscious choice you've made, and I think the culmination of that is probably shouldn't be doing that, but the double middle finger as you come up the stage recently. I wonder, how much of that is in pursuit of protecting your players from any of that blame and guilt, and kind of being, that like meme of the soldier catching all the arrows.
Yeah.
Is that kind of the energy?
Well, I think when I answered actually at the beginning, it's the case for me that if we play bad, the community or whoever, even though my players have bad individuals, I'm gonna be the blame.
Sure.
And I understood that now for a long time. And even more when you have a great team, when you have like players like Rups, Zau, it's not gonna be their fault if they fuck up. It's my fault that they missed the shot. It's not their fault.
It's your fault. The blitz crouched. Actually, it's your fault.
Exactly, exactly. And And yeah, it's exactly like those things for me that I needed to accept. You need to accept like your faith in a way. That you can be recognized as a genius if you win, and people will say, "Oh, a lot of good stuff." But when you lose, you need to accept that thing will not go well for yourself. And yeah, I think that for me, I took the villain role in some places where, for the first part of the season, we were like the target. Everyone wanted to beat us, and even the crowd didn't want us to win. So that's what happened. And in those moments where they started in probably in Dallas, and when people were really against us, I knew that it would happen in the major as well. I knew that we will be like the team that no one will cheer for. But that's fine. That's our CS work. And I was like, yeah, I will try to take the blame for myself. I will try to take the intention on myself. And the rest just have to focus on CS. And I think I think we handled that pretty well because we won. But I don't know if it would have worked. I mean, I didn't know if it would have worked or not, but that was my decision. And I didn't talk to them. I just was like, okay. And actually, I didn't do the middle figure for that. I thought about it 1 minute after coming on the stage. I thought to Flimsy and Robs, I'm like, I have an idea. If I come up with my phone and I do a middle figure to everyone, and they say straight, yeah, do it.
I mean, we are playing games and having fun. I mean, yes, pressure, money, profession, it is absolutely serious. But at the end of the day,
I needed to answer like for 2 weeks straight. It was Apex.
Yeah,
like,
it was.
Come on,
exactly,
guys.
Exactly. Yeah, you know, I think being the villain is an interesting angle. And for you, Shui, I wonder, you know, how has your reintegration going? Like, because you had both ends, like both sides of what Apex is talking about there. You had this guy's a genius. Oh my God, he's going to take over the world. Watch out, here comes Shui. Then you've had the other people going, oh, actually, we were overhyped, blah, 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 blah. You can do it both sides, right? And the truth is neither. It's like this beautiful middle ground where you are you.
Yeah.
You know, that's it. But how was your experience?
Yeah, I think it's, there's the media, I think it creates actually a lot of the picture about the IGLs. Like if you put the media aside, imagine esports only with the team itself and like a little bubble, like the IGL would have like a completely different perspective or like a different picture upon him. Because like you said, like you play around, you bad call or something, you instantly say my bad, which helps a lot for the team. And this is something that doesn't get shown on the...
Wait 1 second. Also, it happened whenever someone is doing the call. Can be good, can be bad, and then people saying it's IGL because they don't know who made it.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's my fault. And, you die stupid. You know, like you die with mate in the hand. But the communication was bad in the team speak.
Yes,
But everyone say he's so dumb.
Yeah, it's like the off goes for a
But
peak,
they told me
you know?
3B. If you're alive, mate.
No,
I rotate with my knife. It makes sense.
I had a bad habit in casting because I would, like, you know, and I'm a noob, but I would sit there and go, oh, what's he done? What's he doing? And obviously now I've grown up, I'm older, he's probably been told, no, it's clear, you know, like obviously you have to think about these things.
Bad communication.
Comms,
a lot more than we expect.
Even in Pro CS, we're getting miscomms, we're getting bad comms.
Sometimes, but sometimes just the numbers, you know. I think it's also like the numbers. They are 2B, you know. Nope, they're not 2B. And it happens. And then you rotate or whatever.
Yeah, of course.
The only one that I know that he's not believing all the time is probably Zaiwu. Like he's gonna run, but still aware.
So that's why
I take my knife and
Or they do the opposite, where they just say like out B, and then it's like you question the number.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Oh, and you've already started rotating, and now the smokes are up, and you're like,
we had one in practice not long ago where Zaiwu say, long, but like big.
That's a lot of long.
And then they pop 4B.
No,
We had the exact same situation.
And we won it, but I'm like, bro.
Yeah, we got it. We can't do that.
What? Like,
that's
what
my level of comms. I just go long, and like my face is flashed. I don't know what's going on.
They just threw 2 flashes.
Yeah.
Long, because he was blind, you know. Well,
No, it happens.
It's real.
But yeah, that's kind of how I saw it. Is that like the media has a big impact on how the IGLs are viewed, which is fine as part of the game. For myself, like I'm kind of going into that stage where it's like I need to prove myself again in a way. With Liquid, with Mouse there was a lot of positive media feedback, but now in Liquid it's a little bit different because I'm kind of building up from zero. But that's just part of the game, and I feel like everyone has to go through this situation at some point. So yeah, that's how I view it.
I think that's an interesting, transition for you going into this kind of, from what was kind of all of us rising through the ranks together into some experience, some newer names, and trying to kind of make a team out of them. I feel like that's a lot of labor, like just to have a team functioning, to be able to compete with all of these guys and be able to like have the same depth and the same everything. Like that's not an overnight, that's not a over months. Like what is, that's a process.
Yeah, I always remind myself that I'm still 22, and it's like I came into the scene pretty young as an IGL. So for me, like, yes, I'm on the scene for like 2-3 years maybe, and I've played against the best teams in the world. But at the same time, like, I'm still aware that I don't have nowhere near the same experience as people like Apex or other players in the scene. So I'm still a lot to catch up on, and I think like this is just going to help me grow further with like a journey like this.
Yeah. But the thing is, the process can be fast. It can be slow. But well, I take the example when we picked up props. Things click inside, but it can happen. It can happen that things go fast and well.
That's fair.
And sometimes it takes a bit longer.
Yeah.
Like I would say, as I said about Navi. When they went international, it took time.
Yeah,
the beginning was not bright.
Yeah.
But then everyone wanted to change. No, not good lineup. You should not have taken IM or GL or whatever. And then they started to get together. But it just depends. Sometimes you can get a month, and get 2, sometimes 6.
Yeah. Sometimes none.
Yes, sometimes it will work. And I don't know why, I just thought about that. I played all those 3 guys in a major grand final. In different teams.
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
That was just my...
No, but that is... And you beat everyone.
Cool. Yeah, sorry.
This land is calling.
It's gonna be a good event.
Welcome, sir.
Hello, I'm checking in for Team Vitality.
Sure. Your room number is 118, sir.
Thank you. What the...
Hello, sir.
Hello, can I please get a table for 1?
Table for 1? Yeah, 18. 1, 18. 1, 18. 1, 18. 1, 18.
I'll just sit outside. Hey, where is the nearest shawarma place?
The nearest shawarma place is 118 meters away.
Bank broken, busted! Vitality bruised!
You're finally awake.
How long was I out for?
Half a day. Apex is gonna get mad if you don't show up at practice. Let's go.
I had a really weird dream. These train noises. And I kept saying this number.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Atladı. No. Attım. Bakıyorum önüne hala. Bravo lan Özgür abi.
Neler yaşandı?
Eyvallah.
Kanka o kadar iyi blok attık ya ya ondan.
Önüne dikkat et Özgür abi.
Ses koşuyor bana.
Saniye. Kapatsana kendini.
Ses. Nice! Bravo oğlum be çok iyi. Özgür harikasın.
Eyvallah.
It's only fake.
Two, no?
Only one.
Only one.
Boom. One more.
One more.
I rotate.
Nice. Unknown.
Kalkon lurk.
Likes to lurk.
Nice!
Хорош.
Swing ram.
Swing together. Swing together.
Fiesta.
Nice.
Nice! Go
Lamb.
boys.
Is it plan?
I don't see long anymore. Maybe I go back.
Got one more.
Nice. One more. Not out.
I think he went back from long.
Nice.
He was long before.
Bomb drop CT.
Nice!
Nice.
Could be city.
Not through.
Nice.
Let's go Adam!
Nice
Adam.
Nice coordination, Jesper. Good job, bro. Nice idea, Luther.
Do it. Revealing. Side.
No time.
Nice.
Woo! Let's go!
Nice boys. Nice one, Bana, Lotan.
They're alive.
Last was main.
I kill.
Yeah, I'm ready to blame you.
South.
Nice! Good comms, Damian. Nice. Amazing.
Oh, no.
Flashing.
Not up yet.
I have a.
No, not.
One more.
I got it.
Nice, Lotan.
Nice entry, Lotan. Good job, bro.
Thank you, bro. Let's go, guys.
You can jump.
I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobe. As a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, in the video. Everything you see ain't what it appears, though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm on your can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to. Couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. You're welcome to join me. I promise I won't fight.
Backside.
They're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always season through.
Bro, it's playing for stats.
I don't wanna break I had enough of burning up so hard I just break your chain. You never stop building up. Never stop what's building up inside of me.
It's semi-final Saturday here at EWC, where the race for the championship is on. And speaking of champions, James, we have quite the legend behind us, right?
That legend is Ronnie O'Sullivan, the GOAT of snooker and British royalty, just like Mezzi. Actually, he lives just down the road from Mezzi as well, so maybe there's a bit of luck on that side of the pond for our country. But overall, Ronnie is 49 years old. He holds numerous world records, including multiple Triple Crown events, which puts him in a category, I would say, of like the best major snooker champion, having the most major titles along their name, and also he's 7-time world champion.
Well, from snooker legends to legends of our own game in Counter-Strike, some of which are still in contention for the trophy, others, like Donk, unfortunately eliminated. They're not going to be getting a hands on the EWC trophy. But for somebody like Zywoo Banks, this is a great opportunity for redemption and also to get some of those very, very valuable club championship points.
And looking to upset all of that has to be the Falcons, though. They're looking for a grand final. Kioski's first grand final it could be. Nico, one of the legends of the game, looking to make sure that he can get further in, get another title to his name, and obviously the baby goat's there as well.
Well, the race to the championship is on. It is time for the semi-finals at Counter-Strike 2 at EWC.
It's semi-final day at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Yesterday we had a reinvigorated Aurora taking down Heroic in a desperate bid to gain more club championship points before the tournament comes to a close. But the big story yesterday, Mal's. Yet another super team eclipsing them, stepping in front of them and being the barrier, eliminating them far too early.
Yeah, by the hometown favorites, so to speak, in the Falcons. I think that was a very impressive display by the Falcons. You said it yourself, Mouse have been one of the best teams throughout the entirety of the year, but I think Falcons will have something to say about that, not only yesterday, but also for the rest of the year.
Yeah, the rest of the year, they're looking very, very strong. We've got Vitality against Mongols today in one of those semifinals, a rematch. Mongols finally getting the victory over them just a couple weeks back. We'll see if they can do it again. That one has got fireworks written all over it.
It's a quad match, as you said. You know, Vitality took a big loss to the Mongols. Finally, they were able to beat them. I think it's going to be different today. I think Vitality is here to prove a point, and something tells me as well that within the club standings as well, for Vitality to win this game, they would guarantee second place, which is an extra $1 million into the bank account. So Vitality, they have a lot of pressure today.
A lot of pressure today, but on the other side of things, Falcons going to try and ride this wave. Nico said he's very happy with the progress showing that they've made. They've got Aurora, who can be a dangerous team, but I think you've got to look at that and say Falcons, they've got a great path to the finals.
Let's be honest, right? If you're Falcons, you shut down Santaris. I feel like without Santaris playing well, without him taking over the server, there's no way Aurora is going to beat the Falcons. And I think Monesi, Kyusuke, and Nico, one of them will match Santaris, and the rest, it's going to be easy.
Well, let's find out. Semifinals coming up next. We'll see you there.
Now, we know who has taken first place in the Club Championships 2025, but James, there is money all the way down to placement 24. So how could things be shaping up, be changing today?
Well, there's a lot on the line. It's pride, it's money. There's standings here for the club championship are getting crazy. And the first one we have to look at is for Vitality. If Vitality win today, they guarantee themselves second place, overtaking Liquid and take an extra $1 million. And that's not talking about anything to do with the Counter-Strike prize money, because they could obviously go further and win it all. This is just club standings. Then on the other side, Crossfire and Street Fighter both finished today. For Crossfire over the team called AG.AL, they can take 6th place over Gen G. And if they win the grand final, they'll make an extra $500,000. That's not the prize money, that's just club standing points.
Wow.
So there's some big wins coming in here. Then, go back to a bit of CS in here. Virtus.pro, they did split things up with Twisted Minds. They're going to get $2.25 million each on this one. None of them could overtake. They both had players in Street Fighter, but no one was able to make it to a good enough position to change things, so it's all even. They're sharing it.
You really are a fountain of knowledge, James, when it comes to these club championships. Thank you so much for the update. We're going to have to see exactly how it plays out today in the semi-finals.
And Mezzi hold, Vitality drop anchor and sail in. Checker slips away, caught and plucked from the air as Mongols take quarterfinal 2. Qatar is happy. Aurora into the semi-finals. A blind spot punishment. Lovely from Gutierrez. Falcons through to the semi-finals.
Comes through the fire. Oh, gets the shot. The kill will take it. Odyssey finds the round. Get on my level.
Only the top 4 remain here on the Boulevard at the Esports World Cup. We've whittled it all the way down to here, and now semi-final day is set to commence as the action hits another level. Joining me here on the couch, we've got Jacob Pimpwinicky, and we've got Jason Moses O'Toole. You starting your snooker club anytime soon?
I might, yeah. It seems like there's a goat that I need to come take care of.
You had the H sport, I think. I think it's an old man sport, Jason.
Old man sport?
Yep.
Yeah. We decided yesterday that this is the point of my career where I'm going to become an opera as well.
Really?
Yeah, mid-30s, I was going to transition into it. So,
your reflexes aren't important for that.
Mid-30s,
No.
late 30s?
Yeah, ish. Somewhere around there. I don't know. Snooker might be in the cards.
Snooker, opping, it's all about accuracy. It's all about precision.
It's kind of a lesser version of billiards, right? Snooker?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you. But what I can tell you is that there's a lot of money involved in snooker, and there's a lot of money involved in this tournament. Our prize pool, $1.25 million. We're waiting to determine those top 4. We can see what everybody else has gotten so far. But we are going to start eliminating some teams from the big bucks here. We're starting with Vitality versus Mongols. This is their 8th matchup of the year. Jacob, you were telling me, what's the score at this point between them?
I mean, Mongols beat them last time around, but up until that point, it was impossible for them to do anything versus Vitality. So it's 7-1 in that regard for Vitality, and in a couple of hours, it'll be 8-1. But it's a cool stat anyway.
All I'm saying, it only matters the last game. And the last games for us had a lot of Arcadia top plays of the day. Because there were some exciting games going on last night. We went late into the night in that Mouse Falcons game as well.
Yeah, we really did. That was a brawl, and obviously we're going to get to that one, but I mean, this was the Aurora show. I mean, they came out on Mirage and just showed at different levels. Antara's showing great form. I mean, this is Aurora. That's a very dangerous team when you see Woxic hitting shots like this, when you see Antara's making the play he was, the retake at the B bomb site that I'm sure we'll see on Dust 2.
Yeah.
This was a freakish game out of Aurora.
It was a bit of a freakish game, you know. Heroic applied a bit of pressure on Dust 2, but as you said, Jason, all these clutches going the way of Aurora, and then you finish off with a bit of a jump kill right here, which denies the bomb plant and eventually wins you the game. The big one yesterday, though, Jason, Mouse versus Falcons, you know, 2 of the best teams in the world to be. Mouse currently, I'd argue, you know, have been the 2nd best team in the world throughout the entirety of the year. Whereas for Falcons, I feel like we're just now starting to see what this whole roster is going to be all about. There's so much skill involved within the Falcons.
Yeah, when we talked to Next when he was on the couch, he just mentioned, you know, there was obviously they were surprised at how many issues it caused, but at some of the role swaps with Kiyosuke and Nico kind of creating some confusion within the team. Nico's come out and said he's very happy with the progress being shown inside the server now. So things are starting to come together. They're still not at their peak. They're still not at their best, but the signs are all positive. And taking down a team like Mal's, obviously an excellent victory, but I mean, I look at it from the Mal's perspective, where for them it's just like, damn it, now we have another team of superstars in our way, in our path.
I told you, right? They had the window of opportunity. Mouse, no more.
So certainly they put some smiles on the faces of the Falcons fans and some smiles on their own faces in our Sony Bravia top reaction.
Yeah, a little bit frustration, you know, being showed by Mouse, and I think they feel that as well. Make no mistake, Mouse is a top team. Mouse is one of the best teams in the world, but when you think of it, Jason, when you've been in so many finals, when you've been in so many playoffs, and you have no trophies to show for it, I feel like you had that window of opportunity where you had your moments. Unfortunately for them, Vitality happened, and now you're standing left, you know, Vitality's coming up the ranks, Falcon is coming up the ranks. Let's see what FaZe can do with the new signing as well. G2 looking solid. I think Mouse is going to face a lot of competition just to stay one in the top 3, not to forget Spirit.
Yeah, we talk about that frequently, as like missing your opportunity, missing that streak, and I think, you know, you can also kind of see some of the cracks starting to form. The interview that I read this morning from Jimmy was like really kind of concerning if you're a Mouse fan, where he's like, yeah, it just seems like so many teams have like a superstar level that we can't match and can't reach.
I think this dovetails nicely into our Aramco power rankings here, because you'll see when the last tier comes up, but I wanted to just put Mouse in this camp. I know there's more people who've underperformed, but it feels like Mouse have to be a headline right now. Obviously, Spirit going out first round, Na'Vi champions of last year going out first round as well. Disappointing massively. And now Mouse, we got to start getting worried, right?
I'm a little worried on behalf of Mouse, and I definitely echo your sentiment as well, Jason. When you listen to some of the comms coming out from the camp right there, even when we saw them at the Blast Bounty, they're not playing They're not playing great Counter-Strike anymore. They're playing solid Counter-Strike. They're playing good Counter-Strike. We even had the conversation during the Austin Major as well, where they played probably the worst Counter-Strike Mouse has ever played, but they showed resilience and still made it into the playoffs. So there's two ways of looking at it. You know, despite Mouse maybe not hitting their stride right now, they're still very competitive, still a top team. But in terms of winning trophies, I don't feel they've ever been further away.
Well, that's the thing that's so scary about the Jimmy interview, because like that's what a lot of us on the outside have been saying is like, who's going to be that player to step up in the big moments to push you over the line, to give you that last 10% to get some of these wins that are just close losses for the most part. And if even some of the players are starting to say we don't have that guy, then it's like, okay, well, I guess you better go find one. Like what's the answer now?
This also feels like it's where the conversations changed around MOUZ in terms of expectations, right? Because for a long time they were the team where it's like, okay, well, they're not operating with the same budget. Their best player's probably going to get poached. But this year they said, no, you're not going to take Jimpat. We're going to pay him a contract. Presumably they're going to start investing more substantially in. You bring in a veteran like Spinks. You build a giant facility in Hamburg. They have trophy aspirations, and now the team is starting to fade from those.
Also think of it like this too. If you look at some of like the great teams across the history of Counter-Strike going back into CSGO, like there's always been some teams that felt like they were on the verge of being able to match them and beat them, but actually in the history of Counter-Strike, when you look back, they're just kind of the footnote that shows you the contrast of the excellence of that team. If you look at the NIP 87-0 run, it was the French teams of the time, the very games lineups that weren't really able to ever beat them. If you go towards, obviously, the Astralis one, the easy one with Team Liquid, all the second places, unable to beat Astralis in 2018. And that's just the team that you say could have been cool if this other great team wasn't there for you. And MOUZ is on the verge of being one of those teams who's just kind of like the footnote to Vitality's dominance.
It will be super interesting to see where they go from here, because I don't think roster changes is something they deeply consider right now. Obviously, we don't know what's going on within the camp and if there's any frustrations coming on, and I don't think they should change anything, but you're right in saying that we need someone within that camp, whether that being Torsi or Exertion or Spinks, to step up to be that kind of superstar, because everyone else around you, you know, they have one of those players that can just take over the game and dictate it by himself.
And also, I mean, listen, just I listen a lot to the interviews and try to kind of read between the lines, and one thing that I'm kind of concerned about, this is something when Brolin became the IGL, I was like, this will probably be okay for a few months, but at some point when they have to like refresh their playbook or get a new angle or get a new look to the way they play the game, I think a brand new IGL is going to struggle with that. I thought that moment would hit at the major, and it didn't really. They sustained a little bit more, but Brolin in the exit interview said, might be time to go back and change the playbook and start updating and start refreshing things. And now you have a new question for an IGL who just recently transferred into the position is, can you be the guy to create a new game plan for this team?
Make no mistake, that's a different task. Even Kerrigan, right, by many considered to be the GOAT of all game leaders, he struggled to do that throughout his entire career. When he was in MOUZ, he struggled to do it. When he was in FaZe, he struggled to do it. When he was in Astralis, he struggled to do it. Kerrigan has been kicked from 3 or 4 teams, you know, because he struggled to find that second wave of success. And it's only in his more experienced days when he's been able to rebuild and do that with the second iteration of FaZe. So for Brolin, that's a massive task. Even the best in the world are struggling doing so.
And I'd imagine for MOUZ as an organization, you got to put a lot of that pressure on Cyclone's shoulders as well, right? Because Brolin's new to the role. Cyclone's the one who ultimately made that decision to move on from Shuei.
I think he's the most underrated coach out there. I think he's super, super solid. And I think what he's done with the academy team, what he's done in MOUZ, what he, as you said, Jason, when Brolin was brought in, when Spinks was brought in, I think everyone had them, you know, maybe top 5, you know, but he's managed to make them gel way sooner, way quicker than anyone would have anticipated.
Yeah, he has, and I'm with you. He's underrated, but I mean, you know, look, it's going to be a tough time for him. So they've got a lot of things going up against them, and let's see if they can come out on the other side.
I think what's interesting about this bracket is if you looked at this top 4 ahead of the event, you would say 3 out of the 4 of those really probably reasonable expectations to be there. Obviously, Falcons, MOUZ, maybe a bit of a guess, but Aurora coming out of that bottom rung, avoiding the matchup with Team Spirit.
They should be buying Heroic a steak dinner.
Oh, absolutely. Rolex, perhaps?
Dinner. Yeah, something. Anything. Whatever you guys want. But I mean, Heroic really hooked you up there, taking Spirit out for whatever reason. However that happened, Aurora looked at that side of the bracket and was like, sweet, thank you.
It didn't make any sense. Like, it didn't make any sense whatsoever. For Spirit to win 2 tournaments in a row, even though that they probably knew at the time that Sunset would be going out or changes would come into them, win 2 tournaments in a row, then show up here and lose to Heroic, who, let's be completely honest, we saw yesterday versus Aurora what kind of team they're at right now as well, with Tinair leaving. So it just doesn't make any sense, and I agree with you. You know, Aurora would not be in this position had it not been for Heroic.
The question is, can they take it further, right? Because at this point, they are playing with house money. They didn't have to get the Spirit matchup. You got the Falcons matchup today. We know the home crowd's going to be supporting Falcons. That's a tough nut.
The way I would phrase that game, Jason, is that if you're Aurora, this is your time to beat Falcons. If you don't beat them today, you're not going to beat them in a month or in 2 months from now. As soon as Falcons get gelled more together, as soon as they get better, I don't see Aurora as a team that's going to contest with Falcons. So yeah, I do think they have a fighting chance today, in a couple of weeks and a month from now, no way. So they have to strike today if they want to.
Yeah, you have to capitalize on the mistakes that we know Falcons is going to be making. We saw plenty of them yesterday in the series they won as well against Mouse. Those are the moments that you're going to have to gain some things. So I'm with you. I think if peak Falcons, I think is going to be able to handle Aurora like 9 out of 10 times. So I mean, if you can't do it here, I think it's just going to get more and more difficult as time goes on. So right now, when you have an Aurora that seems to have a renewed faith and energy in themselves, playing good Counter-Strike, Woxic at a good level, Zantara's at a good level, I'm with Jacob. This is the time to strike. This is the time you have to take the series.
But there's still that constant problem, which is the T sides, right? Even when they're winning, we're seeing the problems on the T sides. I know everybody is right now, but it feels like Aurora is having...
Falcons is having those same issues though as well, right? The T side sometimes for them looks a little bit flat. We saw some really ugly. I'll say ugly rounds yesterday against Mal's as well, and especially on Inferno, that T side was really lackluster and really disappointing, where it felt like they got stuck so much in trying to call a perfect round or call a specific tactic that it didn't let the individuals kind of play the game, didn't let the game breathe at all, and just kind of got smoked out of the half. So Falcons have got to be careful with that one for sure.
They have to respect Aurora. I think everyone has to respect Aurora. They show up with a certain level every single time they play Counter-Strike, but as you said, if Falcons is just playing at 80 or 90% of what we know they're capable of, it should be a win for Falcons.
Well, they'll have to respect Aurora, but two guys that I have to respect, Chad and Alex.
Just one more step separating us from crowning a champion here at EWC for Counter-Strike. That final week of 2 whole months of that crazy esports action.
Look, the semi-finals today, Aurora versus Falcons, second game of the day, but my SMB match of the day is none other than the major final rematch. The Mongols taking on Team Vitality.
Okay.
Not only the major final went down in Malta at Bounty not that long ago, and nobody beats the Mongols 10 times in a row. They finally were able to topple the bane of their existence, finally able to build a little bit of confidence, and they match up again today to potentially deny Vitality another grand final. Will Vitality change up the map pool? Will it be more Inferno? Will it be more Mirage? Will somebody try overpass against the Mongols? Game of Legion didn't go too well. Lots of questions. And right now, Vitality want to return to the top of Counter-Strike. 2 semi-finals, that's not what the best team of 2025 want.
Can Mongols do it again so soon? That's the question now for Vitality and their fans. A little sweetener of the deal is in the Club Championship. This is the difference between third place and second place. That is $1 million game of Counter-Strike for Vitality. I don't know, is that extra pressure? We'll find out. SMB match of the day, and we get the joy of casting it.
When it comes to the confidence, I'm gonna put our team in a 10 out of 10. By feeling my teammates, we're really doing some really good damage.
Trigger discipline likely. He's going for another one, folks.
Tap it away!
I think it's gonna be the difficult match, but I'm confident for us to win. So one thing Vitality should be scared is just ask the Mongols. We'll do our best. I hope so.
From my perspective, the weak point of the Mongols is that you have to be really sharp on your day. You have to rely in some sense on the skill, I would say. It could be the reason you win and it could be the reason you lose. We'll need to step up to the occasion and we'll do a really good job. Tomorrow we need to come with way more energy and way more focus on the communication, which was why we were so good in the first season of the month. Our goal is just to come and play competitive as much as we can, play every round to the best, and if that's going to be the case, that both teams play really, really well, I think the game will go to our way.
Oh no! Where's the memo? Where's the comms? Quap! Techno takes all 4! Zywoo left up in this clutch. Mercury just one playing time! There's no beating that! Zywoo!
The stage is set for our Jamil Motorsport arrivals as the teams enter the arena, ready for the 8th bout between Mongols and Team Vitality this year. Last time they matched up, before it, Techno said, it's always this team, they're always before us. I'm tired of saying this time. Well, last time was for the Mongols. But now as they claim their key, they know that they've kicked the hornet's nest and that these bees are angry.
Important question, do you have baked beans at your breakfast?
No, I've not been having breakfast here. I've been prioritizing the sleep. There's been a few later nights this event, so no breakfast this event.
Okay, we'll get you some baked beans, I'm sure. What did you guys get up to yesterday? Day away from competition? Anything happening with the Vitality guys?
Not really. I mean, we had the signing session in the evening, but most of the day was a bit more chilled out, get some time for preparation and yeah, and just making sure we have a good plan going into today's game.
Yeah, super important one. It's very rare that we get rematches this quickly, right? Literally 1 week ago, you're playing the Mongols, now you get a rematch versus them. How confident are you feeling going up against them?
Very confident. I mean, just because they beat us the last time doesn't mean we kind of throw away all the past results. I think we're pretty confident going up against them and have good preparation. And I mean, we know they shoot hard. They're very good individuals, so we need to make sure we keep up in that aspect as well. But no, we're feeling good and confident for today.
Okay, let's see how it goes down. Thank you so much, Mezzi. Good luck.
Confidence on for Vitality. It's another semi-final spot, but of late, that's been where they've stumbled.
Yeah, you could argue, it's been a couple of semifinals in a row for Vitality, but it's also been after a player break, and a lot of things can change in a player break. I do think I've seen things coming out from Vitality at this tournament that suggest to me that they're slowly but surely coming back to their usual self. I think Flamesy have had a couple of good games, and I think he was missing a little bit in the first couple of tournaments, so that's a huge win condition for me. And then I love the attitude Messi's coming in with as well. I absolutely hate the saying that you're only as good as your last game, because that is so ridiculous to say. You are Vitality. Look at that. You're only as good as your last half year, right? And that is the absolute best team, maybe even ever, to touch Counter-Strike.
I mean, it's the best season in Counter-Strike, yeah.
Best season in Counter-Strike, right? So yeah, maybe you lost last time you played the Mongols, but as I said, a lot can change in a couple of weeks, and I've seen signs of certain players of Vitality. I've seen a bit of energy change as well, so I'm not too worried on behalf of them, and you're definitely not only as good as your last result. That's stupid.
Well, and also think of it this way, Apex has just been very vocal about the fact that the 2 losses that they've suffered, at Bounty to Mongols and Cologne to Maus, he's just basically said, we lost because we made bad mental mistakes, mentality wasn't there, focus wasn't there. And if you come into this and watching these games so far at EWC with Vitality, because my eye test is telling me that this is a Vitality team that's locked back in. This is a team that has had the conversations about what's been missing in terms of their attitude, in terms of their focus, in terms of their communication. And even when they've blown teams out at this tournament so far, they haven't let off the gas. They're not kind of letting go and letting everyone go wild and just run people over. Everything is still kind of being done as a team and trading. So this Vitality team feels like they have a different attitude coming into this one, where they're ready to prove everyone who's kind of concerned about these last 2 losses and say, guys, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all.
Well, this matchup matters a whole lot, not just to the team specifically, but to the club at the whole. If they win here, they secure an extra $1 million by locking Team Vitality into 2nd place in the Esports World Cup club standings, and that is a whole lot of baked beans for Mezzi.
That is a lot of baked beans. That on top of that, you also guarantee yourself $230,000 at the EWC Counter-Strike tournament prize pool specifically, right? So one would argue it's a $1.2 million game here for Vitality at the very least. I don't think Vitality cares too much. The players within the Counter-Strike camp, they want to win trophies. They want to get back on track straight away, win another tournament, and if they can win $1.2 million in the process, that's just a bonus.
Here's a nice little moment. Zaiwu and G exchanging jerseys after maybe some colorful exchanges between their fans on Twitter.
A nice moment after a crappy moment. But yeah, obviously the players, tons of respect with each other. G and Zaiwu, both the Oppers, just having a friendly moment.
I will say as well, knowing G, he wanted to do that before whatever happened on Twitter. He loves a jersey swap, and he loves the top Oppers.
He's got a ton of respect for a lot of the great players that we have in Counter-Strike.
I mean, there's a reason he gave an interview before the game saying Zaiwu was going to do colorful things to his team. Colorful things. We'll leave it at that. Now, to find out from the other side, we've got the Mongols, we've got Mazzinho with one James Banks.
It feels like every tournament the Mongols have to face Vitality, but last time around they were able to get that win. I got Mazzinho with me here, and it's rough for you guys because it's always Vitality. You know each other so well. So can you explain to me how you and the team prepare and how you try and think, what should we change, what should we do this time? Because you two in Vitality Mongols, you know each other so well.
Yeah, after we lost them 9 times in a row, the 10th time we just talk about our rounds really detail. If we win pistol round, we will do this anti-force thing. If we lose pistol, maybe we can eco, and then first by round we can do this. They have MP9 new SMGs. So every round has detailed. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So there's a lot of planning. Yeah. There's a lot of thinking. Now you beat them last time. Finally, it was a great feeling for you guys. What does that do to your confidence as a team right now?
It's gives us a very confidence. We just lost against them 9 times in a row, and after that we finally beat them once. So it's we're breaking our, what is this called?
Oh, the chains.
Yeah, chains. Yeah. So maybe let's see.
And do you think you guys as a team now have better mentality to fight them?
Yeah, better mentality that we can do it once, why not twice?
Yeah.
Or third time, yeah. We just get more confidence, yeah.
Brilliant. Now, Mara, he's the one coaching you through all of this. He's seen it all, he's done it all. What did he tell you before this game?
For this game, as the same as before the last game, like same as we talk about very detailed rounds, yeah.
That's it. The man with the master plan. Let's see what happens between Vitality and the Mongols. They certainly seem to be ready.
Nobody beats the Mongols 10 times in a row, as Blitz so aptly put it on Instagram. He also had some other words there. But do they beat them 11 out of 10 times, or 10 out of 11 rounds?
There we go. Nice.
Go.
Yeah, we got there. I don't know. Mizzino went all the way back to 2024. I stopped in 2025 when I was doing my prep. Six series wins for Vitality this year so far against Mongols, except for that last one. Dude, I think what's interesting and kind of, I guess, not scary, but I guess worrying for the Mongols, Blitz is the number 2 player at this event. Like, Blitz has been I don't know what happened to him, what he's been doing over the past few months, but he's been actually insane. But like, I don't know, can you rely on that? Like, is that, like, it seems to be pretty consistent, at least for this recent run of form. But once you go up against Vitality, you are going to point to a guy like Senzu and be like, this is where you have to take some of that away from Blitz. You have to be a guy as well. You have to be someone putting up big numbers and having impact as well. Because I think it's going to be a tough ask for Blitz to be able to match the production of guys like ZywOo, guys like Rops, guys like Flamesy. It's a tough affair, and we're going to need to see Mongols firing on all cylinders.
I mean, for Blitz personally, obviously it's great that he's researching in form and he's doing a good job. And I think as an in-game leader as well, sometimes you call better when you play better. You know, that's just the way it is. And Apex has said that a million times as well. You feel a little bit more comfortable in your calls, and maybe you're willing to take more risks as well. So hopefully that's an added.
It's just which one begets which one begets which one. You know,
exactly.
is it the leading going well that makes you play better individually, or is it the individual play that makes the leading go better?
It's something about an egg and a chicken or whatever.
Yeah,
right? It's something like that. But I will say I'm also not sure whether it's a good thing, you know, per se, because I agree with you, Jason. If you want to beat the Vitality, right, you need your star players to show up. You need your sensors to show up. You need your 9-10 with the AWP to show up. And for Blitz to be the second highest rated player, I think that's good when you want to get to the semifinal. But if you want to get into a final, if you want to win a tournament, then it has to be Senso, it has to be 9-10.
Well, and last time it took a miracle crouch as well to get it over the line, right? Like, that was the difference at the end of the day.
Timing crouch.
We could be telling an entirely different story if he hadn't decided to crouch in that exact moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's also respect to the Mongols, right? I think as much as we want to portray this game as Vitality being the favorites, the Mongols are playing Counter-Strike at a very high level, Jason. It's not going to be an easy game by no stretch of the imagination.
No, it's not. And we're going to have the vetoes here. Train taken out is consistent. Ancient should be coming next from Vitality. This is one of the kind of, I don't know, it's in some ways it's one of the more boring. Mirage and Inferno have been pretty much mainstays throughout these veto process, although Vitality has thrown the curveball of a Dust 2 in there and smashed Mongols previously. They actually picked Nuke for the first 4 series of this year, and then as soon as Mongols beat them, they switched it up. So I'm interested now that Mongols won a series if they go somewhere unusual with this pick, and they do go back to that Dust 2.
You know, yeah, you're right. It's best that we've seen these two teams play a lot against each other before. I was hoping and wishing, I know it was stupid maybe, that Vitality would pick Overpass, you know, and spice it up a little bit. We saw that in Cologne.
It was a third map, right, where they didn't get to it?
Exactly. And this time around, the Mongols are not even willing to play it as a third map, so that's also quite...
It's going to be the middle ground. Oh, okay, Nuke coming in. Yeah.
Mirage does 2 Nuke. We've seen them play this quite a lot in the 8-match streak.
I don't necessarily want to say that Mongols have to win Mirage on this, but I mean the evidence of Vitality throwing us 2 and smashing them 13-3. It does make it a pretty important map for them to take.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of confidence on that map. There's a reason they've been settling back into it. Did the same thing in the Liquid series, right? For Vitality, is like, all right, let's not mess around too much. Let's go to Dust 2. And just destroy everything. And
some of the games we've seen from Vitality, I think on some level, Apex coming into this tournament really wanted to simplify the way they're playing the game. They've done a lot more like grouped up trading, like kind of bulk, just get into a bomb site, like someone's going to get a kill, then you're going to be able to trade his death and just kind of move forward into things. Dust 2 is a good map for that, as well as obviously an Opera's Paradise and ZywOo. Blitz is doing great as the number 2 player at the event, but ZywOo's smoking everybody as the number 1 player at the event statistically so far.
I'll give you the biggest win condition for me for Vitality. I think the biggest change of what we've seen from now compared to Cologne and at the Blast Bounty. Flamesy is playing well in that entry fracking role. He's doing a fantastic job, especially when he played Dust 2 the first time in this tournament as well. On the T side, whenever he walked up catwalk, he was fantastic. So for me, if Flamesy plays well, I think Vitality got this one in the back.
If Flamesy plays well, if they're their old selves, that's what remains to be seen, or if the Mongolian mastery will continue and surge them towards that grand final here at the Esports World Cup.
we kick off semi-finals Saturday with a rematch with monstrous stakes. Yes, these two teams want a spot in the grand final. Of course they're chasing EWC legacy, but for one of them, there's an added financial incentive.
We know that Team Falcons have already secured the club championship, but for Team Vitality, this is huge. A win here locks them second place finish in the standings, and of course, an incredibly valuable silver medal.
Incredibly valuable to say the least. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the $1 million match.
And welcome, Team Vitality! The reigning major champions, the #1 team in the world, 7 trophies this year alone, a 37 series LAN win streak, one of the greatest ones in Counter-Strike history. The list of accolades doesn't seem to end. And tonight, the crown is on the line and the Kings will be truly tested. They are here to remind everyone why they rule Counter-Strike 2.
Their opponents, the Mongols! Walking the walk many teams dream of. Through the smoke and the lights arrive the Mongols. From major finalists to history makers. Just last Saturday, they finally struck down Vitality for the very first time, and tonight they want to prove that lightning can strike twice.
A spot in the grand final, a chance to etch their name in Esports World Cup history. And for Vitality, a win is worth $1 million.
Vitality versus the Mongols. So much on the line coming into this one. And I have the absolute pleasure of being joined by Matt, the assistant coach for Vitality. Thank you so much for taking the time. I'm so honored that I get to pick your brain a little bit before this one. Can you tell me what the routine is for you before going into an official match like this today?
Thank you for having me for my only interview for the year, I hope. And I think we have a structure, and I think we proved that it's working. So before a game like that, it depends on the time of the game. But it's also like just to finishing the prep and the reviews, and also helping the players like little by little to enter the game by just talking about the maps and the way we're gonna approach the game.
Now, between maps in a series, I see you a lot of the time, you're running around, you've got lots of note papers, you're following the team, having a lot of chats. How much are you having an input in those discussions between maps in a series, considering, you've only got a finite amount of time with the players?
I think it depends on the game, and I'm working most of the time during the first 2 maps, so I think it depends about like the feeling of the first maps or the second map. And the thing is, I'm gonna talk or I'm gonna say something if I really believe that it can help the team. Other than that, I'm not gonna talk. So I let Dan and Nick doing the job, so it's our structure, our routine.
Speaking of Apex, obviously you joined Vitality back in 2020, same year that Apex took up the mantle of becoming in-game leader. Is there anything that you've worked with him on over the course of the 5-year stint as the in-game leader of Vitality?
I also joined Vitality the same timeline as he became an in-game leader, so of course I had to also discover my job and my way also to bring something to the team and the French team before. So obviously, as we went through a lot of things together with the international team then after. So it's more about like the way I'm gonna see the game, and I'm gonna help him. Sometimes I'm gonna bring crazy ideas. He's gonna make them better in a way. So sometimes I'm just gonna bring a lot of things, and he's just gonna use it and make them better for the team.
100%. Just one final question is, Ian and Fancy were alluding to so much cash on the line with this particular match. If you win, you cement yourself as second place here in the club championship. Is that on your mind at all? Is that on the players' mind? Like, how do you handle, such pressure like that?
I think it can be on the mind because as it's important for the company, it's important for us. But the thing is, as we have our strong structure, it's not like something we're gonna talk about too much. And the thing, we are just focusing on the game, on the technical part, and just trying to play a really good game on CS on this semi-final. But we all want the reward at the end.
Well, with so much at stake, I think this is going to be a great game indeed. Thank you so much for your time, Matt. It is time to kick off the Mongols versus Vitality.
Yes, semi-final Saturday, the Esports World Cup 2025. Machine and Sponge in the booth for your first semi-final. Harry and Hugo bringing you that Aurora game later on today up against the Falcons. Chad, how you doing today? You looking forward to this one? We could have a banger.
Yeah, well, when these teams know each other inside and out, it is going to be quite the match that comes down to the mental, the classic cliches of which players are going to show up in the server. The desk highlighting some of the heavy hitters so far throughout EWC. ZywOo, of course, for Vitality. Makes a lot of sense. Multi-time best player in the world. However, on the other side, it's Blitz at the top of the stat lines. Now, this is the in-game leader, but he is one that can hit hard today. It can't just be about Blitz. They need 910, they need Senzu, every piece of this puzzle to step up and see if they can beat Vitality again. Now, we've had 4 teams beat Vitality in 2025. It was Eternal Fire at the start of the year back at Bounty. That was a long time ago. Then, the 7-trophy run set Vitality up as one of the best teams of all time in that conversation. Then you move forward into the second half of the year. Oh, actually, don't forget about the major, a best of 1 loss to Legacy. I'm sure maybe you should. A loss to Maus and then a loss to Mongols. So Mongols today could be the first team in 2025 to beat Vitality twice.
Yeah, and these guys, it's a regular fixture. Since February, they've played every single month. Here in August, they have another stab at it. Out mid, Senzu leading the pack. Ops confirms multiple bodies in middle.
Bomb heading over towards B-Ups for now, so the finish, it's not final as they gravitate towards window. Blitz on Cat.
Yeah, Blitz doesn't hit that first bullet. The P250, they're backing him and his aim.
Unusual to see 2 players boosted into window.
Yeah, Rops, his Blitz tucking in towards ladder. Senzu and Mazzinho. Note the absence of the break. Informs them as to the potential in the setup. And they'll actually make the sound cue. Okay, Apex, yeah, he's getting pressured. Blitz has taken down Rob short side. Pincing B from Kitchen as well. Blitz a second onto Flame. Senzu, the final defender, goes down. It's Mezzi arriving quite quick on the scene. Senzu, light on ammo, forced away. So it's a 2-on-4. Okay. Quickly becomes 2-on-3. ZywOo from the short side, removing Blitz. Oh, that should seal the deal there. Nice headshot from Senzu. Jobs are good. And
Techno's also been a player to find some influence throughout the series so far. The Mongols have picked up, so it'd be good to see him continue that. Now, I wouldn't say that the run has been too difficult for the Mongols throughout. It's Game Allegiant into a 3D max. Whereas for Vitality, I'd say their road, at least by namesake, has been a little bit tougher.
Yeah, certainly. I can't argue against that.
Liquid into Tyloo. They did make light work of Tyloo.
Yeah, and
ZywOo making some waves in Chinese Counter-Strike.
Apparently, yeah.
So we know who they'll be going for in today's head-to-head.
Good to see Senzu on. Pistol, 3 kills. That gets the juices flowing.
And this force bite might keep it. All 4 towards top mid with just the 1 man of Techno over towards the B apartments again. So quite a similar approach.
But also, this is all part of their plan. We heard in that interview from Mazzinho, if we win the pistol, this is going to be our anti-set force by second. This was all part of the procedures, the plan.
It's quite direct, isn't it?
Yeah, and no one's going to be able to report this. Just replenishing the smoke as ZywOo catches wind of the split B. I say split, primarily just charging in through the short side. Look how much progression they've managed to take up some space. Mazzinho swinging through, finds Rops. It's a 9-10 double, and ZywOo around the edge of the smoke removes Mazzinho. Yoinks the Galil, gets out.
The bomb's loose right now, so this is going to cause some issues. That smoke's going to start to fade.
Yeah, it's chaotic, and around the smoke, ZywOo pushing some probes for more. 9-10 gets a third. Held by the scout of Apex, does connect a bullet. 9-10 brought down. 2-on-2 with another scout shot here. Apex, he's done an awful lot to soften up Blitz. Techno with just that Mac 10, and if he paths back, the scout's holding for him. They know the bomb's down. Techno exercises patience, as does Blitz, going for a real audacious round-the-world maneuver here.
Is Apex open? Yes, he is.
Oh, perfect. That pulls Flames away, and Techno closes! Not what they wanted to see as far as the casualties go. 9-10 bails him out with 3. An important close in the 2v2 as well. Love that from Blitz. How patient are you? Just immediately says, hold your horses. I'm going to flank him.
And that's one way to get the likes of Apex frustrated early, probably not believing the fact that Blitz has rerouted after that kerfuffle on the B side and then just catches him in the back, not ready for it whatsoever. So great work from 9-10 to bail them out with the multi after they lose the opener, and it will have to now just be light pistol upgrades for Vitality. Plenty of Deagles, a 5-7, and a smoke in the hands of Flamesy.
Chip damage.
And right now it's a full rifle investment for the Mongols, so you're going to want to hold on to all of these, or at least not give an AK over to be carried into the next for Vitality. This time won't just be the conga line through middle, bit more of a divide and conquer approach. Two top middle, patrolling towards A, Mazinho, as you'd expect. It's either going to be Palace or Ramp for him. Having a look out towards B and then in through the underpass. That bomb will slip on the back of the in-game leader, so that keeping this just a bit like a default spread against the light upgrade. And very cautious stuff. Getting ahead of themselves. It is a 3-player B stack right now for Vitality. Seems like they may have gambled correctly right now as the execute starting to be organized over towards B now. The rotation point for Vitality not too far away either, both towards Connector. Could jaunt over quickly. Util in the air, here they come.
So we're going to be tucked in. Rob's first contact. This is the shot. Flashes are good. They spot him. And actually, wow, what a lovely Molotov. Catches him at the back of the plat, and ZywOo's made a meal of his opportunity there. Had a back turned, strafing in, and just couldn't tame those bullets. High recoil on the Deagle.
Oh,
not bad. Yeah, he might leave with an AK here.
Yeah, 2 kills in the round, so it's good to get Flamesy going. It's one of these more flexible pieces that they use on the CT side. He's meant to be the A defender, but Apex will use him a lot towards Connector. And we've mentioned this a lot with the Vitality Mirage. They'll have their loose piece of Rops who plays short. Sometimes you see him over towards A, but it's all about the cat and mouse game of this save as Flamesy has been heard joining away in through the underpass, and he will get away with this AK. They are heading towards top middle. Bomb's about to go off, but I don't think you'd want to risk another death right now.
Yeah, well handled. Do you think that might be, you know, a little bit of an oopsie from ZywOo, but he's not going to be letting that get to him.
Yeah, those last 2 rounds, sure, it was a light buy and a force buy, but they did get the opening kills, so that is a positive side for the CT side. Let's see if they can do it now that the rifles come out. It doesn't look great, but still very tough. Especially with the onslaught of the Mongols coming in for that B hit. So quite a lot of B play within the first 3 rounds. Let's see if that comes into the rifles now. ZywOo gets out his AWP. 1 defuse kit on Flames. And he gets to keep that AK-47. Announcing the presence of the AWP immediately was ZywOo, and 9-10 trying to catch a timing there. Quicker scaling down mid.
Yeah. Blitz trying to link up with 9-10 through under. Molly for sure. Opens some angles. Rob's trying to lend a hand as well, just over the edge of that smoke. On the fade will dip back.
Well, you kicked up a lot of pressure towards middle immediately, and Vitality don't want a bar of it. You can see this. Sure that you've still got that probe of Rops who we were just on board with, aggressive towards window/vent room now. Apex hanging around, but they're not contesting Connector. You're going to be the AK of Flames over towards the balcony. You're going to have that potential for Apex to play from jungle, but it's the man of ZywOo who did sound off with the AWP playing towards triple right now.
Connector smoked. Window 2, Flames called ramp clear.
And he's noisy, they know he's close.
3 through Palace. This is ambitious, especially if Flames gets going. He's got the AK, he's got everything he needs, got ZywOo on sight. But ZywOo goes down and so does Flames! Flawless entry work, oh, 4-4! Vitality, you're trying to dust yourself off, trying to say that those first 3 were not how this one's going to go, but first gun for you and nothing to report.
Yeah, map felt pretty small for Vitality there, even with the forward position of Rops throughout that. They really didn't know what was going on towards middle, and then timing just catching Flamesy off. ZywOo's the one who falls first, just gets shot in the side of the head, and that's a frustrating way for the superstar to go down. 4-0 start, this is great stuff for the Mongols.
3 through Palace contact after your default mid control. That's cheeky. And with 5 alive, their coffers will be full.
This is the map if you go back to the major grand final between the two teams where it kicked off with the Mongols' victory, and you're like, oh dear, is it really possible? Could Mongols be lifting the major trophy? Now, you follow that up with a Dust 2 and an Inferno, and they get slapped around the server, and then you go into Cologne, and apparently they didn't practice. It didn't go too well for them either. But then it's Bounty, and it's a 2-0 on Mirage and Inferno not featuring in the series today. Vitality have decided to take it to Dust 2, and then Nuke will be the third if we get there. So we'll open the mix again. And aggression towards Palace immediately with it in hand. Now, late to tend to this is Mazinho. So how aware is he of the push? You know it's going to be a lighter investment, so he would be cautious of a push in towards Palace. It's a move that can try and catch the default off guard. So you can see how diligent he is here. This is the tough peak, and yeah, just collects it simple as you like.
Oh, there's an AWP.
How do you operate with that information? You weren't grouped up. It's still very early within the round. Seem to have an idea, right? If the AWP shows itself that early, you want to keep it moving, right? You don't want to just stay static with it. So ZywOo has changed position, sure, but still on the A side. So if Mongols were hoping it rerouted over towards window or maybe over towards B, that's not the case. And again, this Palace lean with plenty of bodies is Blitz kicks up a fuss in mid.
Yeah. Right off a shot, it was heard. Flames trying at the same position. This time ZywOo more informed. Just the setup. Oh, and a nice snap to the head onto Techno. 5-7. Jiggle doesn't work out for him. Goes down to Senzu's AK. Nice
clip
reset. Through the hedge. It's a 3-on-2. He's going for it. Senzu will drop in. ZywOo cognizant of the possibility. 9-10 push in smokes. How does he get one there? Mezzi's got the info though. ZywOo's got him locked in. Is there anything Senzu can do? A little bit of damage onto ZywOo through the box, but the AWP connects. ZywOo announces his presence. 5 rounds deep, but hero AWP pulls them across the line for their first.
Yeah, okay, well, that one was definitely going to come as a bit of a surprise. The fact he's been able to pull it in consecutive rounds.
Nice work from Flames as well. You needed someone to chip in.
Well, right, especially after last time, you were the man who's meant to be checking it occasionally, and your AWP goes down. So this time he actually is able to stall that out, get the info, and help set them up for their first. And he's still there for a Mongols buy. Deep flash, 9-10, forced back. So going looking for a pick to try and apply pressure to Mezzi. It's him and Rops, the B duo. Rops towards short, Mezzi towards the B apartments, and a safe pair of hands. Mezzi doesn't want to go down early, so very diligent with his jumps. Look at this, 3 CTs congregating around connector, so ZywOo's AWP wants to poke in.
Yeah, that smoke fades. Catches Blitz, first time of asking from ZywOo. Back-to-back openings. Once the Frenchman got that sniper in his hands. Don't know what that is. Can't explain it. Apex appears to have jumped out of the window into Techno. ZywOo's missed his shot as well. Confident
out of bullets.
Boards. Oh, so unlucky, Techno. Oh, the head off the Robson.
Doing it all.
Okay, Flames next victim.
Keep him coming.
ZywOo, lucky to get away. Can't say the same for the rest of his team because they all fall. And Techno takes control of this one.
Okay, so Apex gets that kill, and he's assuming it's like the other rounds where it's really just been blitz around middle within the mid to late round, and the rest of his team is grouped up ready to go elsewhere. But there was more than just one player this time round, and that makes Apex look very foolish. So a bad death for the in-game leader essentially gives the round over. Now look, it wasn't just that one kill. Techno did a great job. Softens up ZywOo, gets another kill, keeps on fighting, and essentially wins the round on his own. His teammates just get to waltz towards that B bomb site and punish based off the information. So ZywOo with the AWP wants to save it. Missed shot and low HP there. I'm going to try and hunt him down.
Senzu's got him. Keeping that headshot percentage up.
And Techno's big smile on his face. No, he got away with murder there. Very well done in middle. Probably asking the same question we are at home. Why the hell's he jumping out that window?
Yeah. It is from Techno's POV. He's get caught by a flash as he jumps out as well.
This one's very nice.
Yeah, just a little tap to the face of Robs, and then that, I think he spotted a little bit of flames when he threw those bullets through the smoke, commits to the spray and tracks him. Zywa getting hunted down as well, takes nothing through. So Vitality are in this weird situation now where not everyone can afford.
Well, you take the tactical timeout, and the conversation is just to talk about what they're going to purchase into this. Apex knows that he made a massive mistake in that scenario, so you're not taking this. Maybe he takes accountability in this moment. Hey guys, sorry I misread the situation. It's more to talk through the buy because they can get the AWP out again. Zywa, as you mentioned, has gotten back-to-back opening kills on the AWP. Not only that, even with the lighter buys, they were still getting opening kills. It's more about what can we do with a FAMAS and an MP9, 2 M4s and the AWP with limited util. Top count window smokes deployed insta. AWP starting window this time round.
Open a prayer, Zywa doesn't find any lucky gaps. One spot from Merriman.
It's really going to be about the restraint on this smoke because he only has that one smoke. So you can use it to block or you can use it to give yourself a bit of a wall if they do charge in towards the site. And that's where Mezzi has to ask himself the question, do I really think it's going to be a B play? He will need to be informed by the rest of his team. What do we hear? Are they in middle? What type of util? Is there any spam?
But you are seeing, you know, his pedigree here. There's reluctance to throw that block smoke. Mongols are trying every trick in the book, footsteps, fake molly, trying to get that anchor's smoke out of his hands early. And there we go, around the minute mark, Mezzi commits his smoke.
And there isn't one close by. Rops is actually over towards vent room again. He has the other smoke as the B defender, but won't be able to contribute right now. Currently stuck, and we'll have a fight very shortly.
Okay, Apex is going to get there just in time to lend a hand to Mezzi. Incendiary could prove useful. Blitz coming in from short side. This is a fight for Rob, so
well
he
done.
takes him comfortably. Mezzi reacts in time, trades out. Oh, nearly another onto Senzu. B-site Mongols, and for now, Zywa and Flames want to change that.
I think you should be saving right now. You don't want to give away everything. He takes a shot to keep the pressure on. Flames, can he get a better gun? Oh. Yes.
Whoa, gets away with the AK, but actually swings and commits. So
he's fighting this.
He's not.
They're both coming.
9-10. Oh, he's holding the AWP. Catches Zywa. They take nothing through. 6-1.
I have a hard time justifying that because if you save the AK, even if it was only the MP9 and the AWP, with the loss bonus where it's at, you have another buy.
Right.
And I know you want rounds, but this is actually going to put you further away from that unless you can win with lighter investments. Mezzi does well considering the output.
My bad.
I talked to Apex about that combination of words very specifically, actually. Taking accountability in that moment. Most succinct way to do so.
I think definitely with overpeaks, something that I didn't love hearing as an in-game leader was, oh, I just missed my shot. Because as you try and formulate what went wrong, if a player is saying more often than not, I just missed my shot, it's like, well, no, it was the position.
More to it.
But did we need a better flash? You know, did he have a better angle than you? Was it something that we didn't consider?
Yeah, you can't do much with, I didn't hit my shot.
Yeah, right, and it makes it so much tougher to be able to call into things. But accountability, especially when stress is at an all-time high.
Well, I mean, the fact that this match boils down to $1 million match for Vitality in that club championship, the org certainly put extra pressure on. Matt says the players are not blind to that.
Another opening death there for Apex. Actually, that might be his first.
Oh, Flames only the one, so not really anything to be celebrating for Vitality. Zywa is alive, perhaps that is the silver lining. Can't track. Mazinho gets accurate in time.
Look, 7 rounds on the T side of Mirage is huge. There's a reason that the celebrations, or at least the elation in my voice for what Mongols are achieving right now isn't through the roof. It's because we've been here before and we've seen it.
Yes.
Now, they can go one map up and they can dominate Vitality on Mirage. That has happened before. That's not a question mark. That's not an expectation, especially when you're going up against the world #1 whose crown is starting to slip, but they're looking to get back into form. The question coming into this is, hey, Vitality, you've lost them the once. Is it really going to be twice? We'll give you a slow start to the second half of the year, but how long will that continue?
Yeah, it was very unusual for me, just hearing Apex in an interview, I think it was a day ago, maybe 2, but just in that post-match interview saying, yeah, I don't know if this is the event where we take the trophy. He doesn't know.
Rops has investigated this. He will need to back off before this smoke fades, or he's on his own. He doesn't have support at all. Here's the jump across.
Spotted.
Takes the fight and gets out of there. So they want to re-aggress in middle by the looks of things. Apex wants to swing window. Rops wants to fight short. How are they going to go about this?
Off the flashes, they're behind the boxes. Need a molly to force him out. Apex does catch Bullet through the wall. So does Zywa, brought low to 2. Two members of Vitality heavily wounded. And now they ask questions of Mezzi's B site. He's done well for the first. There's Rops with a chip in. Catches Mazinho trying to advance. Now 9-10 finishing what he started. Removing Apex. It's not far off. The quick adjustment to Flames. Misses that one, and now Vitality's set to collect 2.
Senzu's about to have an awful lot of space with 45 on the clock. So how far forward can he go without being detected? And can he catch Flamesy off guard?
Yeah, you can see Flames is in 2 minds. Senzu knows the angle well, handles it perfectly.
Now the problem is there's no util. Blitz should be able to get in here and get the bomb because Zywoo can't be aggressive on low HP.
Yeah, so how does Senzu play this? Knows it's likely to AWP the first rotation.
We'll have to plant safe. Unless he's so ballsy, it's tough to plant for Cat.
Yeah, but that's where Robs comes in. Held by Senzu. That's the fight! Good shot from Robs. Blitz in a clutch though, and with 2 of them low, let's not fly him out of this one just yet. Maybe harder now. 31 points to remain. Zywoo is very low, but has the AWP trained on Blitz's position. Mezzi crab walking in. He finds another. Zywoo's gone, watching them the sidelines as Mezzi pulls it off. Comes down close to the clutch from the captain. Mezzi denies Vitality's second is real.
Yeah, he's got the awareness immediately after taking Zywoo. Hey, maybe Mezzi's already entrenched in the side there, so the preparedness for Blitz, it was on point. This is where, if it was cleaner, he has full HP, could have been the difference maker because the AWPer bowled over easy as you like in this fight right here.
Oh,
it is a headshot, so yeah, Mezzi quick to the draw. First tactical timeout called. Mara, I'm sure he's happy with 7, but he can have 10, so why not? Your money's still there. You have the ability for a residual buy as well, even if you lose the next. You know that you just took down 4 of the 5 members. The pressure is on the CT finances. Ooh, shake of the head. You don't see that too often.
Interesting that it was towards 9-10. I don't know if it was him asking for like
a peak potentially.
Like,
yeah.
I want to go for this, and he says no.
Just looking at 9-10 right now in terms of his spawn, it was a better spawn over towards A, so maybe he wanted to do the totem boost or go Palace and look for that fight. So Mara potentially overruling that right now.
Goes for that initial timing shot, doesn't catch anyone on the cross. Blitz far too of an experienced veteran.
I think they're going to group up quickly and execute B, right? Because what they're doing right now is they're just feigning mid, and they have been quite pesky there. So the flash through the smoke, Apex securing, no bullets were shot back. Now Mezzi, he's going to feel like he wants to block.
I feel like Mezzi's no slouch on B. Usually he gets the info, gets out.
Something.
Goes for the block at the mouth.
Rotation's coming.
It's coming quick. Robs for that one tap to generate it. Hang on a second, that's immediately the bomb lost. Mezzi handles it. How dare you come to my site, he says. Techno trade elated. Hold on from Robs, still on the short side. From the bench, Apex chips in, it's comfortable. Okay, well that was attack pause into one of the more convincing rounds we've seen from Vitality.
Yeah, and there was a real direct approach there. I imagine they're hoping to catch them while they're investigating elsewhere on the map, but it felt like they had a decent timing. But for me, it's Apex pushing through the con smoke. Right, Mezzi does a great job, don't get me wrong. Like, if we're focusing on the fact that he gets a multi-kill here, this is huge. But the info was already there that middle was light on, and then as the execute comes, you can believe it is going to be that hit. They have tried a couple of these peters out into B, but it's not too late to get 5 at the halftime break.
Yeah, that one's going to feel good. This one will feel even better.
You break the money with this one.
Robs onto Mazinho. Rob's going aggressive, and Blitz anticipates. Gets away with that one, and now Flame's always in trouble. He's in so much trouble. The A site falls. Zywoo to claw back. With no Apex help, still good 2 from the AWP so far. More to be had, a 2-on-2. It could slow down. Mezzi is in movement, as is Senzu. Transitions back. With the bomb.
Yeah, Mezzi's looking for Blitz, who he knows was towards middle, and...
Missed him.
Oh, dear. Sound cues, he's talking a lot.
He's heard him.
But if Zywoo goes B, the bomb's still towards A. Does Mezzi go through spawn?
No bomb, no bomb.
And now Senzu has to go A.
Yeah. Will Zywoo even consider the fact that Senzu was on the other side of the map from his teammate?
And this is it. So he knows that Mezzi's the B defender and Zywoo was in Marketplace. So where is Mezzi? Why would both of them be over towards B right now? He's being diligent with the clears. This is going to soak really important time off the clock. So he has no idea if a player is close. He's still likely to get the bomb down. If the fact he's made some sound cues, jumping around, nobody's peeked him just yet. He will just plan, but it's default.
Oh, he's not even holding it. That's critical time for the rotation to come through,
now,
closing the gap. Yeah, he may have lost valuable time to set up for this post plant. Can't seem to mantle on top of that box. There we go. Mezzi from ramp. It's Zaiwu, and I'm sure he's going to clear this. Oh, hang on, gets the info safely. Trapped in the corner and distracted. Good team play. Zaiwu, another triple kill. Closing this gap to a more competitive scoreline. It was running away from Vitality, but a little bit of a resurrection of hope.
Yeah, and I said broke the money, right? They're all far away from what would be a full buy as a team, but it can still be very threatening for the Mongols here for the final round of the first half. They got the bomb down to the extra 600 bonus with the loss bonus that's built up to this point. So it's still going to be at least one AK, and I can see 2 have been equipped so far. A Galil for Blitz, a Mactan for Techno, and Mazinha will be hedging in finally with a Deagle. The util is there, and it looks to be direct again. So if B didn't work, maybe A is the solution. Everybody has head armor. This Mactan is going to struggle to just break through the immediate headshot.
Yeah, plus their A defense, the other 2 Flames. Good for the first contact. He hears one above him. Apex removes it. Lovely team play so far from these 2. Oh, look at them work. Beautiful in unison. Apex, a big part to play in that 5th round. Vitality with 5 to work with as we swap sides. Mongols 7. Semifinals, they're underway. I hope you're having a good Saturday. Your evening will be entertained throughout for Vitality Mongols and Falcons Aurora. We're into the second half. It's Mirage. And already boasting 5 are Vitality coming back after a Mongols speed run out of the gates.
Yeah, and those rounds were pretty dominant for the teams who were winning them. Sure, we had a couple of 2v2s a little bit later in the piece, but Vitality were the ones got off with multi-kills to shut them down. It was side of Mongols having to battle back in to make those competitive, but 70 half, that's more than par for the course. They'll be very happy with this. But how happy will Vitality be with this pistol? They've invested in a lot of utility. Normally on a pistol round, maybe 2 players would buy util. Right now they have 3. There's a P250 in the hands of ZywOo. There's 3 smokes. Bunch of flashes. Techno over towards the B apartments with dual Berettas. Senzu's going to take contact, so a bit of a bait and switch setup. But they're on the wrong side of the map right now as the first bit of utility is lobbed out.
So they were going for the double pump fake, hoping 9-10 Mazinho say nothing, nothing, nothing. Then Apex starts flashing B. And ideally the Mongols comms start to panic.
Though. There's no steps.
Mazinho still looking ramp. 9-10 not sure what to look for. Mazinho goes down. 9-10, what have you got? Good tap. And down. Flames. A flying block to the face. Senzu stabilizing. Can't control it, but Blitz saves him. Side of the head shot. Blitz removing Rops. This is an important kill. ZywOo does manage to make a round out of this. It's going to be a tough one. 180 degrees. Doesn't fight the first, and Techno good for it. Apex in the clutch. What's he got? Techno hits the shot. He's getting overrun. Massive output from Blitz in the pistol. Mongols find that 8th immediately.
Yeah, and trying to be so tricky with it, a fake on a pistol, right? It's definitely something you can see, but with so much util, right? When you see 2 smokes and flashes onto the A site on a pistol, and you think, okay, well, unless all they're doing right now is opening the avenue for the potential mid-crawl, you get teams who come through the underpass and they're parked behind it and they pop through. But this was a full A fake, then the B play with light util. The fact that Techno's on the balcony towards B and no steps are coming, that is why the fake is quite limp, right? If there was nobody in the site, Techno had rotated away. It's like, okay, but he's on the balcony, he's not hearing any steps, not hearing any progression. He calls the util short. They even lose that first fight. So another opening kill for Vitality that doesn't go their way. But bomb goes down, kills are there, Force Spy coming through. 3 Galils, Tech9 and a Deagle.
Yeah, Blitz welcomes an early engagement here. Just walking straight up into the belly of the beast, puts a bullet into the head of one. Removes another.
Oh dear.
Ooh. Senzu, empty hand.
Needed a multi.
He's done an awful lot there with the Galil. Good shooting. 2 versus 3. Rob's forced to respect the incendiary.
Well, these are the extremity players remaining. So nameplate Counter-Strike Vitality says Mazinho should be somewhere towards A, Techno should be somewhere towards B. They can reset as Rops goes out as a probe. Is there the gap for them to waltz into? Rob's always very diligent with his angles, isn't in a rush, and you would expect the CTs have 1 or 2 options. They either park the bus, they wait, they could group up and go for some reaggress. Now they're backing their individual ability right now, and that's the Mongols 101 as creeping up short now with the bomb. Apex and Mezzi partnered up.
Yeah, Mazinho's not going to be spotting for their cross.
And both worried about the potential window slip, so tricky business, at least on the mines.
Here's Techno's chance. Peeks on in. Spots out.
Has to live.
Apex and just trying to survive now. The Flame's going to make that difficult. Forced to extinguish. Burnt down to 38. They advance. All around him. Brought down comfortably. Rops will find the rifle in the smoke. It's Mazinho with a nade that might find Apex. Not enough. He's in trouble now, isn't he? Vitality quick to return. Second round conversion in the absence of the pistol. That will go nicely. Mazinho to deny. They're stacked up. This is winnable. Has Rob's got it in him? He certainly has. Denies the Mazinho. A clutch attempt.
Couple of clumsy moments there, wasn't it, from both sides. Techno under so much pressure. When he's throwing that smoke, he's actually in the open. And then there towards the tail end. Mezzi, he's done such a great job. He's had some really important kills so far. And this round is no exception. But there, it feels like a clumsy peeking towards window. Maybe thought his teammates were going to swing with him. But that was the way back in. Nice! And another 1v3 attempt that doesn't go the way of the Mongols. Blitzers tried Mazinho as well, and now it's going to be a force buy back the other way, and we're direct into what should be an A execute.
Oh, Mazinho is going to be right tucked up, close, perfect weapon for the job. Here's him coming. Missed shot from the Deagle. Mazinho gets no output. 9-10 still chipping in. How's he got 2 there? Need to bring him down. Vitality do. It's Rops that contributes. Blitz going aggressive. Not the weapon to be dropping out a sandwich in the chaos. Techno has to try something, and he has managed to catch that player transitioning to plant the bomb. Just delays the inevitable, doesn't it? Senzu, 1v3 goes 1v2. Another one of these, Chad.
And they should be able to plant open side. They know where he was. They smoke him off. I don't see how he wins this.
Yeah, it's none other than Rops and ZywOo. Unspoken synergy between these two. Oh, like that.
Hey, ZywOo. Not going to miss, is he? And that one right there should spell a game tied up at 8-8 because the Mongols will now have to take the eco. You see the thought process for Blitz in that situation because 9-10 kicks up a bit of a fuss with the double dig from Triple Box right here. He's thinking, okay, well, I want to try and capitalize on the chaos, but he's a little bit too late for it, and he doesn't have any other teammates who can also run through the smokes. So instead, he just drops into his demise, hoping to catch a bit of a timing, but that's not going to be the case. So riding the ship right now are Vitality. And we'll really just have to be talking about what will the approach be on that first rifle round. When you reflect on what Mongols were getting up to, they win the T-side pistol, their anti-ecos are both very B-centric, and then they're doing these walks through Palace with 3.
Flames is out and about, stretching his legs. He nearly had him. Hit the headshot, now converted upon. Blitz doesn't deliver. Techno, this Zeus is good for one. Okay, hang on. Where's the train?
Gumba stumped.
Smashes him.
Oh!
Hang on a second. Dig! Oh, gets 2. Immediate deletion. Apex takes a warning shot into his hip. A 1v3 for Vitality's captain. Senzu's Deagle puts them in it to win it, and they'll convert it. Can never underestimate the Mongolian Desert Eagle.
Wow. Okay. How does that one get away from them there?
A second from Senzu. What a lovely sequence. We get to see this one again if we're lucky. Starts with Zeus, no less.
Then he gets stomped on, and then he just waltzes around the corner. The second is, that is beautiful onto Mezzi. Great shooting. Well, both teams have had one of those rounds in a way. You go back to round number 5 where Zaiwu had the surprise AWP and it was a lighter investment around there and they snatched that off. That was essentially an eco for the Mongols. So both have had one and we're meant to be tied up right now. Vitality only kicking themselves because look at their finances now.
Yeah, it's ugly. Up against everything. The AWP, the AK-47. Senzu managed to scavenge away. And it couldn't get easier for 9-10 as an opening kill goes. Romps peeks into the AWP posted stairs. That's a nice one back. Zaiwu into the connector, catches him. Molly facilitates a progression forward.
They're gambling right now. CT side is completely evacuated, or they were. Techno was moving away. It wouldn't have been a great call considering he has that MAC-10. You don't want to get caught in transition because if it is the B hit and you have the MAC-10 at range, that's no good. Info play.
Oh, Flames. He's surely a dead man too to Deagle. Bullets to the belly. And Zinho 10 HP.
Oh, if he goes for a timing, you have to let your connector players go first.
Yeah, yeah.
Apex cannot go first.
It's being held. It's Mezzi and Zaiwu. Zinho. Oh, saved by Mezzi. I was lucky to be alive. There's the bomb, though. Blitz can play it. 25 and counting. Rotation's held. This is really going to come down to some fine margins. Calls for the flash. It could be perfect. Mezzi swings in. Blitz is blind. 17. Where's Techno's MAC-10? It's not at the range you want. Should be able to get this bomb down. Spotted him out. They have the info safe plant facilitated now. Zaiwu with just 19 points of health and Mezzi 59. He's got the AK now.
Telegraphs with that flash.
They know exactly where he's coming from. Repositions. Oh, their very best friend, but Zaiwu is too. How do they get out of that one? Zaiwu and Mezzi, with their powers combined, 5 kills in an 8th round, closing that gap further and forcing out a timeout.
And that's the tenacity that you want to see. That's the type of fight you want to see from the world number 1. The Kings of Counter-Strike at the moment, sure, wavering to start off the season, but right now battling back in a difficult round like this. The bomb down on the ramp, that flash was the only piece of utility they had coming in late, perfectly placed. Blitz is thinking, mate, how do they even have that in their hands? And we get the over-the-shoulder cam to see Zaiwu finish it off. As that energy will be required, the leader of men making it known. Look at this purchase. They're going all in. Back and forth of the finances early. It's understandable why Mongols are making this decision. But it's not the man you'd expect to have the AWP in his hands.
A glass cannon on Senzu. Flames and Apex early mid-jaunt. Apex got a lot of room there. No resistance, no util. Doesn't look like Mezzi's going to be starting any deeper towards the apartments, which is where Senzu's elected to take the AWP.
He doesn't have the deep line to catch Mezzi transitioning on the stairs. He's just hoping someone comes and has a glance. Now, oh, okay, a little bit late to it. At least his information does free his teammates up to be on high alert towards middle and A. Block smoke on short from 9-10. Does look like they want to try the B split.
It certainly does. And that's
9-10's
exactly
rotated.
where the glass cannon resides. Zywoo low. It's a lot of damage. I think Blitz just throwing bullets through the smoke. Deagle, what have you got? 9-10, combination. Everyone wins their duel. Apex the exception, standing strong. 9-10's Deagle breaks another neck. Robs goes down. Apex is in trouble. What can he do? He hasn't got the ammo, hasn't got the health. 9-10's Deagle defends B with 3.
Oh, what a back and forth of rounds that we've seen. Right, Senzu's Orb also is able to take down Mezzi. They're definitely not expecting that. But this last spree of rounds, the last 3 have been absolutely wild.
How has he done that?
Yeah, both teams with imperfect buys are the ones able to convert those rounds. It's the eco into the force back, and then, well, the force that you see unfold again. The Deagles have been on point and instrumental on this CT side so far for the Mongols. Senzu's and now 9-10's both lighten them up, but the force by wars will continue.
Even less this time.
Yeah, and very light on you two. It's just a top cat smoke to start, and then you have 1 molly, 1 flash, 1 smoke.
Put through their paces. Flames and Mezzi, this little Tech 9 pairing, going to try and work on Con. Robs through under.
He's going to jump up ticket.
Yeah, that's going to limit their connector progressions without top Con. And 1 smoke is all Mezzi has, or I should say Vitality have.
We're not giving over anything. You can just see the restraint on the setup from the Mongols, knowing that the money is in a tough spot, so the amount of rifles are extremely limited. You want to play the anti-force setup in case of any pops. You don't want to give away a bozo death. You want to make sure that you can play off of each other, and you can just see how these setups are connected. Now, they are giving over middle, where the late piece of Rops will activate. Now, back over towards ramp with the bomb. Congregation of 3. There's that smoke. Oh, and blocked. Do they walk through it?
Yeah, they are. Oh, Mazinho, only the 1. 9-10 still on ticket. They heard that AWP fire off a shot. Zywoo's AK is going to be tasked with trying to hold that wall from the door. Just like that, though, 9-10 denies. AWP defending A. Blitz as well to finish off the job, ensures it.
And that should be it, right? 12 should be a guarantee now for the Mongols, because your choice in the Vitality camp is just force buy out the remainder of this half. Right, and at the moment, when we're talking the high end of 2.2 and the low end of 1.9, that's a really rough buy. Next round, you'll get the 2.4, so you can bring out Galils and AKs, depending on the utility that is going to be required. But Mongols, through sheer will, determination, and some great digs, have been able to put themselves in the driver's seat again. It was such a strong start for them. They were up 7-1 in the first half. It's been the battle back. They got the pistol. They lost the force. They win the eco. Now they're sitting. Oh, no, they did go all in. Okay, I thought they were just light chipping in. This is it. So Vitality are looking to force out the game.
Yeah. And it's into that.
Double orbs, though. Yeah, I don't know about this.
Could be susceptible to a flashbang. Has to be well placed. Jiggle bait. That's problematic. Okay, 1 and done. Zywoo sits him down. Good draft. Techno's not ready. Crosshair ill-informed, and Flames. Oh, but Helper 9-10 doesn't get to pick up the weapon. Now awkward to get that bomb down. Hang on a second. 9-10 brought low. A bullet found his head. Mazinho behind the smoke on market. Can't help out. Goes running him down. 2 on 2 and plenty of time to plant. Oh, but no cover. Mazinho just runs at him.
The bravery. Oh. It's wild, isn't it? Because his connection is Blitz, who's coming behind through B-Apps. He dies. It's a 1v2 for Blitz. They're not even playing off of each other. Just the bravery there. And as mentioned, they just have to force out the game.
Yeah, Vitality were not ready for that.
Great shot from Zywoo.
Yeah, that looked ridiculous. And then this Mazinho push, look at him. I mean, the plant spot, ill-advised, must have assumed that they were both going to be grouped up.
They've dropped an AK to Zywoo right now. I think it's Flamesy, because he doesn't have any armor, so I think he's dropped this over to Zywoo to give their superstar the weapon to break in. A-execute, here they come.
Could be the one to secure the first map here for Mongols. Comfortable, 9-10 and Mazinho. Vitality are falling, only Zywoo and his AK can save them. Robson Mezzi alongside for the ride. Rops drops in, could finish off. Mazzinho can't find him. All of the bullets expended. Spamming away in the smokes and Blitz. He's going to seal the deal. Secure it for the Mongols. Mirage, their pick, their territory. They're up in the series. First map of this semi-finals goes the way of the Mongolians. One step closer to finding the only team that can beat Vitality twice.
Yeah, and Mirage, look, as discussed earlier on within this map, it's not the first time they've been able to take this off of Vitality. We move into a bit of a change in the veto. Bounty was only a couple of days ago where these two teams met. The Mongols beating them for the first time in 10 outings. It was Inferno last time. It's Dust 2 this time. What do Vitality have in store?
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
It's gonna be a good event.
Welcome, sir.
Hello, I'm checking in for Team Vitality.
Sure. Your room number is 118, sir.
Thank you. What the?
Hello, sir.
Hello, can I please get a table for one?
Table for one? Yeah, 18. 1, 18. 1, 18. 1, 18. 1, 18.
I'll just sit outside. Hey, where is the nearest shawarma place?
The nearest shawarma place is 118 meters away.
You're finally awake.
How long was I out for?
Half a day. Apex is gonna get mad if you don't show up at practice. Let's go.
I had a really weird dream. These train noises. And I kept saying this number.
Well, bad night of sleep for Flamesy. He might be a contributing factor here because tonight he's going to have nightmares of the Mongols on Mirage. Strong showing there. Shout if you love Mongolia, Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that happen before.
He didn't get that. He doesn't love Mongolia.
I don't care. I don't care. I've seen the Mongols play good Counter-Strike on Mirage before, and I've seen them do this to Vitality before, and I'm kind of glad I got confirmation that this is the Mongols when they play Mirage at their absolute best. They are a world-class team on this map, Jason. There's a reason why they keep picking it. There's a reason why they've beaten Vitality on the map before, and there's a reason why they did it again.
I'd be careful at saying that one because they picked it all through the losses as well, but
something changed.
Something did change, definitely. And maybe it is part of that. We saw Mazzino in the interview before the game saying, yeah, maybe the confidence, maybe we feel like the chain's been broken, so we're not kind of held back, and we're no longer reserved against this team that has just decimated us time and time again. So, I mean, it's a disgustingly good performance. I think the second half came down to that economic tug of war early on that Mongols won. But obviously, one of the things we talked about too is like it can't just be Blitz as the number one player or the number two player of the event so far. And Senzu stepped up. 9-10 stepped up. I mean, these guys played really, really well to combine with Blitz to have really impactful performances.
Yeah, to be clear, Blitz also stepped up.
Yeah. No, he was great. I'm not saying he didn't play well, but we said it can't just be Blitz, and it wasn't just Blitz. You had Senzu, who was kind of chilling through the first few stages and didn't have to do a whole lot because of the way they were winning. This game, though, he was there providing impact.
Massively so. And I think the thing as well, when you see this round timeline, it was a tug of war. It was a back and forth affair right up until that final stretch where the Mongols put Vitality in the rearview mirror. And so there were a lot of opportunities for Vitality to take control, for them to take command. It was a slow start at the beginning, though. Did we think that first half cost them?
Obviously, when you get off to a slow start and you're down 7-1, that's going to haunt you at some point in a close game of Counter-Strike. So yeah, had Vitality been more competitive in the beginning, then arguably the game would probably still be playing. But I think it was a fair reflection of what we saw in that first half. Yeah. The Mongols were the better team. I love the way they were taking mid control. I love the way they were breaking smokes and connector to get the opening kills as well. And I love the confidence that the Mongols were playing with throughout that game. So, I mean, it was fair that they were leading 7-1. But of course, if you're Vitality, that kind of cost you that you weren't competitive in the beginning.
Yeah, it definitely did. And I'd say probably for those first 7-8 rounds, I think when I was watching it, it felt like we were getting the Vitality that kind of dropped the games in Cologne and dropped the games in Blast as well. Like the team that I think Apex was concerned about, saying the mentality's not there, calm's not there, energy's not there, whatever. But he turned it around. They closed out that half very, very well to bring it 7-5, and unfortunately didn't translate into the second half. And, that'll happen to you, and it's going to be frustrating. And now Vitality has to kind of be concerned that this is 2 times straight that Mirage has kind of gone against them from the Mongols. This is now turning into something of a streak now for the Mongols.
And it's starting to get back into those conversations that we've seen from Vitality where it's like, okay, yeah, we're still making semifinals, but players are talking about red flags, they're talking about not translating actions into words into actions. How worried are we for Vitality off of this?
It's too soon to tell now. Let's see what happens on Dust 2. Let's see what happens in the second map. There's no shame for Vitality in winning this game 2-1. So if that's the case, then I'm not worried at all. I will say, though, that this is just another map where Vitality seems a little bit off, and that's what we spoke about, Jason. It's not like the alarm bells are ringing for us. It's not like I'm watching this game and I'm thinking Vitality is not playing good Counter-Strike anymore. They're just not playing as great as they used to. And I also do feel the Mongols have stepped it up a little bit. So it's another blip on the radar. It's another one we have to keep an eye out for, I guess. But let's be completely honest, if they were to turn around this game and win 2-1, then we're back to square one where we're not worried. But if they were to lose it, then yes, we can start to have that conversation.
Well, it's a big part of it is those magic moments that all seem to go Vitality's way last season, where some ridiculous clutch, some ridiculous moment comes off. More often than not, it feels like they're going against them now. I mean, we had a Zeus into a double 1D ground. Zeus kill coming out of the window.
I think that's the round that broke Vitality completely. I think, even though they won the following round, round 17, I think round 16 was where we saw the game change character a little bit. I think it's Sensu who's having a fantastic showing. Saivu, even here gets a nice opening, I believe, over here. You have USPs in the mix. You have players who are not supposed to get any kills, 2 USPs for that matter as well. They trade 1 for 1. Then you have a Zeus coming in, and
here we go, baby.
It's kind of nice, but also, let's be honest, that's not supposed to happen. 3v3, Vitality are still supposed to win this round, but then Sensu comes in. The first one is nasty, the second one is just pure filth.
I mean, this is why I also have like a hard time. Like, I'm not personally going to draw any conclusions about Vitality, like playing good or bad. On some level, Jacob, we've been in these games where it's like, some guy hits 2 or 3 crazy 1-deeks, and it happened 2 rounds, right? It's like Techno after Senzu has those 2, and then 2 rounds later, it's Techno hitting some nice deeks from bench over towards short, and it changes the nature of the game. Like, and it's not necessarily that you do anything wrong. You're going to be frustrated, and you can nitpick that all you want, but at the end of the day, some dude hitting bangers with a deagle is going to wreck your day. It happens all the time.
It is. And I mean, we're seeing this more and more from the Mongols, right? Where it's not just these fits and the spurts, it's contribution from all over the place. We've got Techno here, normally the guy who's bringing up the bottom of the scoreboard for this team, contributing.
I think we have to also change the conversation a little bit in more in the direction of the Mongols have stepped up.
Sick.
I think the Mongols are playing better Counter-Strike now than they were before the break. I think...
Sorry, I'm admiring that clip because that's like a 4-on-1 essentially for Techno and Con, and he controls the situation. Go on, sorry.
No, that's the thing, right? And I think that's a great example of what I was speaking about. The fact that I think the Mongols have stepped it up. I think the individuals over the entirety of the lineup is performing at a higher level. Before the break, it was Sensu, we pointed him, I'm saying in playoff, he wasn't really stepping up. He was a group stage warrior. He fixed that issue coming into the major, had a fantastic showing. Then 9-10 showed up with AWP. And after the break, we see both Sensu, 9-10 playing well. We see now Blitz coming into the mix. I think Messinho has been the one that we've been calling out a little bit, saying that he could do a little bit more. So far, so good, at this tournament. I think he's slowly but surely ramping up to it. So it does feel like they've raised the level over the entirety of the lineup, just like we praised Vitality for when Messi came in and started to play well.
And it feels like they're a deep enough roster to where, because like Messinho has had some like, I mean, there was a period, like I think towards the start of the year, towards last year, where Messinho was playing really, really well, where we were like, oh god, Messinho's figured it out, because his start in the team was a little bit rough. But they have a deep enough roster now to where one of their players goes through a little bit of a slump or goes a little bit more quiet than what we're used to seeing from him. You've got some other guys stepping up and filling that gap. And that's a really cool luxury to have if you're a team, and testament to the work that they've put in over the years.
The question is, what's Vitality going to be thinking headed into the rest of the series? And before the series, Freya caught up with Rops to find out a bit about it.
Rops, thank you so much for making the time ahead of your semi-final. Obviously, we see you in this situation after beating Tyloo very convincingly. Is this the closest that you felt kind of post-summer break to the Vitality that we saw pre-summer break?
It's definitely in the right direction. I think we feel good, definitely as well. The last few tournaments we have not been the best, just on the results, but also inside the team we feel like we don't play the best yet this season. But I can agree that the Tyloo game was a good one, and I think it's, as I said, a step in the right direction.
We've had a little bit of insight during the games in moments of, maybe when players have been making mistakes, strats haven't been going quite the right way. Apex isn't afraid to address them head on, right? Immediately be jumping in and say, hey, this was incorrect, let's make sure we fix it. Is this something you're used to with previous in-game leaders? How do you kind of digest that in terms of him as a captain, just going straight for the issues?
Yeah, of course I'm used to it. I grew up with Mouse in 2017, so back then CS was very straightforward like that. So for me, it's nothing out of the ordinary. It's a bit of both. I think sometimes it's good. He does it, but sometimes it's also he needs to realize that he needs to take a step back and not do it, because sometimes it can hurt us, and that's something we have talked about, and something everyone can come to a mutual understanding that yes, it can be beneficial, but also in some cases it can hurt us. So just need to have a good balance, and that's about it.
I imagine you've also talked about going up against the Mongols again, because literally just last week you were facing them at Blast Bounty. Any kind of key learnings coming off that series that was unfortunately a loss for you guys?
I think that game against Mongols last time was just very frustrating. I think we didn't really play how we wanted to. We prepared the game, but we didn't really get to come to fruition with many of our plans. I think we kind of read them a bit wrong, even though the last season we had really good reads on them, and we still feel like we have them, but we just need to, do it when it matters, because last time we did not.
Very excited to see if you guys can get revenge today. Thank you so much, Rops. Good luck.
Thank you.
I'm sure Apex was feeling some kind of way after that map on Mirage. I'm curious if he controlled his language or if maybe he let them have it.
Controlled his language, no. Controlled his emotions, yeah. I don't think there's any reason to go out in between the maps and give him a really stern talking to, and teams are obviously so good this year or these days at just forgetting the first map and moving on to the second one. So we mentioned like Mirage is kind of like a must-win map for Mongols, so they've done that. But I mean, Dust 2, let's not tell any lies. It's firmly in the favor of Vitality, especially when you look at the previous time they played it, 13-3 in the favor of Vitality. Big task. I like what Rob said there, and it just goes to show you like these recent issues of Vitality of only making it to the semifinals. They put all of that onto like their own internal issues, right? They put that on themselves. They're not saying this other team beat us. They're saying we played poorly. We didn't play the way we wanted to. We didn't execute the game plan well enough. But I'll tell you what, if you lose 2 series in a row against Mongols, that might have to change. That might have to be a conversation where, okay, not everything is as internal as we thought. Not everything is about our mentality not being there, our execution not being there. Maybe we need to go back to the playbook that we have with Mongols and reassess what they're doing on the map to see what we can change.
I think that's an excellent point, because that's something we always hear from the players, especially when you speak to Apex or FlameC, that yes, if the opponents play well enough to beat us, and if they show up and have a really good day, then that's fair enough, as long as we play well ourselves. So it does feel like right now it's a lot of internal focus on how do we get the most out of our players, how do we get the most out of the team. But as you said, Jason, if you continue to lose to, let's say, the Mongols in this game, and you go out in 3 semifinals in a row, then at some point you gotta attest to the fact that, okay, maybe we're just not playing better than we are right now. So how do we find a way to win despite us not being at our top level? And that is one of the hardest tasks you can do as a team, to win even when you're not at your best.
When you have a guy like ZywOo playing at the level that he has been so far this event as well, right? He's been achieving those numbers.
But that's also something we need to see more, right? Because we praise ZywOo obviously for when he's having great games, when everything is going well within Vitality, but when you're struggling a little bit, that's the guy you want to see step up. That's the guy you want to see take charge of the game. That's the guy I would love to see come in here and Dust 2 and get off to a good start, have a sick pistol, get the orb in hand straight away, and install a bit of that confidence, just like Simple used to do back in the day for now. Sure. You could always count on him, being the first guy in there and take charge of the game. ZywOo is not the same type of player, but I would love to see that.
Well, I mean, that's always been like the criticism of him, right? Is like, as good of a player as he is, and he's one of the great all-time great players, and he's obviously one of the best players in the world. The one criticism has always been we don't see him take over games the way Donk does, the way Simple does, and which is fine in his sense. But that's one thing that changed coming into this year. That's one thing that we saw in this run from Vitality, was ZywOo having that attitude of like, look, I'm putting my foot down, no more. Like we're not losing this game. I'm gonna put you all on my back, and we're gonna get over the hurdle. And it might be called upon here. It actually might be necessary in this series. Maybe not on this map, but in this series.
Poor ZywOo, he can't escape the comparison even when Simple's off noob stomping on BC game. I mean, he just can't get away from that one.
Yeah, poor guy having to be compared against the best of all time.
That's the luxury of being as goddamn as good as you are if you're ZywOo. I think it's only fair we compare him to the likes of Simple in his prime, and to the likes of Donk for that matter as well, because that's how good he is. Now, Dust 2 specifically, as I said, I think a massive win condition is to get the AWP in the hands of ZywOo as quickly as possible. I know that he can rifle at a very high level, and that's something that is always being brought up by the community, that he doesn't need the AWP in the hand, but I think in terms of the way that Vitality is playing Dust 2, the way they play the map, and the way they also get into a lot of scenarios on the A-bomb side where they get the bomb down, having an AWP alive when someone is trying to retake you on the A-bomb side is so valuable. So I would love to see him pick up the AWP as soon as possible.
I'll ask the other side of that coin. We've got 9-10. We barely touched on him in the first map. He had another very strong map, out-opping in many moments ZywOo and the rest of the team.
Yeah, and he'll be called upon in this map for sure. Like, he's going to have another good performance. The op is too big of a resource to not have an impactful opper on this map, because ZywOo's going to do it on Dust 2. We've seen it way too many times. I think he's just going to be absent. So yeah, 9-10 is a big task again to be able to match that on this map. I think more than anything, more than even the oppers, I think the big thing that's going to come down to, I think, is the Apex versus Blitz, of how these two in-game leaders call their teams into these games, where, a map like Dust 2, pressuring catwalk, dropping down middle, lurking out middle, pressuring middle. You can throw a lot of fakes on this map, and you can throw a lot of misdirection on this map, and depending how these teams are kind of operating in that mindset and how they kind of exploit middle in the rotations, that's going to be everything.
You say pressure, and I think that's a key word heading in here to Dust 2. First and foremost, I would love to see the Mongols apply a bit of pressure towards Vitality, and let's not forget the fact as well that Vitality are playing this game and can potentially secure themselves 1.2 million. 230k of that money is from the EWC Counter-Strike tournament prize money, and another million of that would be from the leaderboard, of the Club World Championship. So I think we're currently in a situation where Vitality is one map away from losing $1.2 million, and as much as the players would love to say, I don't care, I don't feel the pressure, I think that could be in the back of the mind of some of these guys. That's an awful lot of money to potentially miss out on.
If any team's going to handle that pressure, it'd be Vitality, who last year going into the major was like, okay, the win streak, okay. You know,
it's kind of a different situation though, right? Because when it's, okay, are you going to win a trophy or not? That's for you and your team. In this instance, it's for your boss. It's for your boss right now. Well, is there an extra $1 million in the Vitality budget coming into this next year out of the club championship?
But that's where it falls on Zonic and the management closest to the team to insulate them from that conversation from up above. That's coming down to those guys of being like, look, don't come up to my players and talk about how important the club championship is. Don't come up to my players and talk about how important this event is overall for the organization. We don't care. We're here to win the Counter-Strike event. If we get you guys some extra money, great. But I don't want that filling their head. I don't want that filling their head at all. I want them focused entirely on the game. So that's the job of management behind the team directly with the squad.
It is interesting that you put it that way, right? Because we had Matt, their assistant coach, ahead of time acknowledging that they were aware.
And look, Apex has acknowledged it as well plenty of times that this event is obviously very important to Vitality as well with everything that it entails. So, I mean, obviously we all know that the players are going to know about it, but once you get here and once you get into the moment of preparing for games and getting ready for games and doing your pregame ritual, that can't be a thought in your mind at all.
I think if anything, it also applies a bit more pressure to Vitality, knowing that if they lose this game, it's 3 tournaments in a row where they leave without feeling they've played up to their best. And I think for a player, in terms of installing confidence in yourself, in terms of looking at the rest of the season, you know, we portrayed Vitality, rightfully so, as being unbeatable in the beginning of the year. And they were unbeatable, right? No one could touch them. They were the best team in the world and maybe had the best season any Counter-Strike team has ever had. But I'll tell you this, if you lose, and I say lose, right, if you go out in the semi-final 3 tournaments in a row, that kind of, you know, confidence that was within the team, that is going to disappear a little bit. And we have seen Counter-Strike be a game that is played on the margins, right? You lose 5% here, you lose 5% there, maybe all of a sudden Vitality is beatable consistently instead of just once in a while.
Yeah, but this is why I just want to hype up Apex a little bit as an IGL and just as a leadership figure of the team, because one thing he's preached to these guys, especially he's mentioned a number of times with Flamesy, is being like, don't take this for granted. The first half.
You never know when you win again, right?
Like he's like, I've been around the block. I've been a major winner, and then I've been at the bottom of the pit afterwards. You know, I think he was part of that team that won the major inclusion that went out last place at the next major. He's like, you don't ever know when this is going to happen again, so you have to enjoy that ride. And now I think as Apex, as that leadership figure with all that experience, he's got to have to have him on a path of recovery, right? And that's kind of where they've been these past 2 events of, okay, now we have to try and get back to where we were, not super far away. But I think Apex is the perfect leader to instill that mentality and to help the team work through these issues.
I think the thing that's interesting about that, right, is the way that they were talking about it last season as well, is how special these kind of moments are within a team, the kind of level of work that they were putting in, the aura around it, and it was, you don't know how long it's going to last. And now it feels like, I don't think the bubble has totally burst, but there is pressure against the skin of it, and the question becomes, if you've lost that magic run, how do you recover?
It's something that happens in every single competitive sport out there, whether you're following American football or football, right? When someone is dominating, when someone is having an error, it's very hard to imagine them not having an error while it's going on, while it's happening. Now we get to see for the first time Vitality struggling a little bit. They're still the favorites, right? Let's be honest.
Sets up the second half of the year really well.
Exactly, and it could be super, super interesting. Now we're heading into Dust 2, and it's a must-win game for Vitality. $1.2 million on the line. Pressure is on, Mike.
Well, it's not always about how you get hit, but how you get back up, and Vitality need to get themselves back up and back into this series against the Mongols.
Yeah, and on their map pick of Dust 2, no less. And you want to talk about Vitality, often you hear the word streaks. In fact, during that desk, I think that word was used a couple of times regarding the power of this Vitality roster, and there is one currently brewing on Dust 2. If Mongols do manage to prevail in the 2-0 fashion here and secure that grand final tomorrow, they'd be breaking an 11-win streak on this very map here.
Yeah, 20 for 2 as far as Dust 2 is concerned is the win-loss column for Vitality. Right?
Good.
But this is the thing, the whole conversation for Vitality all year long, oh, this map they're dominant on, this map. Well, actually, no, every map they're dominant on, and they're winning all the trophies. I was getting all the MVPs. Now we have 2 tournaments in consecutive fashion where they have lost 2-0. And that's a nice start from Rops. Entry onto 9-10 towards Long.
Yeah, that's actually a dream when the call was to start and see what you find on Long. He gets that opening kill, and actually Senzu is timing this very well on his aggress. He's not alone either. They start their progressions lower.
Rops might catch this.
Oh, actually, you're right. His back is turned. Tekno doesn't have the weapon for this. Oh, dear. Rops from one end of the map to another. Nice catch from Tekno. He sticks around, gets stubborn in the tons. Rops has managed to close the gap, so we'll be flanking as they accelerate into A. Up to Mazinho. Good tracking. Yeah, taps the head of Flames. Bomb's got to get out of there. Mezzi's been called back. Apex trying to lead the pack to the path of least resistance. Bomb gets across. That's a big win. Mazinho is on a race now. Robs doesn't want to lose his life. Throws out the door smoke. Mazinho dropping into the site. Loses vision. Blitz trying to lend a hand. He's just disconnected from the fight behind the smoke. Good tap from Mazinho. Loses Blitz, and they're running him down. Gets the job done. Well, you wondered where Mr. Cool was. He's right here with an ace.
And that is the third ace of EWC so far, coming on a pistol round that was touch and go. Rob's actually copped a goosh. I think it was from Techno's Dual Berettas in that upper tunnel skirmish when he was all the way in backyard. We'll catch that again. So here's the opener towards long. Clean and easy. Now he jumps in. Oh, hold up. That's a back turn. Freebie. Then he gets gooshed. Able to come in late. I'm thinking he's going to swing here so Mezzi can trade, but he's the one valuing the life. The Dual Beretta's in hand, and he's going to put that one in his back pocket. A statement piece for Mr. Cool.
Yeah, that's a fantastic start to map 2.
Oh, they missed the mid-door smoke.
Not a fantastic start to round 2.
With double scouts.
No, and especially if you keep doing the strat anyway.
Yeah, you should re-smoke that. Let's try again, shall we, guys? You cannot go middle against a force when there's scouts in play and no mid-door smoke.
Are we happy with that one?
This one looks good.
Referee gives it a double thumbs up. Smoke break at the same time. A little bit of damage onto Robs' face, lower tons. Doesn't get what he was looking for, does Senzu.
No, your game's not broken. Don't adjust your sets. He was just spamming a scout through the smoke, hoping to find a tag. If they mid to B split, this is so potent. This is a round win.
You'd think so, right? Hang on a second. Mazinho's managed to remove Zaiwu. Senzu, however, is a dead man walking, isn't he? Dead man scouting. And so the round is looking pretty safe now. Best case, you get a kill, you get a gun. Just like that.
Okay, well, hold on to that, Galil. Have the scout to work with of 9-10. You can drop the deagle, and you'll be all good in the hood to have something threatening going into the next. You'd love to find a pistol upgrade as well. Okay, so that's great. Ooh, he might go down here in lower tunnels. Rops adjusts and removes 2 more threats, right? That 5-7 would have been dropped. He would have kept the scout. So now it's just going to be Blitz to drop his pistol and to hold on to this Galil if he can. Looks pretty good with the bomb almost gone. Once you see that decision to go into the mid to B, and we can see the type of buy, that's where you know the round is done, right? There's not a lot of block utility. You don't really have any support that's available. There's no utility to break. You can't really capitalize in that situation. So very well handled from Vitality. And I love the fact that they missed the mid-door smoke. They go, let's just throw another one. It'll be all good. And they get away with how they wanted to approach that round after all. Now, the Dust discussing last time these two teams played Dust 2 was back at the Major, and it was a bit of a shellacking that the Mongols copped. Last time around they started on the T side, however, so they are trying to have some learnings, this time opting to start on the defense.
Premium long spawn for Robs.
Oh, okay. Alex, this is interesting. They've invested in a M4 and dropped the Galil, so this might trip up Vitality.
Pushing middle and completely flattens Apex. Okay, 2.
This is crazy.
Double kill straight out of the gates, up the guts.
This is so frustrating for Vitality. To have that type of a play, it feels like you're up against a pug with that type of a maneuver.
This is very cheeky, and now Zaiwu finds himself crouch and tap, spamming away at the door. Senzu's hoping for a gift on his Deeg. Vitality, oof, thrown off kilter by the Blitz aggression. And Techno's already done so much work, calling lower clear. Senzu spots out Flames' push.
Look at the Blitzes. Ooh.
Oh, wow, they can't avoid these Deagles, man.
It just rattled now. And here's the M4 that started the round. Will it spread?
Yes, it will. Let's. Oh, he waited just long enough. Rob cycled to his nade. Does it have any impact? Oh, not today.
Oh, they're still in this.
Mazinho. Oh, he goes down, but 9-10 doesn't. Okay, Zaiwu in that clutch, so he knows where one of the two are. Techno last seen lower. 9-10 actually falling back out along.
He'll get the plant. Has a defensive smoke to drop in sight as well. So Zaiwu, if you're worried about them close, likely to see him drop this smoke, actually uses the block short, so is being respected, and now this becomes a whole lot tougher.
Yeah, flash and go. Zaiwu gets that info, informs his decisions, loses his head. Techno delivers in the denial of the ZywOo clutch, and Mongols will start strong. I can't believe that's the round that they break their silence.
And Blitz keeping up that really, really tough form, isn't he? 2 kills, charging up mid with an M4. It's crazy to get away with that, but he's not expecting an AWP on the other side of the server, so nobody's suicide to really patrol this. And this is honestly crazy. So he's gone hero M4 after saving the Galil. He's dropped that to somebody else, charges up, gets a double. Apex and Mezzi going to be frustrated as all hell. There's Techno being a nuisance, and then ZywOo gives it a good go. The fact he gets the bomb down allows Apex to call them back in. Could even take a timeout in this situation, but it doesn't look like they need the help of Xtaz right now. Mara will be extremely happy with that because now his team sitting pretty with a strong old buy. Long pop potentially, Alex.
Yeah, looks like that's what
they're going to pop.
Preparing for, off of the flashes, and they concede the space. Blitz immediately, turns tail, not interested.
Do they block or do they fight? It's the Mongols, of course they fight.
Almost goes without saying, ZywOo's going to be parked in the pit.
Ooh, 9-10 trying to get across the car.
Yeah, ZywOo would have had an opportunity there.
Mezzi has a molly for this position, but right now, if you can get long control, you know that the CTs have certain options available. They need to make sure they have some real estate. You can't really play just on A. So 9-10 has bought them a bit of room that Vitality aren't going to be too awares of. So you're going to expect them to either push upper tunnels, which Rops is currently patrolling for, or clear out middle as a unit. That'll be through the doors as well as short. But really, 9-10's position has allowed the Mongols to stay in a setup that they feel comfortable. Nade, slightly shy of the mark, still does some chip damage onto 2. The reroute with the mid-door smoke through the guts. Now, 9-10 has to know this is possible.
Oh, he's lucky to have gotten away with that. ZywOo dips. Shows presence long. Flash and Senzu's ready to the fight. Hang on. It's messy from Senzu. Support gets nothing. Mazinho tried to lend a hand, lays his life on the line. And that should be a dead man. 9-10 gets away on 8 HP and actually throws out the molly before he falls. Senzu still gets a second there.
No Techno has to be here.
Yeah, Apex is...
Oh, nice shot.
Nice shot onto Blitz, but this is the one you've got to get past. Techno, problematic. Robs, 9-1, we saw him in the ace on the pistol. Now walking into that side, Techno's not ready, no immediate trade. Bomb awkward,
so
9-10 low. 9-8, he's got the movement. 9-10 not going to be able to deny this retrieval. Gets it punched just in time. How is an AWP supposed to win this 1v1? Up against Rops, no less. A good Deagle bullet, a good timing. Maybe he's got a shot after all. 9-10 slipping through the window. Rops looking at the doors. He has no idea. 9-10 gets the info, just can't hit his shot. Rops clutches up.
Oh, his impact being felt. Within 4 rounds of play, a pistol round ace, one of the most influential rounds of the game, as well as a big clutch and a pressure moment. As we're eating good today, the semi-finals underway. And Techno, the reason he's expecting upper tunnels, you've got Rops as one of the extremity players, so he also heard the jump in upper tunnels previously. The reroute, though, because they were down in numbers. Tactical timeout called. Frustrating for 9-10, but so tough for him to win. You highlighted it very well. How is the AWP on low HP meant to win a round like that? They are going to force. They can get out another AWP. And what complements it? An M4 for that of Blitz. Senzu into a Famous. So far, mid to B has been quite a prevalent approach within the early stages. Sure, it was against a force, and now they were somewhat forced into it. Either way, they've been able to find success there. I would post it to make sure nobody can get lower. Your peers out short.
Oh, scaling, yeah, 9-10 is very trapped. He's a dead man. He is dead. He's still alive for a moment longer. Flames is the one to secure it.
That's a massive opening scout, right? That's the AWP they invest in to unravel the default, yeah, and he goes down immediately. So now you're working with pittances. Second wave of this short fight.
Okay, Flames is already at half health. Mezzi joins him.
No one's going to flash. They're just going to walk. Oh, ZywOo's going in his hand.
Okay. Blitz, how do you turn that? And return to a second. Not going to happen.
I don't even know if you want to save these. Give these a look if you can. And Senzu finds something, but all the health that he gives over for that fight. The one will be late through long. They know that Senzu's mid-doors. They know that Techno's the B holder. So right now, it's just about making sure there is no way they can delay this plant. Now, Apex worried about somebody tucked in towards long, but we'll be able to get in for free. ZywOo is going to get the doors in time.
Yeah, but
he's not.
Techno's going to hit it and now can swing. Hang on a second. This becomes a little more winnable, especially one more shot from Techno. Ooh, doesn't hit it.
Should be the save right now from Senzu.
Yeah, a little bit of hope, but only for a moment.
Yeah, you could see there just chips in the night. Apex and Zai were making sure that they were going to plug that gap, but Techno not letting go of W, just catches him on the timing there. So 4-1. Dominant start from Vitality on their map choice. Nuke in the third and decider. You can see it top left of your screen if we need to get there. And Senzu looking for anything extra to take into the next round with the AWP. They'll be able to pick that up for Zaiwu. Mezzi will drop that over to the superstar. But it's all Robs at the moment being the conversation. Flamesy making a lot of space. Both players having to turn the flash. Good trade work, simple stuff. Now they have already lost an eco so far in this series, Vitality. It was that pesky Zeus back on Mirage in the hands of Techno. Just juggling their investments. So Senzu will get to use the AWP.
Early intentions towards long for the CT side, and Senzu not playing scared. With that EWP, could have had the same fate as 9-10 if he's not careful.
Yeah, interesting that they tried the same approach with the opener, so clearly part of that game plan. And now they know where the AWP is. So sounds off. Forms Apex to find the finish, or at least the next move. Into Beast Mode lobbed in.
Bounces off 9-10's head. Does that give him something extra to work with? Senzu, yes, profits.
Now go away fast.
You know where the AWP is. Unable to accelerate. The short smoke still up. Doesn't want to commit in.
It's just faded now.
Yeah, they're not to know. Senzu in the doors. Looking for troubles. I was ready for him. Okay, hot potato. 9-10 still has it. So who anticipates that AWP will be retrieved? God, that's not far off. He's getting run on down. The AWP now once again lies idle. Flames makes it so. Just Techno on B. Oh, and he catches another one. Just progressing. Blitz down through the smoke. It's not looking good for Techno. That's a nice start, but traded out.
Yeah. You can't really give him anything, can you, with those deagles in hand? Statement pieces of Mirage, Senzo at 9-10. Isn't the great proficiency. Techno putting his name in the window, but only one for him. Remember, that was just a saved AWP and some light upgrades, so the guns will now come out. We had Vitality battle back in the first half of the first map. I'm sure the Mongols are hoping to do the same. Some good space being taken from Flames. He hasn't had the best start to the second half of the year. He's been rough around the edges. Definitely questions about his performances. Long pressure has been applied here. They've got an extinguished smoke and a corner smoke. 9-10's AWP does get this tunnel's control, but Rops is playing on the right side. He might go unprepared for that. Heavy gravitate back towards middle. Are they going to boost over towards CT? It looks like it. So this will help this mid to B.
Yeah, but as you highlighted, Rops' early cross.
Dead, mate.
Surely Rops is getting cooked here. Yep, that's what happens. Perfectly timed as well.
Right now, Apex should just call them into an A finish, because that's the AWPer. It should right now be take short. Oh, and execute in towards A. That would be, but they're going to go mid to B. Okay, how many is he going to get? Only going to have the offerings of one, mainly through the tunnels.
Yeah, he lurks out of the smoke. Senzu's looking the other direction. The util, the sound. Enough to draw his focus. What a well-structured round that was.
And you can see they're spamming the smoke in case Techno's in it. The fact that your window player was looking the wrong way, but we can see that Techno did not start on that B side. So
just the presence of mind from Robs. 9-10 a little late to the angle.
It's funny how that can just make the whole difference of the round right there. That comes tumbling down for the Mongols, who are getting ragdolled right now. And Flames being let off the leash for the hunt. They want to try and remove as many of these rifles as possible. Now the bomb not even halfway gone just yet. There's a search party in T-spawn. They're also investing into CT. So if they can get one of these, it's not too bad.
Yeah, who's responsible for Flames' fight? You can see Blitz crouched down in the pit. So they will be allowed to progress. Looks like it's going to be telegraphed as well. Yeah, util, sound, steps. Good hold from Mazinho so far, trying to hold on. it looks like they're going to lose at least another rifle. Yeah, that's a good one. Finds Mazzinho. Blitz trying to hold on as best he can. Dumps his nades, and Mezzi farms up some extra frags. Removes all of the weaponry from Mongols.
That's a great hunt, right? That's a fantastic hunt, because even if they kept 2 of those, they likely have another full rifle round. You can see Mara there just, I don't know if it's dejected. I have a hard time reading Mara, but either way, he'd be a bit disappointed with how this one is unfolding. But really good hunts. Like the comms in this situation, right, it would be very high. This is clear, this is clear. Okay, swinging now. They've gone into a partial. The only round that they've won is because of a Blitz Hero M4. So here's another. Can he do something again?
Ooh,
no, he
Messi
can't.
Denies it with a bit of a showstopper. Intense Deagle, though. It's impressed us already, and he's so good for 1. Senzu's scout sweeps through the line, but tucked back in now are Vitality. Oh, actually adjusting to Apex in that pit side. That's the bomb and the AWP. Oh, wow!
Okay, well, that's impressive, but I think that's about it.
Yeah, it's just that the bomb's down there now. Like, it's just feeling a little more uncomfortable than it once did. Especially if he hit that one. Flames, can he solve the mystery? Looks like he has.
They don't even need the bomb. They're still in pit right now, so they are encroaching on the A side. Techno goes down, not ready for Flames. Another important kill just to make sure nothing carried through again, and there you have it. Okay, 7-1, 6-round gap. Blitz is, yeah, he's only going to be working with 3.5, so that's going to limit his options. So we saw in the early stages of this, the AWP wanting to take fights towards short, whether they were something they saw in the prep. Okay, they are going to throw this certain util set, maybe trying to punish like Alcarid was when we had Heroic on the screens yesterday. Second timeout in 8 rounds. Scoreline telling the pitcher. Blitz into just an MP9. A late surge of rounds required, but how many can they get? 4 more up for grabs. Decent amount of long spawns available between Apex and Mezzi if they wanted to go, but I think that Mezzi might be boosting Zaiwu. Let's find out. No, okay.
Seen a single Zaiwu doorbang connection yet. Usually good for 1 in these T-halves. Robs across again. Same trick this time. A little bit of a switch up in the setup.
All missed it this time round.
Yeah, okay. Maybe Zaiwu can catch an inquisitive CT over the top of it. Senzu thinks twice. Seeds back to B. Oh, there you go. That's the fight Robs is looking for. He has half Techno's health.
It's reminding me in some way of what we saw from Robs when they were taking on Mouse during that Cologne semi-final. He was doing everything in his power to keep his team in it, and they weren't really functioning perfectly. Now, right now, everything is going a whole lot better than that with the scoreline 7-1, but Rops is the one continuing to find this massive output. Now, this B defense is on an island. I really don't think they have too many chances of getting this done against a full execute.
Okay, change of the flavor.
There's a molly that Senzu could throw into tunnels to try and slow this, and Techno might have to smoke himself. Oh, he's going to get out of danger right now.
Let's see how they play this. Vitality's B exec, how good is it?
That's it, safe.
Good enough. Solid util layering. You can see the last piece being that window molly that does ward Blitz away.
Not a huge amount of cash for Zaiwu, but you could send out the scouting party again to try and remove these, but you're also having your way with them, so it doesn't really seem to matter if they have guns or not. Sure, it makes it slightly easier, but at this point, it's 8 rounds, T-side, Dust 2. This is normally where you'll see the CT side starting to take a few more risks going into the next couple, and they've already taken a few. So where are we going to put the AWP? It's already started towards B. It started short a couple of times. Do we try and take the heads-up fight through Suicide against Zaiwu? You start feeling like you have no map control because you're just getting executed on. So you're like, all right, well, let's play in through lower tunnels more. And those risks is likely what Vitality are going to be ready for at this juncture of the game.
Flames again, just first man in, and this time with the opening. Yeah, it's feeling good.
Good to see this return from Vitality, though. It was starting to get a little bit worrying that in the last 2 tournaments, they were eliminated in semi-finals in 2-0 fashions. And again, we're not going to be sitting here and going, oh, they're no longer the best team in the world, right? But there's question marks if it continued to be losses. If we continue this, we'll be going to Nuke with the momentum in favor of the international side.
Oh, flash for Mazinho to go looking and cross his pit. Flames, oh, he's in trouble. Yeah, good find from Mazinho. Flames immediately towards long, brought down.
You might be able to contact out mid to B because a lot of utility was thrown then, so you think that mid is less fortified.
Yeah, Senzu just tugged in this elevated angle.
This is being watched by 2.
Oh, good shot. 9-10 supporting Senzu. That trajectory does imply that he's tugged on the corner. Apex kept at bay in the upper tons, has the bomb on his back. It's Zaiwu hoping to be given something, and it's just a little glance from Techno. Does that bait them in? Drops is surely going to overlook. He was clearing, but no, turns away. Senzu profits. Easy as that. 4, make it 5 alive for the Mongols. Perfect.
All right, they win the opening exchange. They give them the number advantage. They understand the gap that's going to be punished based off the information that they had thrown into the server to get that opening kill. And then that CT smoke is starting to fade, so Rops has to tend to it. So 2 more possible, as it is going to be double AWPs for the CT side. We're posted up to deal with any lower tunnels pushes.
Good work from Senzu. Sharp eyes as well for the jump spot.
Unconfirmed damage, but still going to go a long way, isn't it? Just to be an idle nade that lands on the doorstep as Zaiwu and he goes down, as they will work through this mid control. There's that nade.
Good reactions. Excuse me.
Oh, that one was on the mark. Your teammate was blocking you. Maybe he does go down.
Mr. Apex, you're in my way.
Mid-door smoke fading. Now they'll get the short control.
Just as Senzu starts to advance, Robs falls back to throw some util.
Yeah, this is a mid to B smoke. So is this part of a fake or is there commitment behind this? Because they have short control as well. Ante might get caught here.
He's sweeping through. Zaiwu just got off the angle though. He's in the perfect timing. Oh, missed chance. Flames gets active. Blitz unnoticed. Flames breaks in. It's just Blitz here. And Vitality, they're looking to pivot here. Apex.
Well, Techno's rotated.
Rotation.
Senzu's got the ult. This is not the weapon for the job.
That was audible as well. He's trying to housekeep that smoke. Senzu missed shot. Surely the round to follow now. The bomb's on its way to the unguarded site. Apex. Oh, he's actually given it to them there.
Okay. Zaiwu though, look at this.
Yeah, this could be huge. Zaiwu trying to be quiet with his dismount. Did get hurt. Blitz turns to watch as he goes down. Pull of the trigger from Zaiwu's sniper. Look what Mazinho's having to work with here. Just his toes does manage to connect the bullet.
It's pinned.
Trims his toenails with the AWP. It's Mezzi and Rop's full health. Techno, low HP, still hits his headshot. Rop's in the clutch. This time denied. It's Mazinho to make that third a reality.
Didn't feel like Apex's death there was really going to be too much of a problem considering the HP, but that was the way back into the rounds.
Oh, by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, just. And you can see Rob's expecting Mazinho to push through window on Techno's contact. Mazinho is just still hanging around, just lingering. This is a great shot, Techno. Beautiful work from him. Mazinho hasn't pushed into the site, just playing between site and door side.
Damn, okay, well, they're making a CT half late resurgence. Whether or not that's going to mean anything in the grand scheme remains to be seen.
I just saw double AWPs invested upon. Now, whether or not that was to drop to Zaiwu or they were going to try something a little bit tricky, they have taken this tactical timeout, and it feels like the sensible heads have prevailed. 8's great, 9 is better.
Final round then.
There's the tag.
There's the tag from Zaiwu through the doors. Techno pays a heavy price. Smoke will obfuscate. Oh, it won't.
Well, we've seen Apex landed a couple of times.
Ooh, he would have nearly gone down on the crouch, though. Can he hit the bang? Just on the corner. Yes, returns the favor. So now Senzu and Techno walking wonky. Flames has completed his crawl of lower. Reports no one home.
I'm surprised. They've missed that smoke 3 or 4 times.
Yeah. It's uncharacteristic. Hasn't held them back too much.
No, and right now with that low HP from the Zywo tag that wouldn't have been available without missing that smoke. They're on the driver's seat to grab their 9th.
Okay, well, especially because they're low HP, Techno and Senzu, having that lurk smoke thrown on B, they are so scared that Robs could just walk through this smoke at any time. In the meantime, Vitality prepare themselves for that hit onto the vulnerable A site.
It did leave a decent cache of Util in spawn for Blitz to work with, right? Obviously going to leave extra flashes, but HEs are good for that rotating rifler as well to break mid to B smokes to soften up short. Let's begin a short. Here comes the Util.
They pivot. Ooh, do they continue to commit? Yes, they do. Mezzi's back's turned. Mazzinho will reach the rewards of that boost. Blitz will chip in with the double. That could be 3. Yeah. All 3 of them not looking his way. Blitz wraps up the half with the 4th. Mongols, is there a conversation to be had about that grand final at the end of this Dust 2? World number 1 Vitality on the ropes a little, but into Dust 2, and they're looking a little bit more confident and comfortable. An 8-4 half. Mongols already a map to the good. Vitality picking this one, and they're showing us exactly why. However, a little late pickup. 3 consecutive rounds from Mongols has made what looked like a completely unwinnable non-starter into, well, if they win the pistol.
And talking about the pistol, it doesn't look like Vitality, just based off the body language and CT Spawn, will be fighting for long. Looks very mid-centric, and yeah, that's what's happening out the gates. Might even be pushing towards lower. Rops will get in there with dual Berettas. Flames alongside for the ride. They're out long for free. That means you know that there's a push coming.
Yeah, Techno tries to get that info safely, tries to bait him in. Zywu goes down, but Apex makes up for it. Wow, the fact he gets them both there. If not, Flames and Rops likely would have had him regardless.
Yeah, and you'd expect the direct reaction to be taking long off of this, but they're not. So they weren't in a position to do so, or at least they were, but the bomb wasn't. So they're going to comb through middle and hope they catch anybody lingering. Might be able to get up Cat for free if Flamesy has a bad timing.
He's got an opportunity for one, but gets spotted out. There's the flash, can't track. Oof. Couple more chances, 3 in the mag. Senzu puts him down. 3 on 3 here. Oh my God, 9-10! Oh, tracks the second on the Apex swing.
Clotheslined.
Yep, that advantage just disintegrates before our very eyes. Senzu's ready. Rops with the dual Berettas gets sat on his ass. Damn, what a way to turn it around. Mazzinho's having a great time.
Oh, that clamp down with 4 players towards the tunnels starts so well.
Oh, does 9-10 get 2 there?
Yeah, and this is the thing. There's all that short pressure. They're trying to deal with that, and it's that late piece of 9-10 that just capitalizes. Flames disconnected. The flashes were there to try and set this up, but the timing was just against them, and then Apex runs out into the bullet and says, please take me too.
Okay, well, that if is now a... They have.
Pushing up middle right now. Look at this.
X trying to give us that Aggie captain push we saw from Blitz.
Well, it's such a common thing now that CTs are aggressive on middle in these type of rounds. Obviously, we've had the change to the way Suicide and Doors works. But you want to make sure that you're diligent. You have to worry about lower tunnels, and you also don't want to die to a player halfway out mid-ramp, sitting up towards the electric pole right here with Senzu. So you want to even use flashes to help get you into this territory. And yeah, they're safely clearing lower tunnels. They've been able to get themselves mid-ramp. And this is the territory that once upon a Dust 2 was always the tease.
Yeah, much more of a question mark in the modern game.
Okay, so right now, there are some...
Oh, wow, well played.
I was going to say good plays they have to facilitate Flamesy's long aggressions. If they could have gotten him into bedroom there, Apex has a nice flash to get him out the other side. But he gives over his life there while in search of information. And really, for his troubles, Mazzinho was defaulting outside long. That's kind of what Mazzinho does.
Oh, Apex, you're about to be a dead man. Flashed off, spotted out, and taken down. Well. He does very well. 2 consecutive body shots to Mazzinho. Not going to really translate into anything more.
Right now, what I'm looking at is the tunnels lurk. This is the ability to make sure you remove these guns, because once the bomb goes down and you don't have anybody threatening you from shore, Techno can actually rip guns away. Now, Rops has found a good... I was going to say good timing if he continued to path towards T-spawn, but that's not the case. And now Techno can just keep them locked in towards B. Look at this, the cavalry on their horse to try and back up their boy. Smoked off upper tunnels, bombs about halfway gone now. You don't want to give anything over, but you'd love to take away these upgrades. But if you know there's a scout, you know there's a pistol, it's all good. You can equip yourself with that information going into the next. And I don't want to be a pedant here, but Counter-Strike, it's all about the details. And that last round of the first half, not only did Zywu miss the door smoke, he also missed through the ledge smoke. What's meant to happen with that combination with the avant-garde smoke with the modern waterfall meta? Hey, this guy has a bottomless pit. He's just, he doesn't stop. Hope he's satiated, but that smoke is meant to spill over and block mid to B. Now, it's not designed as a mid to B smoke. It can be used as one, right? But you can spill into that smoke. You can drop into CT spawn. You can use it to get the pathing up towards A, and he missed through it. So there was a gap, and then Blitz gets 3 kills because they're not expecting that position to be open. So how many more of those mistakes are we going to see? How many more?
Oh, Apex taken out of the round before it even got going. Slumps back in his chair.
All right, Rops, you've been running amok so far. In lower tunnels, you've got what I would say pound for pound is the best gun in the game at the moment. The ever so cheap but ever so potent 5-7. You have no support. You don't know that 5 players are around that corner. What can you do? Nothing.
Die.
One's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, that's all.
2 of them are kind of low.
I suppose. They're going to get across in time.
There's HEs that flashes, Alex.
They're going to come through. Oh, the nades do too much damage. Mezzi now in combination. Flames pushes through. It's too much to handle. Mzinho just the Glock. Oh, he's running them down. He's doing it all. Oh, swaps out to the side up to save him.
Ah, keep him coming. That's 4 for the kid. Under pressure. And Apex trying to get fired up. There's not another semi-final to be as far as they go in the second half of 2025. 7 consecutive trophies, a major win, and over this very team. You lost to them just a week ago. You're back in the server against them again. They're a map to the good. 1 round away from tying this up.
Yeah, that 8-4 doesn't feel so comfortable now, does it? Okay, Senior pays a very heavy price on his early skirmish. Senzu 2 chunked down. Mezzi's HE.
Zaiwu and CT spawn no AWP for the A defense as the lurk smoke spills. Now, that will have to draw Mezzi closer or Zaiwu to either play outside of the side or closer tunnels. You need to respect this. Going to try and negate it with a smoke of their own. Still a minute just on the clock. Flames low on HP, can't really push the long doors. There's a HE on Apex, which they could use to spill open a mid to B smoke if it comes in, but currently he's playing the ramp. It's the mid to B smoke. Crisscross indeed.
Okay, you can see what that does to Mezzi's options.
He's playing in it.
Yeah, Alexa just burrow inside it, hope they run past him. Doesn't want to block them, and it's worked out wonderfully! 9-10 his second challenge, he transfers comfortably, and Mzinho was given this AWP for that low HP.
How are you going to get that bomb?
Oh, he actually manages to track the Zaiwu push. Mezzi gets another, still up for debate. Can the Mongols do it? 12 seconds left on the clock. They got to pick up that bomb. Oh! Save him! Vitality! Given a gift, and his name is Flames.
Oh, on that T side, he was taking a lot of space. The MAC-10, the AK with some really important moments in the early stages there, but that one is a buzzer beater. The pressure's on. They need to get that bomb. It scuttles towards the doors.
I love what we got out of Mezzi here. Too short, but the fact that he manages to get a third.
It's so premeditated as well, right? He was playing for that the entire round. As soon as that comes in, he tucks in the smoke, he looks at the ground, and then pops out behind them. So they keep their lead, 9-7 now.
Such a big part of making those smoke plays is making sure that you're not going to block as they run through. He just manages to maneuver just far enough. 2 channels open up for the T's as they push through. Gets overlooked completely, and in combination with Flames, Vitality are given a way in. That is their first CT round, and that is the manner in which they had to fight for it.
Yeah, it breaks that spree of 6 rounds from last half into this one for the Mongols, and they were starting to bring up a bit of steam. I think all the casualties they took on the previous against the Eco has come back to haunt them quite quickly, though. It's a Tech-9 for Mzinho, it's a Deagle for Blitz, it's AKs for the rest. A little bit of issue as far as util being perfect. With only 1 player surviving for Vitality, their money is also in a tough spot. They do get the buy, they have the AWP, but if they lose this, the game will be split wide open.
They want to really go for this. You know who lives here?
Okay, if he went Molly first, they were probably going to go last tick of Molly into Explode. But he's gone Smoke first, which they don't want to go through the grey screen. That becomes a whole lot more difficult. If it's a Molly, at least you have some vision, and you know that the player's not playing directly in front of tunnels. So they just reset. But that was the call from Spawn from Mongols. So their first plan has been cancelled. Now they need to make a new one. They have 2 players in through lower tunnels. They pivot back through T-Spawn. They set themselves up for now mid-control to go through a bit more of a default protocol. There is no long space for the Mongols whatsoever, and neither for Vitality. So both teams have an avenue of access that they're not too familiar with right now. The CT setup feels somewhat claustrophobic for Vitality.
Yeah. We have a firm belief in their anchors.
They trying the same play again.
Looks like they are. Crisscross at least. Techno now herding towards the tunnels. Nade looks like it could do damage. Does. Big chunky one onto Techno's face. Okay, what have you got, Mezzi? 2 so far, but a headshot from Senzu.
Do you save? Remember the money situation.
He's going to catch him if they try and push. There's a nice smoke. He relays that info of them pathing through. Mazinho containing for now.
Fading.
Flame's not looking. Easy first. Apex pulls them back.
This one's still on.
Flash available. Zywoo and Apex.
They've got a kit.
What's clutch en français? Well placed, actually. The incendiary doesn't quite spread. Senzu. He's got the asbestos boots on. And now I think they might want to recede. They were hoping to be given something. Yeah, Zai was already out of there. Apex just playing to contain, trying to catch them on the exit. Bigger bomb. And a little bit of extra damage. 9-10 forced to rebuy.
Okay, well, Apex has enough money with that save coming through to drop another rifle. So that's going to get one into the hands of either Rops, Mezzi, or Flames. Flames being the long player, he could maybe just operate with an MP9. That's the kill there, right? If Mazinho doesn't get that and it goes the other way, then the number advantage on the retake, and this is very, very doable for Vitality. These incendiaries not worth the money. Slightly facetious with that, but it's just tough. You wish you had a bit more spread on them, don't you?
Techno.
They missed the corner smoke.
The corner of Flames. And they're going quick. Liggity split straight up Cat. Has Mezzi got the opportunity to block them in time? I'm not sure. They're already out. They're already out. Oh, this is it. Action Stations. 2 kills in the feed. Mongols feasting, eating good. Triple kill. Round over just like that.
Okay, now I think you want to send a couple of bodies to hunt. Look at this. Immediately darting back through spawn. They know where the AWP is. Bomb's gone down 40 seconds. Right now it's not favoring you, Mongols. Sure, you win the round, but you want to take these guns.
Yeah, it's all about fighting for your survival if you're Robson Zywoo. And already
look at the pressure.
Closing the gap. 2 spotted on that B ramp. 9-10 creeping and crawling too. There's so much time. 40 seconds going to feel like a lifetime as they try and hold on to these valuable assets. Good shot from Zywoo. Rops' position noted as well. Mazinho's death has given them the info. How much do you want to throw at this?
This has got a flash.
Okay, Zywoo flashed off. Spotted on the box. Headshot delivered. Orb removed. Just Rops cowering behind the bricks, and he goes down as well. Fantastic hunt from Mongols. 9-9. Add an extra one. It could be an emergency.
Yeah, this one should spill open now. We should see Vitality just go into a partial investment. Their loss bonus is maxed out, so they will be able to get a full buy going into the next. But the speed of this direct AXQ, even with the missed corner smoke on long, they still get the control. And then as soon as the bomb goes down, you know that Blitz is saying, boys, let's hunt. We've got the money, we've got the ability to take this away. Now, because of the loss bonus coming into this, there are some investments.
These are the ones.
7 for Apex.
These are the scary ones, Chad. I know it doesn't look like it, but these are those rounds that Mongols, if you lose them, they let Vitality right back into the game.
But Vitality feel like they've already lost long control. There's a corner smoke, there was lots of flashes. So you already think that you've lost long. And Mazinho doesn't have any resistance whatsoever there either. So at this moment, you've lost the key piece of real estate that you don't have the normal smokes to block. You have a couple of flashes on Flamesy to push through. Right, if they do go for the long cross, they drop the cross smoke, and then you go, okay, what are the timing on this? How much can we get out of it? You also have Mezzi on the scout. Now, if he's not flashed away and is given the ability to hit a tag, dart away, hit another tag, his kills become a whole lot more convertible, and Mezzi's been having a very solid game. 17 kills for him.
And Mezzi's scout get that crucial opening kill. Okay, a tag. An equivalent exchange, a little alchemy on long. Spotted dropping into pit, 9-10 noted.
One more Flamesy flash as well.
Pop, and it's well timed. Robs gets output, Senzu forced back. Oh. Okay, what? Did they just line up for him? Mazinho gets 3 in the blink of an eye, and it's only Apex's shotgun that does pump 1. Removes Mazinho. Techno next up to bat, masked by that smoke. Apex is actually getting a huge amount of output, and then Zywoo sprinkles in a deagle headshot. What? The firepower was taken away, I thought.
And this is the player that was tagged by that Mezzi scout at the start of the round. on that long corner on the initial glance in, and there's no choice for Blitz. He has to save. Those are the type of rounds for Vitality in the first half of the year that would go their way. Those are the type of rounds they've been having a tough time finding. So that magic, it's still there, and it's come in to get them to double digits first.
Oh, a little smirk creeps onto Apex's face.
Well, he made a lot of money there with those Mag 7 kills as well.
Yeah, a little $1,200, that's naughty.
It's going to have flow-on effects down the stretch. This is the Mazinho just farming them up, and you bang on. They did line up, but
Actually,
not
no,
enough.
It was only the auto shotgun they nerfed. He's even eating even better than I thought.
Let's go, boys. Let's fight.
Yeah, indeed. Is Nuke going to be necessary? That's the question. Who spotted on the cross? It looks like ZywOo's anticipating 9-10 to stick around. He wants to go for a repeat on a timing. Sweep back through on that suicide run through. Blitz lining up nades. There's the break. Blitz not exposed. 9-10. Tucked in. ZywOo says goodnight, and Techno, that's one hell of a headshot.
Look
wow.
at the space he's going to take. This is great.
This is a massive, massive amount of pressure that ZywOo will try and rectify. We're not seeing over-rotation, though. You can see they stay stalwart on A.
Yeah, well, both the Orpas having a tough game, aren't they? 9. Oh.
Hang on. Senzu just dropped off to throw the mid-smoke. ZywOo. Quick flick of the wrist onto Senzu. Tried to mantle up and gets punished.
I love this proactive nature. Blitz is just going to get blindsided here as well. He's worried about ZywOo.
Instead, this duo, Flames and Mezzi, walk and hunt him down. He's got his nades out, Panzer around his ankles.
And now look at this position from Apex towards Long. It's a very tough clear.
Yeah, almost a guarantee. Mazinho spotted out, walked down. Apex gets the job done. Round is won.
It's so crazy to think the round that they lost, and now this game has gotten away from them.
Just like that.
It was the previous. Losing that last round to the Mag 7, that's it. Right there, you were able to invest again, but now you don't have any money. And 9-10 and ZywOo, they both only have 9 kills. It's not like the Orbs have been a defining factor. ZywOo there, finding a couple of tidy ones. So this is it. The game has just gotten away from you, Mongols. Likely to see them do what Vitality did in the previous, have to force out when the going gets tough. And that Vitality 11 winning streak on Dust 2, soon to become 12. Just 2 more rounds now. And with this type of buy that you have, it's not a B pop. It's not good long spawns. It's likely crisscross mid to B, which we've already seen them use, and already seen Vitality find a decent counter response. And the other option is one of the tougher, and especially with the amount of harass utility you've seen towards the mid doors. Think about last round, how many times they broke the mid door smoke. That's even how they got the opening kill. Now, if you can get this short control without taking any casualties, oh, look at this push. He's going to keep going.
Yeah, this is very early.
See you later, 9-10.
Leaves to push this. 9-10 can't either. Well, that sours the mood in the Mongols camp further.
Yeah, and if they were hoping to get short control and do those spillover smokes, and drop into them, push up, scale on the Orpa. Now that you're down a man, it is going to get even tougher.
Yeah, it looks like Blitz is going to combine with Mazinho. They will do the 2-smoke exit, but that's not if ZywOo. Oops, he slips off. I think his timing on the clear would have caught Mazinho with a smoke in his hand. Okay, Blitz breaks his legs and drops. This is what you were talking about. Mezzi confirms his suspicions. They're coming our way, he says to Robs. Gets the first on window, fully blind, and loads another. Then Rob steps in. Well handled once more. It's only Senzu, and he's gone too.
Yeah, it has to be that again, doesn't it? You don't have the finances. Another buy that'll look a whole lot more like that. Maybe some Khalil short. And at this moment for the in-game leader, it's like, okay, do we have long spawns? Let's use them, right? That's what I'd be calling. Hope that you can capitalize on the space. Like, this is a rubbish round to have to call. You don't have a timeout. You can't bring the coach in on the mic. And you were so close to getting another 2-0.
You were. You really were. It was just a Mag 7.
Here they go long.
And it's just Flames. Oh, lovely. Get us away with the first cleanly. And, okay, yeah, they're really feeling themselves now.
Punishment. This is punishment.
Yeah, it is. The fact that they're going to be running into ZywOo, who's just claimed the entire of upper tons. He can just sit here and hold. Oh, it is. You're coming! Catches Senzu. Where's that trade attempt? Throws out the incendiary. They will dare to brave it. Here's the confirmation that they're getting aggressive. And Robs, oh no, everywhere they go, there's an AWP trained on them. It seems only right, doesn't it? It seems only fit for this series, for this head-to-head, a week later from the last one. Two teams at the very top of the Counter-Strike pyramid, throwing heavy blow back and forth. Tit for tat, Vitality demand a third map. A chance at the trophy still up for debate. Mongols Vitality in this semi-final. Nuke a guarantee.
Yeah, 13-8 on Mirage. 13-9 on Dust 2. Both these teams picking up their map choices, and right there at the end, Apex bringing that energy, knowing it's necessary. They want to get back to the grand finals where this team belongs. They're going to be in the history books. EWC, the third tournament of their season. Can they start righting some of those wrongs? Well, it's going to be a hard talk for the Mongols, who knew they had them right where they wanted them. And Nuke is where things become a whole lot more tactical.
so tired.
Low, but for a Mag 7, we might not have gotten a third map in this series, but Apex, the wind beneath the wings of Vitality to soar them up and over the Mongols on Dust 2. Were you nervous there, Jacob?
A little bit, to be honest. I think Vitality got off to a good start, and I thought to myself, okay, we're back to normality. We're back to Vitality playing well. You could see the body language as well. We spoke about that, Jason. We wanted to see a bit of fire coming out of Vitality, and we saw that in the first portion of the first half. I think they played well. I think they did a good job. Saivu got the AWP in hand in one of the first rounds, which was the only kill I think he got almost in 10 rounds as he completely stopped playing until the later stages of the game. But you look at the scoreline right there, 6-1. I feel like that's enough for Vitality to win, but then slowly but surely the Mongols came alive.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of a cool takeaway too, is the Mongols really brought it to them. And I mean, that's good to see. And I have to imagine they reviewed that tape of that Dust 2 loss and were just like, okay, well, if they're going to beat us 13-3, we got to get better on this map. We got to see what we're doing wrong. And obviously, tons of improvements being made. I liked the game plan. I liked the way they were applying pressure on different parts of the map. But I think at the end of the day, like whether it's Mara, whether it's Blitz, either of the leadership guys over at Mongols, they're going to be echoing the same sentiment that Apex has said when they lost to the Mongols at Blast, which is like, we played, we lost in the details in terms of this one Mag 7. Like, if we play this round better, all the advantages in the world, and if we play this better and don't lose focus and don't try and go too fast, then we're winning this game.
And it's been that conversation about resiliency, right? For the Mongols, we've seen them make 11-1 comebacks at this point. And most of the time when we're seeing these comebacks right now in the current meta of CS, it's all about the defense. It's all about stacking the defense around. Who needs a defense when you're the Mongols? Just get it done on T-side.
I mean, that would have been nice for the Mongols to get it done on the T-side right here. But as Jason said, I feel like that one round that we're definitely going to dive into later on, that kind of changed the entire course of this game. It felt like the Mongols were coming back into the second half. You win the pistol, you win the force, you have an Inferno going crazy. The one player that we haven't seen really pop off in quite some time, he's having a fantastic game. So you had all the win condition installed for you if you're the Mongols heading into that second half after winning the pistol, yet you still lost.
Except for one.
Except for one?
9-10.
Okay.
9-10. I mean, both oppers really struggled in this game. So, I mean, thankfully for Zaiwu, 9-10 was also having a tough time. Op impact wasn't felt the way we normally do on Dust 2. But either one of those guys having a better game might have been the difference for Mongols. If 9-10 was having a game and Zaiwu was quiet, could have been the difference maker, just not there. Otherwise, agree with everything you said.
That's not often.
We're having a very kind, gentle desk right now. We got a third map coming up, so we're just going to say.
Do we
need to work on something here? Can we hold hands? Hold hands real quick on the couch.
We got
We're
enough
not
space
quite that far.
Yeah.
Leave room for Zaiwuzis. Speaking of which, where was he? What was going on? You mentioned it. He just stopped playing for a while. We're just not used to seeing these from Zaiwu where he goes missing that much.
It's kind of weird, because it felt like he was in the beginning of that game. He got the orb quickly in his hand, and that's exactly what I called out for to happen. But he didn't really seek the place. He wasn't. Some may say he wasn't overextending. Some may say that he just stuck to the plan with Vitality. And I don't mind Saivu not showing up if you're winning, which they were in the beginning. But once things were starting to go wrong for Vitality, when they were not winning the rounds, that's what I want to see him maybe step a little bit out of line and do some of the stuff by himself. It took up until he was it 5 and 13 on the scoreboard?
6 and 13, I think.
6 and 13.
And then he got a deagle kill in the Mag 7 round from Apex. And
there we
then
go.
He got a double kill with the off in the next round. And then
breaks
it was
the smoke in middle, gets into the action, maybe steps a bit out of the line.
It's a nice flick.
It's a nice flick. I feel like he was containing himself a little bit too much. And as I said, I don't mind that when you're winning. I mind it when you're losing. And then someone has to break up that chain of losing. And that wasn't Saivu until the very late stage of this game.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you can. I think there's some criticism in that. I think there's some criticism you can levy in that direction of not being there throughout the whole map. Certainly, I was sitting there, even turning to you and just being like, "Bro, if they get eliminated and Zaiwu's have another quiet game, we can't go back. We can't go back to this world. We can't go back to the universe. I thought we were done." But it's a good thing he picked it up to help them close it out at the end of the day. But still, you're going to point to Apex as the one who got that started. You're going to point to Apex with the Mag 7 and be like, he's the guy who put his foot down and said, nope, not anymore.
And he was the guy who kept brawling. I mean, there was even like a save round, a 2v2, where it was B-side control for the Mongols, where Apex is just sticking around for that one extra kill, where you can tell he just wants to stick his nose in it and really get back into the fight. I think the thing for me is, this is reminiscent of like Vitality series against Liquid, which is that even though they're winning maps, there's so many worrying signs when you start to look into the way that they're winning it, that it just doesn't feel like the Vitality that we expect.
I mean, you're going to go through those stretches as a team. Like, you're going to go through those games and those stretches where it feels like nothing's really clicking the way that it should, and especially if you're Team Vitality, who won everything you possibly could in the first half of the year and had that incredible run, you're kind of always scratching your head and being like, why can't we hit that level again? Was that really just kind of the magic of that happened when the lineup formed and we can't pick it up again? But I think it's always a good sign to point out that teams are able to win games where things aren't clicking the way they should be, where things aren't 100% smooth, and you have to be scrappy. And that's something every great team has always had to have in their back pocket, and Vitality's no different. They've got it there.
We've spoken so much about it. Round 19, I think we should run it straight away, because it's clearly the game-changing moment in this one, right? It felt like to me that the Mongols were going to come back into this game. They were going to win. They have a strong buy right here. You get long control as well. You have long-range duels. You got all the space in the world, and yeah, maybe you're stuck 5 guys towards this one position, but again, with all the utility in the world, I'm not quite sure how the Mongols find themselves in this position. I love the productivity coming out from Vitality right here, but again, it's a 4v2. I know there's a player stuck on the side right here with a max 7, Jason, but let's be honest, this should never ever happen. It's complacency for the Mongols. They feel they get 3 opening kills, and then they completely disregard the fact that there could be another player and play it very, very carelessly right here.
I mean, just looking at this, I don't know if production, if you guys can play it again, just so I can see it a little bit better. But I think Vizinho kind of crossed long before that smoke plumed, and Techno didn't want to cross until the smoke popped, and he would have been the trade kill. Yeah, intelligent play. He would have been the trade kill, right? He would have been the guy with Vizinho kind of moving up and maybe able to get Apex before that second shot is able to reload. We're going to watch it again. Thank you, production, for this. And that's an interesting angle to it. And then when Techno gets across the smoke, finally, he takes that same close angle. He's not taking a wide angle, perhaps scared of someone over on catwalk, doesn't want to be exposed to anyone else who might be there. So smoke is up, they're crawling up, there's the flash peek, another smoke is coming in, it's going to be called out from the Mongols.
You know, people at home would be like, yeah, but they baited for Apex, they shouldn't expect the 4th guy to be right here, but still, let's be honest, look at that spacing,
I mean, there was a smoke up, but it's being called from the team, so maybe Techno just mentally was waiting for the smoke that was called for, but it was there, so yeah, I'm not really sure, but just poor trading, poor spacing.
It's, excuse my language, it's piss poor for them. And it potentially cost them what would have been a massive win for that team to beat Vitality twice in a row, doing such a good job coming back into the game, such a good job on the T side, and you also see how fragile they are. After they lost that round on the Max 7 right here from Apex, they weren't able to win a single round after that. So, I mean, say what you want, but the Mongols, they had it exactly where they wanted it. They could have won this map, they could have won this series, but a piss poor play and no whatsoever synergy in that round cost them the game.
But, you know, we can also have the same conversation about the Mongols that we mentioned on Mirage in the first map, where the Mongols were the ones up 7-1, and it's like, you again, just clawing yourself out of that hole is such a difficult task to pull off. Especially momentum's all in the other team's favor, tons of economy is building up, and getting it out of that hole is so tough, and eventually when you do it, you're just kind of giving yourself breathing room for the second half. You're not really having a feel-good half at all.
Now we are going to move forward. There is another map to play. It's Nuke, if I'm not mistaken. Based on what we've seen so far, what are your thoughts on Nuke?
I mean, obviously, I'm at the both of these two liners play an awful lot, not only against each other, but also against other opposition. I think the Mongols have a habit of always forcing it in to be the third deciding map, so whoever they face are willing to play the Mongols on Nuke as a third decider. Same could be said for Vitality, so I think we can expect, another close game, another competitive affair. Let's be honest, we cannot predict the future, but what we can predict is that I feel Vitality have shown us... Yeah, but Vitality have shown us once more, that they're not playing their best game right now. And I like what you're saying, Jason, when you say that even though you're not playing at your best, you still got to find ways to win. And I think Vitality have a lot of different ways of doing that. Rob's on Nuke, always a stable player, always a guy who can make it happen. Saivu, he's not going to have 2 bad maps in a row. I think Apex made a statement right here and does too as well. He's going to come in fired up. So I feel like there's more win conditions in the camp of Vitality than there is for the Mongols.
Sure, and I mean, just look at Mezzi had such a disgusting game defending this B bomb site. He was great on Dust 2, and he's going to be in that upper bomb site on Nuke as the anchor position. And we've seen him recently back at Cologne. He was like a hard carry player in that position. He was doing such good work for Vitality. So if he's going to carry this performance into the third map, it spells trouble for the Mongols. I think this is where I'm with Jacob. I'm leaning towards Vitality, especially because I mentioned before the series began, at the start of the year, Vitality was picking this map in the series, picked it 4 series in a row, all series in which they won. The 4th time is when Mongols finally beat them, and then they went away from Nuke. But I mean, if you look at that and you're like, okay, well, so Vitality's beat you 3 times, you've beat them once on Nuke, and you come into this, and now I just lean towards Vitality in this sense. But the X factor is how much better it feels Mongols have gotten from February, March, April to now. This team seems like they've taken a big stride forward.
It feels like that next test of the resiliency that we've been highlighting, that they've been maturing as a team, is you lost Dust 2 in kind of a silly way to a Mag 7. You couldn't recover from that in the map, but it's what we were talking about for Vitality after the first map, which is you got to put it behind you. You have to have that reset in between. You have to go into a Nuke that you can test Vitality on.
Yeah, and I think we have seen a couple of weaknesses coming out of the Vitality camp on Nuke in this tournament. To give you a specific example, they played Tai Lu yesterday, and they were down 5-0 on the T side. And what happened was that Tai Lu was playing super aggressive. Obviously, winning the pistol, converting, that is what it is. The first 2 buy rounds, Tai Lu was pushing in towards lobby, and they caught Robs off guard 2 times. They pressured Vitality an awful lot, didn't allow Apex to call anything, didn't allow Vitality to execute anything. They just applied pressure from the get-go. So if I'm the Mongols, I'm looking towards Tai Lu. I'm like, if they can do it, if they can pull it off with their material and their players, then we should be able to apply pressure as well. So I really do hope that the Mongols, despite that horror showing of Dust 2 in the later stages in the second half, is going to come in and dare to play with the confidence of apply pressure. Because I'll be honest, Vitality, they're very great when they get space on yard. They're very great when they get to play with the smokes. They're great when they get to set up Saivu with the orb outside as well. Flame Sea and Apex, they love to go around below heaven as well. But Robs is often left by himself in lobby, and if you can crunch that and get some space right here, maybe that's an opening.
That's what I was going to bring up, because I would actually love to see Mongols be aggressive, because I think Rops is the best player in the world at that position in lobby. And I mean, just in general, actually, maybe in Counter-Strike across all maps, like, I think Rops is one of the best player in terms of like maintaining map control of different parts so that he can be a presence late on, or the team can come back to him. But he does really good work in the ramp lobby. So I'd love to see Mongols go challenge him, because I think more often than not, I think Rops is going to get away with 1 kill and kind of disappear on you, get 1 kill, maybe go down 1 for 1 a couple of times. But like, if you're going to go out one of the best, I think Rops is going to be up to that task. I think Vitality would be happy if Mongols is like, we want to get aggressive and challenge one of your strongest players in lobby. Like, great, let's see what happens.
If you're Vitality, what are you focusing on as the plan coming in here on this Nuke?
Yard control, Apex and ZywOo, that's like my favorite thing to bring up with these guys, with Vitality on Nuke. I love the way those two generally play together. I think, especially the fact that they've been doing it for so long over the years, they have such a deep playbook. They have so many options of how they set up bait and switch, like little peaks, crossfires. They've got everything going. So I always find it really fun to watch Apex and ZywOo play outside on this map.
And I think when you add in Flame Sea to that mix as well, who sometimes is...
And Mezzi in the upper bumps.
And Mezzi as well, a player that can be very aggressive. I would love to see that as well. It does look like Vitality will start on the T side, which again, that offers up the opportunity for the Mongols to be aggressive on the CT side. Let's see what they want to do. I think one thing Vitality could do to change the tide of this game is by simplifying it in the beginning. Regardless of what happens in the pistol, regardless of who wins the first pistol round and converts, first buy round, simplify the game, Test Messinho on ramp. I feel like Messinho had a great game on Dust 2, but it hasn't really been consistently a great output for him as of recently, in particular on Nuke. Go 4-man towards ramp, do a 4-1 setup where you leave Apex in yard, apply a bit of pressure with the smokes, and then just go 4-man ramp. Sometimes you can be the best team in the world simplifying Counter-Strike as long as you do it to a high level, and I think Vitality had that ability.
I think one thing for me in this matchup, I think this is actually going to be a pretty good indication of what level Vitality is at after some of these stumbles in the past couple of events. Like, I know, at least for Apex, and I imagine it's throughout the whole team, and I imagine he would have put it throughout the whole team. I imagine he takes this personally. I imagine this, like, these couple stumbles, and especially losing to this team, now playing him in the semifinals again, this is a grudge match for him. Like, this has a lot of pride attached to it, and for the older players, that means a lot. So, I mean, for me, it's like, what Vitality going to get? Is this going to be the Vitality that falls into a hole that's tough to get back from, or is this the team Vitality that looks razor sharp, that looks focused, that looks like nothing's going to throw them off their game? That's what I want to see, and that's going to be the indication of what Vitality we're working with.
And let's not forget the fact that Vitality are still playing for $1.2 million. $230K obviously from this tournament, another $1 million to the Club World Championship. There's a lot of stake right here, Mike.
A cool $1 million on the line, but for the Mongols, the pride of a nation behind them, are we going to get 2 series in a row for the Mongols? It's time to find out.
Well, you were telling me that sometimes Vitality recently have been going down in 2-0. That one not happening today in this semi-final. I am ready, and I hope you guys at home are too, for the final map of our first semi-final. Looking forward to seeing Falcons play a little later on today. Should be a bit of a banger matchup. But before we get there, we have to find out who's going to be picking up the win here. Vitality starting on the T side. Chatty B in the booth with me.
Yeah, that is coming down to the knife for the third and decider. So the Mongols on the defense. And, well, if you take a look at Vitality, who have been the most dominant team in the year, they've played Nuke 21 times. They've won at 18. They've lost at 3. And of those 3 losses, 2 of them have been against the Mongols. So this series is far from done. Zinho is starting to progress around with these dualies. He's been ushered in by the support of Blitz USP at range. He's going to take away some lobby space. This is what Pimp wanted to see. I don't know if it was on the pistol round, but definitely on the rifle rounds.
This is geeky. I love what they're doing silo. 2 dropping main on a pistol. Okay, 9-10.
Oh, he's been run down.
Yeah, good headshot.
Wow.
Blitz has his bell rung, just instantaneous headshot. Mezzi's looking good. Nearly had Blitz on the chase as well. Techno needed that. Goes down to Rob's push squeak.
Good punish.
Yeah, Mazzinho should have Rob's here and does so. Weird one. Bomb's heading in towards the site, but sensational from Senzu. Woof. Okay, a quick 2 clicks, and the round has completely changed.
That's a showstopper. We'll just have to put this one in now.
Hang on, one of them's low. Don't forget that headshot that Mezzi hit earlier. Now Senzu's making a move, trying to make a break. Mezzi puts him down. Blitz with 1 HP up against the healthy Mezzi.
Well, Blitz could have slipped up the ladder there because he hears him in the sight. Instead, going main.
Here's you. Mezzi, your back is turned. Oh, the denial! And he's cold as ice. Not a smile, not a blink. Blitz denies Mezzi.
Oh, Mezzi is one of these players, right? You look to him, he's safe pair of hands. Then when he can start exploding into the server, the output is there, right? He gets the opener onto 9-10, but he also got the ding onto Blitz.
1 HP.
And this is crazy because in both of those fights, like, he's adjusting to the other target. Senzu sets them up for the round. And Blitz on 1 HP converts it.
Wow. Okay. They decided they don't need nades, Chad.
Yeah, and I don't mind the approach. There's the ability to get this AK out thanks to Mezzi. So he drops that to Zaiwu. Zaiwu's been getting set up with dropped AKs throughout this series so far. It's all about the firepower.
That's exactly what he's pre-aiming for. That's nasty.
9-10's had a rough one.
That's a very good start from Zaiwu's AK.
Yeah, 9-10 was very quiet on Dust 2. And starting with an opening death in an important round to win. It's up to Blitz towards B, but they are heading back up. Senzu can stall this out.
Yeah, Senzu's position actually looks perfectly suited to the task. At range, punishing the cross, taps at Mezzi for the second. Zaiwu's walking on him, and he's actually managed to find him, Mazzinho. Just by the skin of his teeth, 4 versus 2. Techno's barrel maybe poking out. Robs might be able to relay.
2 players are very low. This is still risky.
It's far from easy.
Oh, he saw the barrel.
Yeah. Flames confirms there is someone on top of the hut. They'll try and make a move. Techno's ready for Robs, and there you have it.
All right, Techno just holding mouse one down as the W key also joins him around that corner. And that was a threatening round thanks to Zaiwu's opener towards Yard, but Senzu another important double kill. And they avoid disaster once more. This will be the easiest of the 3 rounds played so far. It's going to be a couple of deagles, 4 of which Flames will find himself on the Glock. How many players can you keep alive? That's the question for the Mongols. How much damage can you do, Vitality? This will be a very tough round to win. You'd love to get a kill. 2, get the bomb planted. Zaiwu first death, so a little bit of revenge there for 9-10, but this is against one of the easier moments. Oh, and they're just going to head straight into things. So Techno removes 2 with the Famous, and they'll get them up and bucket out as they sweep this one. Nice and easy. Now, Rops was instrumental with some very impactful rounds on Dust 2. Obviously, the ace on the pistol. A big clutch to his name as well. I think Mezzi's been very impressive to me with his impact across both maps so far. We'll see if he can keep it up here on map number 3 on the CT side. He's going to be anchoring down towards that ace site.
Yeah, I mean, the desk discussed it, saying he's even been somewhat of a carry from that anchor position, which is often, you know, not the case. Very impactful games, especially on Nuke from Mezzi.
Okay, so Pimp was talking about Tyler being aggressive in towards lobby and isolating Rops, because if you're going to be doing some yard control, normally going to have at least 2 to 3 players out there for that space, so there are opportunities to isolate Rops, who's going to be tasked with dealing with squeaky door and lobby pushes. So let's see what the game plan from Mara and Blitz is. Okay, no lobby presence. Standard openers. Say no lobby presence, excuse me, I meant no yard presence as they mantle up Silo with 2.
Oh, wow, Blitz just wins out. And actually, hang on! Ooh, Flames! Close to not delivering on his trade promise there.
So lots of moving parts to all of this. The 1-for-1 so early, there's the opportunity to reroute now from Vitality, and Apex gets to be the puppet master from the grave, but so does Blitz, both in-game leaders. The player's dead, getting to monitor this.
They had to overcome the difficulty of extra smoke on Apex's corpse. They've handled it. Mazinho, though, is pushing into Zywoo's hold, and yeah, just in that off angle, Mazinho was not prepared.
Would he do it alone? That's the question.
One he's looking to answer. Holding Hut for now.
Techno might play ahead of this. Oh, he's calling the bluff on it. Next fight, 9-10, Zywoo. Oh, this is going to hurt.
Oh, he could have so
This is going to hurt.
Oh, no! Flames pulls him away just by virtue of surviving.
Bomb down.
Okay, well, that's massive. Senzu's kill may have just won them that round. Now Mezzi's walking through the smoke lackadaisical. And there's only going to be Robs to work with only 20 seconds, and that smoke is being held. Senzu spots and catches a whiff. Bomb is retrieved. Oh, Robs! They've already got the body down. Techno's here. You've got your nades in your hand.
Awkward. Shaky from Techno. Grin on his face. 4-0 start. Very strong scenes from the Mongols early, because this should be another... Oh, actually, taking a look at the finances, they could justify Galil's and AK's, but no tack timeout to have the conversation. It will just be a partial. 3 Tech 9s, a Galil and a Deagle. So pressure will continue to be applied.
How much pressure, though? Sure, you got Kevlar this time, but you got nothing with your Deco. This one should be more threatening.
Yeah, at least the fact you've got this util now to force some rotations and keep the Mongols guessing.
Ah, that couldn't have gone much worse for Apex. Exposed in the middle, in the sludge of that HE. 9-10 onto Zywoo. Optis Galil revealed, and 9-10 is going to be able to evacuate. Okay, there's already been that rotation down. Senzu is spotted out, and Rob's good for at least the trade.
See, Rob's in the clutch is so scary.
He is.
I wouldn't rule him out of anything.
No, I'm not ready to either, but oof, Techno is.
Techno just keeps swinging. Obviously, they got a little bit of information on his position there, but I just love the threatening factor of Techno so far. This tournament's been good for him. I believe coming into this series, he was the second highest rated player for the team. Blitz was the highest, and that means second in the tournament, just under Zywoo.
Yeah, but that's incredible. Blitz and Techno, you know, those are probably the last two names you're reeling off when you talk about the mechanical gifts of Mongols. But perhaps that's our mistake. Blitz definitely putting in a solid shift here, and Techno has too.
Okay, well, this is the tactical timeout call to get Xtaz on the mic to, well, that's the Apex Classic right there in slow-mo. Have the conversation about how they're going to proceed forward. So at this point of the game, the rifle rounds have been few and far between, but maybe some of the big issues that Xtaz wants to address is, boys, we haven't even got the bomb down yet. So it's okay to be losing rounds, but if we can continue to get a couple more kills, make these rounds more threatening, get that bomb down, it will help facilitate more buys. Is that a real place?
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, respect.
Oh, it gets worse for Robs.
And that's the squeaky nuisance.
Yeah, it's supposed to be popping out of that smoke, can't even get past the door. Held at the threshold.
Well, this is what they went for last time round, right? With both these players top silo, and he's grabbed another one. But, oh, and a team flash. He's meant to drop in a main off that.
Oh, it's losing its polish by the second. Senzu heard. Mollied out. Nice usage of his util there. Forces Senzu to all in the open. 10 HP and brings him down. Flames make an impact, but there's Techno denying onto Mezzi.
Hello.
Apex's legs. What's he done that for? Nice attempt from Flames.
At that moment, the team flash comes in. Flames can't drop. I thought Blitz would have had him dead to rights. The fact he gets any output is pretty decent considering the circumstances.
Just spamming smokes, bro.
Yeah.
2 of them in the round, just through lobby.
Feels like he's got a lack thereof. You would feel a lot of confidence as the Mongols going into this matchup, right? I quoted the stat lines for Nuke as far as Vitality is concerned for the year. 21 times played, 18 wins, 3 losses, and 2 of those losses being to the Mongols. 1 at Pro League, 1 at Dallas.
It's a lot of props.
Right, and that right there is, you know, definitely going to fill you with the good vibe tribe.
Okay,
My
another
giddy aunt.
opening. 007. Oh,
how quick have these 7 rounds been as well?
Oh! Okay, Zywoo's in the server. Oh, okay. Okay, referee sends him again through the smoke.
Check in PC, please.
I think so. This all hinges on Zywoo. Now, he doesn't have the bomb, but he's got space. After that nice specky shot onto 9-10, and I mean, going up the fence just seems like it's a death sentence. Senzu and Techno are not looking that way right now. It's not a fight. I fancy a Tech9 winning.
Now, and this round gets to settle for a moment, doesn't it? Because everyone's searching. Right? Mazinho is trying to see where Zywoo's gotten off to. Zywoo's trying to see if there's any aggressions. Now Blitz has a look.
I just don't see a world where Blitz gets nothing in this position with that weapon. Up against these opponents, sure, Zywoo maybe can take this up close and personal wide swing. Oh, and he can get it cleanly. 30 seconds.
You would love to have the high ground.
That's the plan. Techno might be able to disrupt this, though.
They're coming around.
Angle. Yeah, okay. He's up close. Jumping Tech9. Flames pulls the crosshair. Zywoo, little late to the punch. Finds Techno, but he has his knife out. And so Mazinho gets himself the 7th round. And his 4th kill.
So here's another smoke spam, and then we'll get Senzu's. Guys, like how many kills in the last 2 rounds just been straight through smokes? Like, it is really nice to see Zywoo finding a great output. Like they lose a kill, he gets one back. Like he's looking very sharp right now.
It's not enough. Not enough at all.
T-side Nuke, if they can get to 3 or 4, they're still in it, right? But you're running out of those margins now. You need to start. This is going to be the first of what you hope is many of your vitality.
Okay, we've got some aggression and it's worked out. Robs can't catch a break. They're just charging at him. 3rd map, semi-final. Oh, plucks it from the air as well. They just can't get anything right. Mongols can do no wrong. They can miss no shots.
All right, well, I said Zywoo was hitting some. Now it's time to hit 5. A 1v5 situation for the Woo.
Oh, man, I don't think Vitality have been shellacked like this. Quite like this. Apex 0-8, Rob's getting spammed on down. He hasn't been able to get started. And Zywoo won't either. Flawless from Mongols, they keep this up. Now, normally it's Chad's job.
You want to take this one?
Can I do it this time?
Yeah, go for it.
It is still T-side Nuke. Sure, 8-0 looks great. But Vitality, they'll have guns. And an 8-4 scoreline, many an 8-4 scoreline has come back in that second half of play.
Again, I'm just going to return to the fact that bomb hasn't gone down yet in any of these rounds.
That's a good point too.
Right, so the thing is, they've taken this tag timeout, and Xtaz has gone, all right, listen, we know we just need a handful. We just need a smattering. So if we shove right now and we bring out Galils and whatever AKs we can, maybe without head armor, that's not going to give us our best opportunity. So let's just go for the partial.
Right.
We have pocket strats. We have these for a reason. Let's try to make it threatening. Let's try to get the bomb down so it can even get us a stronger buy. But as you can see on screen right now, we've got the EWC Club Championship going on, and that is going to be AGAL have taken the Crossfire Grand Final over Baisha. It's a huge win for them, and they're now confirmed to finish 6th, overtaking Gen G in the Club Championship.
Damn.
Speaking of the Club Championship, there's a lot on the line for this one.
Yeah, Vitality having an extra $1 million taken away from them if Mongols pick this up. Zywoo swings on in to Senzu's loving embrace. Okay, it's just a laser beam in his hands. You got to get that AK out ASAP. Vitality, an unfamiliar feeling washes over them. They're losing hard.
And Apex is very animated right now, which is par for the course, but he hasn't gotten anything going.
Oh, just the taps, the fact he doesn't panic. He's so chill right now.
They're managing 1.8 kills a round at the moment, Vitality.
Yeah, that's just simply not good enough, as Jacob would say.
They have had a couple of opening kills, right? So it's not like they've lacked them, but it definitely felt like it's one-way traffic. And now they're harassing Lobby, throwing in deep nades, continuing to spam, not allowing them to be comfortable, not respecting. Here they come.
No, they're trying again. Techno still has vision. This time Flames opens up. Senzu in a pickle now. Does get overcome. There they go. The floodgates open. Vitality on their 10th time of asking, break through the defenses of the Mongols.
And it's flawless, all 5 staying alive, right? They can just get these last 2, go into the halftime break, win the pistol, win the first gun, this game's back on. And this is a class team, right? This is a team that lifted 7 trophies within the first half of the year. They were down and out, go back to Melbourne against Falcons, and guess what? They're coming up next against Aurora. This team have been able to dig themselves out of holes before. And that's the reason you are who you are. You need to put it on display right now unless you want to get sent home in another semi-final. Apex still yet to get a kill, but now he has a round. And that's the building blocks to begin with. So how many more can they find before that 2-minute break? Well, they get 2 more chances. Still plenty of money for the Mongols to buy this one and the next. These will not come easy. These will be against full guns. Either way, these teams will be playing tomorrow. We do have a 3rd place decider. But you want it to be the grand final best of 5 that you're competing in. Not the consolation prize.
It'll be a real test for Mongols to see if they can just return straight back to their dominant fashion of defense.
They're going to try a nade stack.
Oh, and it's actually perfect. He's up there.
Dodges lion's share of damage.
Yeah,
so
fair play.
No, just brought down to 75 short, but still keeping the ideas flowing out Vitality. Again, the 2 players up on silo. They'll line up their utility. Oh, and the head spotted. Senzu can't connect the dots. A tough shot to hit.
Flames on track to drop into him. AKVM4, Blitz looking the wrong way. That's another impactful opening from Flames. 2 sequential rounds. He's filled the feed first. Still though around the smoke. Techno, good output. 9-10's on the site. Gets one up close. Rops is gone. Next victim. Thank you very much. Waltzing through the smoke. 9-10 can't believe his luck.
The worst loss for Vitality on this map this year was to Spirit. It was 13-5. We're on track for something a whole lot more dire than that right now. I'm saying 3 or 4, it's workable. I would say 2 is the absolute bare minimum. The absolute bare minimum that Vitality need to work with.
So it is truly all to play for. The organization watching on as that dream of an extra $1 million from the club championship, if Vitality were to win, looks like it's just a pipe dream at this point.
Apex is across unscathed, still yet to find a frag. Would love to just get that for his confidence sake going into the halftime. 9-10 searching.
This is aggressive. What a round to do it in as well. The compulsory one for Vitality. Dancing between the 2 angles, and now they start their crawl.
Go for heaven and hell control here.
Going to make a move, trying to wrap.
That should be heard.
Senzu, how does he play this? Mazinho as well in support. Oh, a missed shot from the AWP. That's awkward from Mazinho. Yes, 2nd time of trying. Just about gets away with his health. Low. Blitz there too. There's Mazinho finally onto Apex.
Techno off the vent.
Yeah, but he's trapped. Spotted out by Robs. Throws out a nice nade. Will do some damage. Significant damage at that, but looks like the compulsory 2nd round, and I can't believe I'm saying it, just 2 for this T-side should be theirs.
Oh, they just grabbed the bomb right now. Techno has to come through this.
And he will. Pushes through, removing Mezzi. Bomb's making a move all the way round. Just got retrieved now. Zaiwu bringing it in. Flash turned. He might be trying to be able to catch Zaiwu on the cross, but he's ready. Just 2. Mongols 10. It is a dream for Mongols to walk into that grand final. Have Vitality got what it takes to take us the distance? Semi-finals on Saturday, but Mongols, they're used to going to the Sunday these days. Could another grand final be within touching distance now? Mongols 10, Vitality 2. Sure, T-side Nuke, but what was formerly seen as the unbeatable, Mongols have proven otherwise and now look to be the only team to have beaten Vitality twice. Tantalizingly close, Chad, especially with this pistol now.
I can't believe they're ramp rushing. They know it's Rops who holds here.
Okay, they want to fight Rops again. So far, he has looked human. Up against Mongols, up against Senzu. Mazinho leading the pack down lower. Apex to receive them. Rops does tap the head of Mazinho. Bullets flying left and right. Rops a good one on the second. Adjusting to Techno, but Techno matches his output. Mezzi nothing. Senzu hits it. They have to count on Flames and Zaiwu now. Any hope contingent on them winning this one. Senzu denies a quick tap to the head of Zaiwu. Now it's sidelined, it's just Flames. Nice tap. Playing with the doors, opens them up again. Techno on that elevated angle. What a round he's had. Techno 4K with 3.
Oh, this is the supportive element. You get people out there, they're saying, get replaced Techno. This kid's not bringing enough. Right now, he is 20-6 and impact being felt.
That's got to be it, Chad. Is it really going to be a whimper on map 3 from Vitality?
I can't believe they just rushed ramp as well. I'm sitting there, I'm scrolling through Skybox, I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, you know, some rounds they like to do outside crawls on the T side, sometimes they like to pounce into ramp, but this is Vitality. Rops holds ramp, he's always there. Sometimes he's got those Julies.
But they're Mongols, just go shoot.
Oh, just rush top.
Just rush top with your Mag 10. The flashes are good. Flames is blind, and it's 2 from Techno. He cannot be stopped, he cannot be tamed. Let's finding Zaiwu again, empty hands for the Woo. Okay, Rops, he is kicking up a fuss. Apex up the vents with that unforgettable Mag 7, this time not getting the same output. Techno's learned his lesson. 22-6 from Techno, storms into the top site, and it's 12. This is unfathomable.
Oh, this is the thing. Mongols, it's just been a slow rise in the middle of 2024. It was okay, this team is sharp. In 2025, this team was in the major grand final, losing to Vitality, the team of the year so far. They come into the second half. Apparently, they didn't even bother practicing for Cologne. They go into Bounty, they topple the Titans. They lose in the grand final in a bit of a whimper, but they're lining up another one.
You wouldn't do it again. Techno wants to go down the vents, and he's dipped immediately, throws disarray into the comms. Robs spotted a cheeky bit of ankle there. Catches him on the flashbang. There's Apex with the shotgun, removing Techno.
All right, stunted. 3v5. This one's going to be tough, but they still get the firepower advantage.
Yeah, Apex still with that Mag 7, relocates. Zaiwu drops into lend a hand. Looking for that fight up close. Senzu trying to force fight. Zaiwu opens the door, gets caught out. Senzu, oh my god, he's nearly had him. He might dunk on him. The finish with the 1-2 forces him into flames.
2v5.
Unwinnable. Unwinnable. Have you got anything to say, 9-10? And Mazinho to take this semi-final, to knock out the Demon King that is Vitality. There's one from Mazinho. Rops good for a second. And 9-10 holding strong for a moment longer. Does remove Rops. A whole lot more required. He's going to get overwhelmed, pulling the crosshair all over the shop. Vitality forced into the force and extend play.
Okay, well, they're going to be able to pick up some AKs. Some upgrades are available for them here, so this will extend play for a moment longer. The bomb goes down. There's extra $600. Blitz, 9-10, Mazinho, all in AK range. Senzu can go for a Galil, and Techno can go for something a little bit lighter. They may as well keep the pressure up. They're doing it their way. There's a furious pace to this. There is no respect being shown. And the fact that they finally, after 9 matches on the 10th time of asking, took down Vitality.
Yeah, what was the tweet? No one can beat Mongols 10 times in a row.
And this is the thing, right? They're going up again here on the 11th outing, and they are showing that they look comfortable. They're no longer scared. Just constantly adding these reps.
But that's it for a team that was so difficult for you to beat. Once you've beaten them, does that, break the floodgate? The wins just keep stacking up here. Certainly making a strong case are the Mongols. Linux is the first man down secret, Apex to block.
Well, they've taken the pace out of it, but they've still gotten this space quite easily. Now that we're just into a standard gun round after the pistol and then that exchange of 4 spies.
Blitz announces that he's down there. Apex trying to force him back.
It was Vitality that decided to take this to Nuke, and I understand the scoreline. I'm not using that to rub it in, but my point is that maybe the Mongols thought this would be an Inferno pick as the second, or at least as the third. So they have been storming through this. This round, it's the 50-second mark. Still a whole boatload of utility for the Mongols to find their finish in this one. It has the attention of two. Come down to this top side. We've been talking about Mezzi's safe pair of hands. Well, he's going to need to find some output right here, right now.
Yeah, Flames looks like he's managed to catch one. No, he hasn't. Messi, but Mezzi steps up strong. There's Zywoo down after one, but there they go. Empty hands for the second attempt. Now Blitz up in heaven already. Rops, that completely nullifies your rotation. You can't come up the ladder. Blitz will get it. That will be it. Oh, but he has the presence of mind to catch him. Rounding the corner, Rob slips off the ladder as the bomb is planted. It's Apex coming in to ask questions of Main. Rob is heard. Headshot provided. He's so quick with it. Damn. Oh, they're getting close. But Vitality hold on once more. Rob's really, I mean, I can't believe he's gotten cleared for Blitz there.
I wonder if we get a Mara timeout now. They're in a position with roughly 3K across the board, so that they could go for some partials, and the loss bonus gives them 2,400, so it could be a full buy, but then only 2 players staying alive. They also know it's very tense over there in the Vitality camp. This kill right here from Robs makes all the difference. Levels it up to the 2v2, then both duels are just isolated. Apex, with a very slow start, is starting to warm back into things. That's his 3rd kill, so it's not a lot to boast. The Mongols will not continue to shove. And will take the financial option to bring the rifles out into the next. But they do have these Deagles, and if you remember Mirage, they were absolutely deadly.
Hard to forget Mirage, the way they were hitting their Deagle shots.
Vitality is not a team that you want to give the option to slowly build back into a game. So this round, while seeming unlikely, they want to keep it threatening.
Oh, that's all right from 9-10. Maybe they get the bomb plant out of this. Shouldn't be anything more to be said about that, though. Numbers advantage. Okay, wow, bit of team play. Actually throws the rifle to Senzu, but he gets nothing out of it. And so, he gets some extra cash, and Vitality will get themselves their 5th. It's just, it feels like such an insurmountable task for Vitality when 12 is found so quickly. After a 10-2 half, you know, they get the pistol, they get the second.
Yeah, when I said 2 was the absolute bare minimum, it came with winning the pistol round, and then, you know, make sure you get the first gun round, and holding, maybe you lose a silly one, but then, you know, you're able to still build back in. But right now, this is such a mountain to climb. Rops continues to put up a big fight.
He's the only reason we're still here, Chad.
No 9-10 AWP, they're opting for rifle heavy. The finances would have been there to have that conversation in one way, shape, or form.
Okay, Zywoo is equipped with his.
Apex, this is very brave.
Lit straight through. He paid a very heavy price for that.
This isn't a...
Oh, perfect pre-aim onto Senzu, knows his preferences. Doesn't elect to immediately run away, calls for the smoke break. Now 9-10 just as
good
it
timing,
looks away.
Great timing.
Oh, spotted now, Techno gets the info. Oh, Apex, yeah. Just the finest of margins.
He's marooned there, wasn't he, in no man's land. Couldn't go back, had to go stand for that fight, but couldn't deliver it. Now the rotation's down to B. Nothing for the CTs just yet. Flamesy and Mezzi want to search yard, see if they can catch these players floating outside. The bomb is here as part of this, so if they...
Oh, good shot from Techno.
He just continues delivering.
He is beaming, no way! He gets Mezzi as well. Outrageous.
Trying to throw the bomb across, gonna get past the orb, missed shot!
It. Oh, I guess a whole new lease of life now. Is this it? Robs doesn't think so. Removing Blitz.
You want to go away. You know where the AWP was.
And they will. Nowhere to be found. Nice connection. Removes 9-10. House gives himself a smoke to play around. Just trying to live. Extend play. Oh, quick flick.
Up the heavens.
Finding Techno. Mzinho overrun, and we go again.
Okay, this is where the pressure's going to start to mount on the Mongols. A couple of good opportunities so far. That was a 2v4 situation as the superstars on the other side of the server.
Okay, looks like Techno's trying to keep the atmosphere light. You are still 6 rounds ahead of Vitality, but That gap has closed for the last 4 rounds in a row.
Felt like they did capitalize on the information. ZywOo, just great. Hasn't necessarily had the best series so far. Dust2 is pretty quiet, but is finding his voice in and out of the server. Again, it will not be the full buy. Partial upgrades behind a hero AK. Eyes right now, we're going to say should be on, props on ramp, but they're being held at bay by this smoke. Blitz has been able to get across again. Already blocked, so you know that somebody is down towards B. That's good information for the Mongols to work with. But they need to squeeze this, right? It needs to be perfect pathing, and every time you get info, you need to make sure that they're scared to re-peek into the line because you don't have util to force them away.
It's interesting and curious that oftentimes they do want to ask if Robs can hold these lesser weapon rounds.
Okay, that's loose piece dealt with.
Oh, he got caught moving, still gets his, and ZywOo picks up one as well. Oh, bit of traffic jam on the ladder.
I know Apex is down here somewhere, but do they expect him to be in the site?
Yeah, he's had that bomb drop as well. Mezzi will be able to provide the sight line of the push on Apex's position. Senzu back to lobby.
Does have time to go outside if he wants, but looks like he's going to poke his head in Squeaky on the fade of the smoke.
Ooh, a little bit of a sound cue. ZywOo gave a step. Yeah, Senzu nearly in position. Quick reactions from the sniper. And they'll have another one right here. Thank you very much, says ZywOo. Not too much friction from the Mongols, bar that one 2v3.
Now look, the scoreline is 12-7. It's like, okay, they just need one more round. But again, I want to return to this. The reason that we talk about Vitality and we hold them in such high regard, they've literally had 4 losses this entire year.
Yeah.
1 to EF, that's before they started their dominance. 1 to Legacy and a best of 1 at the major. We'll throw that one to the wayside. And then 2, this side of the tournament break, which we could say, okay, they've come out, they're a little bit complacent, they're a little bit slow, maybe they're not hitting their stride immediately. And then the question was, okay, well, how long will it take for them to get back flying, soaring at the top of Counter-Strike? And especially when the 2 losses they've had are against teams that they've played an awfully lot of times. Mouse, I think it was 7 times just this year. And for the Mongols, when you go back into 2024, this is the 11th outing between the cores.
Yeah, they've played a lot. Every month since February, I said on the way in. An attempt at some gymnastics doesn't work out for the speed boost.
Samara's taking the timeout. He has 1 more available to him. And at the moment, beating Vitality, that for a lot of teams is almost like winning the grand final. Obviously, it's not, right? But that's the conversation, right? You need to be able to get past these guys if you want a chance and a shot at the trophy.
Yeah.
So the pressure just to get past them, especially when you had such a chunky lead, this is interesting. So 2 players ready to activate off of Silo on a late timing.
They are running and they're gunning into that top site. Techno wants to draw blood, does so. Mezzi got empty hands. It's up to Flames. Just the one. Is it sufficient? Forced away. Apex trapped at the vents. If he catches the right timing, he could put something onto Blitz. Here's him departing. Oh, let's catch the spot. Apex trapped. ZywOo through the main smoke. Considering making a play, Techno does get tagged up by the spam of ZywOo. All to play for now. Mongols tantalizingly close to throwing another knockout blow to Vitality. The back-to-back. 2 kills away. Robs has managed to save him on multiple occasions. Is this too much to ask? Techno seems to think so. Only Mr. Cool, and the Mongols take it. Vitality, a 3rd consecutive semi-final loss. Mongols have broken through the oppression of Vitality's rule.
And what a performance from Techno. 27 kills to his name. He was an absolute monster. And the scoreline might read 13-7, but they threw them around the server. They've overcome their demons. And Vitality, this isn't a slip-up anymore. The Mongols take them down. They are the first team in 2025 to take down Vitality twice. Handed their 5th loss of the year. The Kings, the crown slipping.
Yeah, a Mongolian horde have run into town and stolen it for themselves. Wow, a grand final. Mongols in attendance once more. It's a recurring theme. Mongolian Counter-Strike not only on the map, but on top. Makes the #1 look weak on that 3rd map.
And we know that the whole country watches on. We're there in the server, and they will be in the server again tomorrow. It will not be that third place decider. It will be a best-of-5 grand final. It will be against either Aurora or hometown heroes, the Falcons. That matchup coming up next for the Mongols. They've got tonight to prepare. Lara took the timeout. They got the round they needed.
We'll get to hear now from your victorious Mongols with Ian.
Thank you very much, guys. The final favourites in Vitality are now out of here, courtesy of the Mongols. And the crowd here absolutely love this team. I'm here. I told you. I'm here with Techno, who just had an absolutely unbelievable final map there. 27 kills. Do you thrive under this kind of pressure?
No, actually, I think it was just my day, actually. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah? Well, you've proven something massive here because you beat Vitality last week. This time it's on a much bigger stage with much higher stakes. What do you think you've proven here as a team?
I think it shows we're improved from the last times we lost against them. And yeah, it's the second time we're winning them. It's the growing game also, but we need to do more. Yeah, I know it.
One more step away from raising the trophy, but before you get there, you've got to be so proud of representing Mongolia. You've got such a huge fan following back home. What do you want to say to them that are watching you right now?
Thank you, and keep cheering for us. Thank you.
This guy is a monster, but he's so chill, relaxed, and composed. I love it. Would you like to go and crush another key? That's a yes.
Yeah.
He thought about it, but we're going to go and do it. This is it.
So, here's MVP, guys.
Say again?
MVP. Yeah, also, happy birthday, Mamba. Today was Kobe Bryant's birthday, and happy birthday.
Thank you so much. One of the greatest of all time. Shout out to Kobe. But for you now, let's go and do what you need to do. We have our first grand finalist locked in, and it's the Mongols. On the other side, though, with this loss, their organization missed out on an extra $1 million. But for the players, it's back to the drawing board. Team Vitality's key will be crushed. Crushing keys and cushion dreams. Techno, just one last word for you. You can just see it beyond the camera here, the trophy. One more matchup ahead of you. Can you do it? Can you complete the mission?
I always say like we're gonna be champion this time and this time things, and I don't want to say anything. Just we will play our game.
They'll do their best. Thank you very much, and best of luck in the grand final. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have Apex with me from Team Vitality after a loss against the Mongols. I do want to talk to you about a lot of things, to be honest, but let's just keep it simple. You guys lost twice in a week against the Mongols. Can you tell me what's it about them that just doesn't work for you guys?
Well, the sure thing is they were better the 2 times. Newbies. But yeah, it's live. We're not there yet. We know that they were better, and that's it. Not much to say about that.
Well, as a leader for the team, as their IGL, how do you think you guys can bounce back from this and get back on track to be the Kings again?
Well, I think I don't know exactly. I think we have to talk with the guys, but the sure thing is we're working a lot. We're trying to get back to our level. It's not happening yet. We had a fantastic season. the first part of the season, and we wish we want to do the same, but we will have to reflect a lot and see what goes wrong in general, because it's not good enough yet.
All right, well, best of luck to you. There's still so much to look forward to for the rest of the year, so we'll see you guys very soon. Thank you, guys.
Not just victory, but domination on Nuke. Mongols thriving for the second time in this matchup, showing that it wasn't just a fluke at Bounty, that they're going to do it here at the Esports World Cup. And how about that little pop-off from Senzu?
How about that? How about the Mongols absolutely dismantling Vitality? Let's be completely honest, that game was not close. On Nuke, there was only one team on the server. Then I know Saivu had a couple of moments where you start to believe that maybe a comeback is possible, but when you look at that game, Jason, I think it's like Apex said, fair to say that the Mongols the first time around were the better team here. The second time, by far the better team. Vitality didn't really put up a fight on Nuke.
They had some unlucky things happen in the first half during that little streak that Mongols got on. I mean, look, first things first, it's like important to note the two maps that Vitality lose in the series, they get buried in deep holes right out of the gate. Like terrible starts and the two maps they lost. And Mongols had the terrible start in the map they lost as well. So the early momentum is really serving them well. But look at this, like Senzu gets this kill, he kills 2 through smoke, kills Rops through a smoke, kills Iwu through a smoke. A couple rounds later, he's gonna kill Rops through the smoke again. And those are rounds early on during the streak where it's like Vitality is trying to get into the game and it's like, oh, we're 3v5 for no reason. Oh, we're 4v5 for no reason. Just smoke spam. And I mean, just kind of schooled them in this half. And there's the fight back from Vitality to a certain extent, but you could tell when it's 8-0, when it's 9-0, 9-1, whatever it is, that's the first time in this kind of after the player break where it's felt like Vitality just kind of got knocked off the tracks and didn't have a plan to get back in. It felt like they were looking at each other like speechless themselves and not sure what to do to get around this.
Yeah, I mean, we've had brawls even the last time around between these two teams. It was a crouch. Was the difference between victory and defeat. Came right down to the wire, but here you're right. Derailed right at the beginning, and by the time they even get the car back on the tracks, they're way too far behind.
I mean, like, there was like, during that run in the first half, I like almost felt bad for Vitality because like Mongols was just hitting everything. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, all 5 players in the right place at the right time, all 5 players, first bullet headshot, all 5 players just immediately destroying everyone who showed up on their screen. And it's, I think Chad like even mentioned it during the cast. So it was like at one point on Nuke, like Vitality was averaging like 1.2 kills a round, and it's just like, I don't know what to tell. Like, at some point, no matter what tactic you're running, if your opposition is hitting like that and shooting like that, what are you supposed to do?
And I think that's where we gotta give the Mongols all the credit in the world, to be completely honest. On Mirage, if we just remember back a couple of hours ago, they were by far the better team as well. I think the scoreline was 13-9 or something. Vitality had to make a bit of a cosmetic comeback to make that look okay. On Dust 2 as well, 9-9. The Mongols losing that round to the Max 7 as well in a 2v4. Let's be honest, the Mongols could have won all 3 maps in this series, and it sounds ridiculous to say it in that fashion, but that's how good they were playing today. They were in contention for every single half they were playing throughout this game, and I think the performance they had here on Nuke was just absolutely fantastic.
Look at these Techno numbers.
Techno averaged a kill and a half a round. They had 145 ADR. That's so insane.
Actually disgusting. I mean, what a map from Techno. There's a reason Senzu came over and grabbed the mic for the MVP. We're just not used to seeing that. We have sometimes...
Now tell me why he gave Mamba the happy birthday.
That I don't know. He's just a big fan. He's just a big fan, apparently.
Yeah.
That is the crazy part, right? Because we've been speaking about Blitz, he's had a bit of a resurgence. He's had a great tournament so far. Spoke a bit about Messinho starting to look slightly better. 9-10 is always a point of conversation. Sensu is always a point of conversation. I mean, we pretty much went through the entire segment, Jason, without mentioning Techno's name, right? And then he comes in here on Nuke, and he's the deciding factor. You said it, they have a very deep roster right now.
It's looking deeper the more I see him play, I'll tell you that.
Exactly, and I think this is the greatest testament to that you have 5 players within the Mongols right now who all can step up at the crucial moments and be the difference maker.
And I mean, it was. I think individually, Vitality players kind of recognized that this was like that they were just so buried and was going to be such a difficult. Like, some of the kills Techno was getting towards the end were just like, how are you not dying? Like, it just felt like Vitality players just individually like just missing shots, maybe just mentality shifted, but like there were kills you normally see them get. These players get right here. Watch this one. Watch this next one on Mezzi. That's a kill for Mezzi normally. Like, he gets like the first six bullets on that shot. He's already kind of properly baited his teammate to have a nice timing on the re-peek for the trade and just misses the opportunity. So I think individually Vitality players just kind of slipped once they realized the level that the Mongols were bringing into the third map.
Which we're just not used to talking about that for Vitality, right? This is a team that's found a million ways to win in the last season. They were always the team that you couldn't count out. We saw them in the grand finals, gutting it back in maps where you think they're totally done. And it's a different story now. I mean, Chad put it nicely there, the crown's slipping, and we have to start the conversation. We're going to start a dialogue here because it's 3 events in a row. It's 3 semifinals exits in a row.
I think it's important that we establish some context to this, though, right? Because we're going to talk about like some issues with Vitality. What are the issues and blah, blah, blah. Is it time for alarms or anything like that? I just want to contextualize and say, it's fine. Let's talk about the issues they're having and what we might think they are. But the issues that they're having isn't like a disaster. They're still in the semifinals, right? The issues they're having is getting back to lifting trophies, not so much like, oh, this team has completely disappeared. So I think it's very easy to overreact after a team has been so dominant for half a year and then doesn't show that dominance next. But we have to contextualize that this is still one of the best teams. The problems they're having is against teams ranked number 2, teams ranked number 3, number 4. That's it.
Where's the fun in context, Jason? Where's the fun in No, I think you're absolutely right.
You got to keep it real with these guys after the year they've had.
They've brought it up themselves. I think Rob said it in an interview that it's like normally for most teams making 3 semifinals in a row at this caliber of tournament would be a good thing.
It's a dream stretch.
For them, it's disappointment.
Yeah.
It is disappointing, and it's disappointing when you don't win a trophy, and especially coming out of the player break, right? Had they won one of those tournaments where they got into a semifinal, or had one of them been a final, I think that would have dialed the conversation down a little bit. But as you said, obviously for a lot of different teams, that's a dream stretch, but not for Vitality. And that's the bar we're keeping them up to. And I mean, let's be honest, when you listen to the players, when you hear from Robs, when you hear from Messi, when you hear from Apex, they all say the same thing. We do not play our best brand of Counter-Strike right now. We are not satisfied with how we perform. So why are we trying to make it that we should be satisfied with what they're doing?
Reminder for what it cost them here as well is another $1 million in that Esports World Cup Club Championship. It wasn't just about the Counter-Strike prize.
They don't give a damn about that. It doesn't matter for Vitality. It's a big thing for the club Vitality, obviously. $1 million is an awful lot of money, and I'm sure that could have been spent well on some of these expensive salaries. But for Vitality as a team, in the context of Counter-Strike right now, the hunting season is on, Vitality is no longer immortal. Vitality can be beaten by the Mongols, by Mouse. Who knows what would have happened if Falcons would have played
who else?
well.
Who knows who else is coming next?
Exactly. That's the cool thing about it. And if anything, it makes me super, super happy. It opens up the entire season and the entire circuit where teams like Falcons can start to dream, Mouse can start to dream. The Mongols are now heading into a final where they will be the favorites tomorrow, regardless of who they face. Other teams than Vitality can start to dream about trophies. And I think, to me, that's the biggest storyline outside of the fact that, yes, Vitality are not hitting 100% right now, but they're still at 90, which is okay.
Well, I think we also have to remember, too, like, I think when I hear the players, like, that's all well and good when the players say the things that you just mentioned, and there's going to be some accuracy to it, but I put it under the umbrella also of, like, you have to remember that every single team in the Counter-Strike scene for the past 6 months has been trying to figure out how to beat Vitality. It's been like the #1 goal of literally every single team. So not only have we seen so many teams make roster changes to try and increase their firepower to fight against Vitality, but they've also probably been the most watched demos across pro teams, most watched replays, most studied team that we've had in quite some time to figure out exactly what they're doing that is so effective, that's allowing these players to be so strong. And at some point, that's going to catch up with you. So for me, that all that conversation about we're not playing our best game, we're not as efficient, not everyone's playing as well as they could be, it falls under the umbrella too of where it's just like, on some extent, you have to expect that these teams are going to figure you out at some point. And it might be time to retool some things, might be time to tweak a couple things here or there, a couple details, different protocols, different rotations. Might be that point of the season where you have to change a couple of the things that you've done that have served you so well for the past 6 months, because the Counter-Strike scene is so busy and they're playing so deep in these tournaments, they don't have time to refresh it during the 6 months where they win everything. Now is the time where they have to go back. So this is going to be a job that falls on Apex as the leader, on Extaz as a coach, as Mats as the analyst. Those guys are going to have to get together when they have some time and start figuring out which details they want to tweak and where the problems are really lying.
One more thought on the Mongols as we move in. With the caliber that we've seen from the Mongols throughout this tournament, is this a team that not just could, but should lift this trophy here at the World Cup?
I mean, if you look at it objectively speaking, they will head into the grand final tomorrow as the favorite, I'd say. They've consistently shown that they've been playing Counter-Strike at a high level. A major final, obviously, in Austin. Cologne was not a disaster for them. They went into the quarterfinal as well, and then a semifinal, a grand final at the Bounty, and now another grand final here. So yeah, objectively speaking, the Mongols is the favorites heading into tomorrow, regardless whether that's going to be Falcons or Aurora. Do I think they're going to win? No, but it could happen.
Ooh, interesting. Okay.
That's a hot take. They should win it. They should be the favorites, but they're not going to win it. Hot take.
I think my expectations are that they lift this trophy. Like, they have to lift this trophy. Like, we've been waiting for them to lift a big trophy for some time, and you don't want to be a team if you're Mongols. Like, you don't think about this as the player, as the team, right? But from our perspective, it's like you don't want to be the next Mouse. You don't want to be the next team where we're just like, why the hell can't
That's
these
where
guys...
I put them.
Yeah, why the hell can't these guys win a trophy? Why the hell can't these guys get over the hump? How many losses do they have to take in the semifinals? How many failures before they learn how to actually win the trophy? It's time now. And you've just shown you can beat Vitality in this fashion. You've shown them you can beat them twice in a row. So now you better show us you can go win a trophy, because if you don't, I'm extremely disappointed in Mongols.
Now, I think you've got something for us here. Speaking of your hot takes, it's a doctor's note, courtesy of our friends at Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group.
Yeah, and I kind of was asked to do this, before today, and my hot take is that I think Falcons are going to win this tournament. I really do think that they have everything what it takes right now. This honeymoon period again, where you get Kyusuke in, you get a bit of practice. I think Nico is speaking about, he's feeling more comfortable with the changes and the practice and the change of roles. I have Falcons as an underdog to win the entire thing. I had it before today's game as well, and right now Vitality has done Falcons a huge favor. Obviously, they have to get the job done themselves against Aurora in this semi-final, but if Falcons are heading in versus the Mongols tomorrow, I'm going to put my money on the Falcons.
Oh man, I'm gonna say Mongols is gonna win the final no matter who they play against. I mean, part of it is I think they're playing incredibly well, and I truly do believe they'll win. I also think you're going up against whichever team comes out on the other side of the bracket. It's two teams who have already been struggling and are on kind of a redemption arc, not so much hitting a moment where they should be winning trophies, just trying to get back into the swing of things.
That's every time that happens. That's whenever Nico and Monis is winning trophies.
Sure.
Every time with G2.
I think the other factor of that is going to be Mongols is going to have the map pool advantage, which they haven't always had throughout their run as a team as well, and you go into a best of 5 and that advantage is going to get even bigger. So I look at this and I see the way the players are playing. I see Blitz, the number 2 ranked player in the tournament so far. Like, you see Techno playing the way he was, Senzu showing up in these semifinals as well. I don't see a reason why they shouldn't win this trophy, and if they don't, it's like, what are we doing here? Well, what's going on?
Another mouse.
Well, those will be questions for tomorrow. But for today, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, can the Falcons fly high, or will it be Aurora straight through to that grand final?
Precision. All intention. Every frag.
Quad kill in defensive ramp, just like that.
I am speed.
Kiyasuke's got to do it alone, but he's just doing everything right
movement.
now. 4 shots with the USP connect to the head of Furia.
I am.
Bro, where's Maxim? It's almost practice time.
I'm still trying to find him, actually.
Man, these young players nowadays, they're just...
I don't know where he is. Nico, you will not believe, man. I found him.
Where is he, man?
He's at this sim racing. It's crazy.
Sim racing? Bro thinks he's Max Verstappen.
What's up, bro? He is him.
Well, I don't know if you were all ready, but I certainly was. Where were you guys when we got ready for this next matchup? Oh, wait.
Right here.
Yeah. Right here, yes. Mixwell, what's up, dude?
Hello, guys. It's nice to see you again after so many years.
It's been a while. It's true. Mixwell, you're no stranger to us. We know you for a long time now, but perhaps you catch people at home back up to speed. Where you been? What you been doing?
I was a former pro player in CSGO before. I played in Optic and Cloud9, G2, Movistar Riders, and then I switched to Valorant, and now I retired. And I'm doing
what
watch
happens when you
parties.
switch to Valorant, huh? Just retire.
Yeah, I retired, and now I'm doing watch parties, and I'm a streamer.
Now you're enjoying life.
Yeah, you're kind of loving it. Okay.
Give us a little bit about being a streamer compared to being a pro player.
I think it's much more chill life, especially if you have a big community. You need to, you have more time to spend with your family and friends. I sacrificed many years playing because I liked it a lot, but I got tired of it, and now I feel like I'm enjoying much more myself and the people around me, you know?
Well, I think it's funny, too, because some of the players that you played alongside of, we still have in the server today, like a Naf, for example, still finds himself over at Liquid. Do you ever look around and you're like, man, you guys are still going. Good for you guys.
I was talking to Naf yesterday, and we didn't talk for a long time. He was telling me that all of the Optic roster that we were together had a great career and everyone is doing great. We kind of had this wholesome moment of realizing that we made it, you know? And he was, in my opinion, the most talented player from our roster. And he's achieved so many things, and I'm so happy for him, super proud.
Do you still follow Counter-Strike these days and follow Valorant and other esports titles?
I watch Counter-Strike every time I can. I did the co-stream for the EM Cologne as well, so I know what is going on, and I still follow it. I think Counter-Strike is still the king in esports.
Better than Valorant, yeah?
I think Valorant has to catch up. I think they are both great, but I think CS has too much lore. People know each other for such a long time that it's really easy to do storytelling. And also the game is great, so you have a lot of things that are good for it.
So let's do this then, because we do have a game in front of us, right? We do need to send a team into the grand finals. Mixwell, you've probably watched a lot of the tournament thus far. Any surprises? And better yet, who do you think's going on to play the Mongols in that grand final?
I think Falcons has a good chance of doing it. I think Aurora played great the other day. I think they need to play even better to beat Falcons. I think Chantras and Wicadia or what?
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah,
you're good.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, Wicadia has to perform really well because I think Falcons, after the 2-week bootcamp that they had, they are playing much better than before, and I think Falcons might win this tournament. I think they might, but my favorite is Mongols right now.
Okay, what can we ask? What is it about the Mongols? Is it about their play style? Is it kind of like just watching them grow and flourish?
I think all of them are playing really good. This is really important. And also what I like the most about them is that they react really fast to what is going on. It's something that some teams are really slow to understand what they have to do. And Mongols, after watching them, I feel like they are the ones that react faster. Falcons have really talented players, but I don't think they react as fast as them.
You said Wicadia. We said it was okay. Now, how do you say that new guy's name over there at Falcons?
Kyosuke.
There we go.
Nailed it.
That's pretty spot on. Well, I tell you what, Mixwell, we do have to get that game underway. So, you want to plug your channels? You want to tell people where they can find you?
Right now, I'm co-streaming on Twitch TV /Mixwell. Even though we speak in Spanish, if you know Spanish, you can come and watch us. If not, I'm sure there's a lot of good co-streamers.
Come and learn Spanish.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Well, cool. Mixwell, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
We are going to see what exactly is in front of us as this one goes forward. Aurora versus the Falcons after this.
I think they have very strong firepower in the team. The recent games, they've been showing very good. Counter-Strike, we play with 5 players, first of all, and there is also Tezas and Kixon, and Tezas and Kixon will destroy them. It's not about stars in the team. Solo plays creates highlights, but teamwork creates history.
Falcons, it's 50-50 because
they have also this pressure. They have to win because a lot of people is behind them. And also, they have a lot of supports. So I think it's 50-50. It can balance like one side to other sides. Falcon match can be really difficult. I think they have good individually, but I believe in my teammate. I believe in myself also, and I think we have the strength to beat them, and hopefully we can show that.
Oh, jumping denial! No time for this one! He can't do it!
Porsche's backside, he hears every step. Molly in your face. Modesty comes through the fire. He hits the shot. Drop with the plan with a second to spare. Hill will take it. And Modesty finds the round.
I like their team. I like Aurora. It was nice to watch you guys as well before Eternal Fire, but cheer for Team Falcons.
Well, yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Monesi. Of course, if we look at our Jamil Motorsport arrivals, it is just about time to get these teams situated in the server. Aurora, having put FaZe out, having knocked out Heroic, then look to continue on today, having to put away the Falcons, not necessarily on the cards. Let's find out.
How good did that win feel yesterday over Mouse, and how important was it for you guys and the team?
That was very important for the confidence and also for the good atmosphere in the team, you know. It's always important to win these kind of games. And yes, they almost came back, but we managed to win.
They did almost come back, but also you had some, I'm going to call Monesi magic moment, you know? Talk to me, what was going through your mind where you didn't save the AWP and you just went for that crazy play pushing the molly?
I just saw the time and everything. I mean, I just had enough time to have this clutch, to plant the bomb and win the round. But I mean, they can happen sometimes, but I hope I will have more these times in the future.
More of them today?
Yes.
Okay, good luck, man. Thank you very much.
I don't know if Monesi needs any more good luck than he might already have. I mean, hell, just the play we're hearing him talk about from yesterday was something spectacular, flying right up those ladders on Nuke and then dropping right into the site to get the job done. However, opposite of them and the Team Falcons that are looking to find their way into the grand final today would be that of Aurora, Eternal Fire, formerly, but now we find out exactly what it is they have for the offering.
There's no doubt that it's going to be a tough game for Aurora. The Falcons, to me, are the heavy favorites heading into this one for one reason, and that's the amount of skill they have on the server and seemingly the synergy they're starting to find with each other. I don't think we're seeing the full version of Falcons just yet. I don't think we're seeing peak Falcons. It would be ridiculous to expect that nor see that already, but I do think we're seeing a Falcons that is slowly but surely ramping up to be the team that we all expect them to be. A team built to win trophies, and a win against Aurora will put them dangerously close to one.
But from what we're seeing so far, they're still far away from that. I mean, yes, they've made it this far, but their T-sides have been they've been struggling decently on those, especially when it comes to full gun rounds, you know, gun versus gun round or against force buys, you know, after winning pistol. It has had to come down to the heroics like the Monesi 1v2, winning a half buy to win the game. Or if you go to the same series against Mouse, you know, another half buy in the B bombs. I mean, they're sort of speeding it up a little bit. Or Nico and Monesi had a 2v4, I believe, in the G2 game. So it's been the individual heroics when it comes to the T side and some of these rounds where they speed it up a little bit. I think their T side is leaving a lot to be desired, which makes this an interesting matchup because it's a similar story for Aurora. They've been CT side masters, like 8, 9, 10 rounds every single game. So that's going to be very interesting to see.
I was just about to say, you know, it's I guess lucky for Falcons they're facing the one team here I feel like that's left in the tournament who has a worse T-side in Aurora, so they've been struggling a lot lately as well, and that's why I feel like these individuals are coming in, because I agree with you. Overall, when you look at the Falcons, they're far away from being this well-drilled machine. That would also be kind of ridiculous to expect already, but when you have individuals like Monesi, Nico, and Kyusuke, you can always turn around a round or turn around a game, and I don't see the same capabilities in their work.
I mean, it does make me wonder exactly if it's as easy to pinpoint where these little bit of growth that needs to happen is for the Falcons.
It takes time, though. Like, you've been coaching teams before, and you've been trying to make it to the very top. Like, to build synergy, to have all 5 members buy into a project, buy into a vision, especially when you bring in a guy like Kyusuke, when you change roles within the team, when you have a guy like Nico who's been around for such a long time to change his way of thinking Counter-Strike in order to accommodate for something that Sonic may want to do, but in the team, it just takes time to build that kind of synergy.
And not necessarily even time to practice and put plays in, more so official games, right? And reps. I mean, we talk about Kyosuke, and he hasn't played officials on Inferno. It was just the permaban for his teams, right? So now you have to go through that. Someone like Tessus, who, someone will look at the stats and say, Tessus is bad, he doesn't know what he's doing. Like, the dude has had to change his positions and roles for the third time in a year, probably at this point. And that just takes time. There's so many, even within the one spot on one map, there's so many different situations, scenarios, right, that you need to just go through to understand, okay, for me and the way I like to play the game, this works, this doesn't work. I'd rather be in this situation than in that situation. And then also you have a rookie playing, let's say, maybe next to him. So how to play off of each other, how to approach all these things is something that only repetitions can help with.
And you've hit it right there on the head. You said about individual heroics. Well, speaking of heroics, and obviously with Tessus, if you think about it, what would be the difference of him in heroic versus where he is now in Falcons?
It's a complete different dynamic. Like in heroic, everyone knew exactly what they were doing. They were working in tandem. They didn't have a star player. They had a team. Heroic was all about the team play, all about the proactiveness on the CT side in particular, and by always being glued together in a sense, where I feel like here, he's, as you said, he has to change roles constantly. Now he finds himself, in a bit more of an anchoring position where he has to figure out what to do on his own all the time instead of constantly having to rely on teammates. So for Tessus to play in Falcons and to play in Heroic, that's two different worlds.
I think for me, the short answer would be he's more mature now. Right, in Heroic, that was his first, proper team in Tier 1, and I think he was a little bit of a choker in those days, right, when it came to some of the biggest games and then couldn't perform up to the same level. But we've seen him in Falcons in some games. The Melbourne final comes to mind, right, on that Nuke. He was an absolute beast on T-side, and you feel like he's turned the corner when it comes to that. Now it's just about getting used to some of the new spots and the new positions.
In the new positions, what about some of the stuff we're looking at here? What did Eddie put together for you?
Yeah, I mean, for Falcons, we talk about T-side and the struggles and so on, and losing second rounds, right? So here's an example from the game against Mouse. Let's do this again. This round is longer. Let's do this again. There's 30 more seconds to this. Let's start it again. Let's play it again.
Yeah, can we start?
Right. We'll get back to it. But I think for Falcons, it's a problem because like when you come to these rounds and the second rounds and whatnot, it's very important for the economy, Jacob, right? Like we've seen teams that just lose it 2 times and that's enough for you to lose the game.
Yeah, you need a bit of resilience to overcome that. And obviously for Falcons not to convert nor win these rounds, it's going to be instrumental in order to win the game against Aurora, but also if you want to win the trophy against the Mongols, as we've seen them do it as well. It's always, a little bit in a round like this. How active do you want to be? How proactive do you want to play? Do you gamble here to have a 3-man stack in one bomb site when you know you're facing a bit of a force buy? There's a lot of stuff that goes into this, but at the end of the day, you win the pistol and you lose the following round. That's almost a worse start than winning the pistol and losing. By losing the pistol. So it's so instrumental to get off to a good start, especially for a team like.
I think it will be interesting when we, because Inferno is definitely an option for Aurora to pick. And if you look at this Mouse game for Falcons, I mean, it was really the problem with the economy, right? Like, even on their T side, they would lose these key rounds. They didn't have money the entirety of the T side, it feels like. And even on the CT side, first time honestly gets an op, it's very deep into the half, right? So that's a problem, and it constantly forces you into making plays and doing things that you don't necessarily want to do.
But I will say, we saw against G2, because some of the same issues were glaring in that game as well, where they lost rounds they were not supposed to lose. And you even said it yourself, Janko, that it did seem like the mental resilience in the Falcon camps was a little bit better. They overcome those hurdles, and they didn't necessarily let it affect them too much. So they used to be fragile, I'd say, and I think slowly but surely, maybe they're moving away from being so fragile.
Yeah, maybe just that. Moving some decisively, or perhaps with a purpose, is exactly what we're looking for. Let's hear from Tessus before we do jump into the server today.
Falcons are one step away from making it through to the grand final. I've got Tessus joining me here. First of all, how are you doing, man? Because yesterday was an important win for the team.
It really was, against a really good team and top team in CS right now, and really happy with how it ended and proud of the individuals.
Can you explain to me the difference between the Falcons we saw in Cologne to what we saw yesterday and just across this event so far? Because I know you've had more time to practice, but it seems like you guys just understand things more.
Yeah, we're definitely more on the same page, and we've gone a lot more into details with the in-game stuff.
Okay.
We didn't really feel like it was mental in Cologne necessarily, so we just really worked on the in-game part, which has helped us to focus on just that and not care about anything else. So really happy that we see some progress in that. But also people are shining at this tournament, individuals are showing up, so that helps.
Now, I know the wins are coming in, but for you, we were just speaking about it off camera. Some moments are still a little bit tough for you. Is it hard to get comfortable, or what is it for you right now where you think like you're getting adjusted to it? Well, just explain to me from your perspective, because you know best.
Yeah, well, actually after Cologne in the practice weeks, I know it's only practice, but I was actually putting up really good numbers and I was doing really well.
We know you can, it's never in doubt.
And I was very comfortable in my roles. I had 1 or 2 good maps here and then a little bit uncomfortable yesterday. It's not up to my own standards. I know I can play better, and if I played up to my normal level yesterday, we would have crushed them.
Yeah, it would have been a smash.
Being too cocky, but that's my belief, and I have to believe that.
Yeah, of course, and you're right to believe that at the same time. With that belief, with that confidence, if you can push a little bit further, and the rest of the team of how they're performing, do you expect this match against Aurora to be pretty easy?
If people are playing like yesterday with the individuals and me stepping up, then I don't see a world where we're not going to get through to the final. But we have to be ready from the beginning.
Now, you've had a few different team members around you, not just on Falcons, but other teams as well. Would you say that this team you're on right now is the most individually skilled team you've ever been a part of?
Pure paper statistics and how I'm feeling, yes, 100%. This is next level. Just from spectating yesterday, everyone having these big moments, Monacy getting this
insane clutch.
Crazy clutch. Of course, the mouse is doing a little bit of mistakes, but you don't see that every day.
You don't see it every day, but does that fill you with this extra confidence that's really important to have in Counter-Strike?
Yes, and when these rounds happen, you just need to be happy for them, and you celebrate it and focus on the next one, and you have some kind of confidence no matter what scoreline we're in, and it's just exciting for me, and I'm so happy that I'm able to support these guys as much as possible and try to make their job as easy as possible.
Well, you certainly know what you got to do. Let's see if you can get it done today as well. Falcons versus Aurora coming up next.
Where can we find this podcast? Do you know?
I wasn't sure. That's a great question. I'll see what they can conjure up for us back there. But speaking of pods and casting, I cast a spell right here to find out what maps we're playing on.
I wonder if they pick Inferno. I think the only reason they wouldn't is because, they do, because of how the phase game went for them. But I think that's Aurora, played their worst map of this tournament so far. What's going to be interesting for me on Inferno is in the phase game, the first time they tried to fight for Banana was round 8 of the half. So, only towards the end. And I don't think they'll make the same mistake here. So keep an eye out on that. Falcons keep going with Train. They
I like that.
Against G2 as well.
Yeah, they did. There seems to be a stronghold for them. They also played well on Train, to be fair, against G2. And then you have Mirage as a third deciding map. I think a map both teams are quite comfortable with, and quite happy for it to be the third deciding map, especially when you're Santaris. He had a fantastic game on Mirage specifically yesterday. So it's a good map pool and some interesting maps. It's not often we get to mix Inferno and Train into a Mirage as the decider.
Yeah, usually we see that Inferno as the third. Yanko, you've got roughly 15 seconds to tell me who wins this game.
Aurora.
The Falcons, without a doubt, 2-0.
2-0. Not a chance for a third, not a chance for
I actually
Gontares.
I believe in Tessus. I believe in the Falcons. I think they're going to get there, and I don't think Aurora is that good. It's going to be a 2-0 Falcons.
Okay. Well, we'll see if you're right, gentlemen. So much. We're going to go ahead and jump into that game. So let's do just that. It's Inferno, starting it off with Falcons and Aurora.
Semi-final Saturday continues. The kings of Counter-Strike 2 are out. And now we find out who takes the second spot at the grand final tomorrow.
These guys have been celebrating. Thank you. These guys have been celebrating. Ever since they secured back-to-back club championships. I'm pretty sure they haven't slept a wink since. But they've still got work to do here.
That's right, but they have so much to prove right here in Counter-Strike 2. Because tonight they're facing someone who's showing the world why they belong to the top.
Of course, we know that the Mongols are waiting in the wings in the grand final. The question is, who will join them?
That's right. So let's welcome our first contenders, our first semi-finalists for this match. It's Aurora Gaming. On the verge of their second big LAN final this year, and their first under the Aurora banner. They've battled their way here with belief, momentum, and the hunger to prove they are not just challengers, but true trophy contenders.
Oh, it's about to pop off. Their opponents, Team Falcon! Back-to-back club champions and the crowd favourites here in Riyadh. Let's go, Cologne was only a stumble and now they are back flying high. Let's go, and ready to show the world that this team is built for success.
It's time to lock in our second grand finalist. The crowd is electric, the stakes are exceptional. It can only be CS2 at the Esports World Cup.
Things are getting so loud here in the arena, and for good reason, because once again Falcons taking to the stage, this time in the semi-final. I've got their assistant coach Max here for a few words. If you can even hear me over this crowd. Obviously everybody's talking about PSUK finally on the roster for you guys. Can you tell me the process of integrating him into the team and how you were involved with that?
Right. So when Kyosuke joined, we went for a boot camp, and we have shared our team identity and a vision for the future with him. He picked it up very quickly. We started working on our fundamentals, and because he's so talented and so smart about the game, it is really easy to work with him and develop. So for him, it was very easy. Perhaps for some of the players that needed to change their positions, it wasn't as easy, but we're working on it.
We know there's a lot of supporting staff around the Falcons as well. I'm kind of interested in outside of the server. Have there been any changes, to sleep, diet, exercise schedule for any of the players now you guys are trying to be climbing back to the top?
So these things, everyone needs to take it in their own tempo, so no one is forced to do anything, but Falcons provides a lot of the support stuff, like a nutritionist, sports psychologist, physiotherapist. So a lot of the tools are available to the players, and it's up to them to use them, but we are encouraging them to use them.
I'm very curious about your role in the lead up to an official match. When the players are walking out on stage here, let's say an hour before the match goes live, what are you doing to ensure everybody's set up in the best position to succeed?
Approximately an hour before the game, we usually learn what maps we're going to play exactly. So when that happens, the boys go to set up on the stage, and the coaching staff starts working on all the details, tries to make sure that we polish out anything that needs to be polished out for the match. And then I'm sitting in one of the back rooms doing any necessary research to make sure that my boys are prepared for all the maps.
I've got to ask one more question just about this crowd in attendance here. What's the feeling like when you see your boys walking out on stage and just hear the roars of the crowd?
It's insane. The crowd is fantastic, and it is a lot of fun to just hear fans cheering your team's name. So thank you guys, thank you everyone. It is insane to play in front of you, and let's hope for a great game.
Let's do this. It's Falcons taking on Aurora in our second semi-final.
That's right, the Mongols waiting in that grand final. We've got to find out who goes on to face them. It's Aurora versus the Falcons. We're starting off on Inferno. I think this is a sensible punish pick here from Aurora. Sure, they had a pretty disastrous game on this map versus FaZe Clan, but I think that was kind of the worst map we've seen from this Aurora squad throughout the entire event. This slow start there in that game, but they would go on to recover.
Yeah, it was also a map we just saw Falcons struggle on, right? Not just the fact that you brought up this stat of Kyosuke having a lack of experience here, but somewhere that Falcons have bad memories, they have bad presence on it, present results on it, and Aurora definitely looking to punish in this series as an underdog. Underdog, yes, but we've still seen great form out of Aurora this tournament, coming in with Xantara's 7th best rated player, Woxic 9th. The next closest for Falcons is Nico at 11. He's had a bit of a redemption of his own. But Aurora, worth noting, the first couple of games were a little easier on paper.
Yeah.
A weakened FaZe right ahead of a roster change, and a Heroic who did take down Team Spirit, to be fair. This is going to be their biggest test yet against this Falcons team.
Without a doubt, they're starting off on this punish pick of Inferno. Going to be a T-side opening for Aurora. Can they catch Falcons sleeping at the wheel? Let's get into this semi-final.
Lots of utility here for Falcons, looking to block and stop Aurora. What pace do we get in this pistol? Double HEs to clear positions here. The Turkish side. The bomb resets, Banana controlled, allowed. As m0NESY and Kixon sit in that side of the map, Nico plays on the arch. Looking to perhaps fake this one out.
Something I think that will be interesting in this first half is getting to keep an eye on Xantara's and co trying to work this banana control. They're going to have guaranteed fights with how Kixan and Nico so often like to play here. But we're not going to get that in the pistol. It was just a cursory glance up towards top of B. Magic calling a 1-4. This is kind of his bread and butter in this pistol. He's going to link back up with the rest of the team eventually as they set their sights on this apartment's push. Kyosuke dead straight away. Tessez follows up. But just the one and done. It's Nico next, thrust into the defense here. The rotates a ways away, and Wakadia has this backstab. Gonna catch Nico for free. That's a plant for Aurora and a post plant teed up.
What a cheeky round for Aurora. The double smokes on long allow Wakadia to come all the way through and walk round the Moto side behind enemy lines. Couple of kills on defense for Falcons are not enough. That bomb waits for the right time to strike, and Aurora just sit back in their positions knowing this round is unlosable. Kixon's going to just try and do some damage on the way out. But Aurora are not giving him the time of day. Magic comes in to close the round. Nice shot for Kixon, but this is just about money at this point. Aurora take that pistol, and Falcons, a familiar feeling. Saw them against Mouse really just have trouble on this map yesterday. It was a map they won both pistols in, but both times over, Mouse came up with 4 spies. That was another one of the problems Falcons struggled with. Despite that, still getting a win over Mouse. Tessa said in the interview coming in, if he just played his usual self, they would have smashed them. To Tessez, who didn't get a double-digit map in that quarterfinal. So certainly expecting more from him today. Could have been a kill to win the round. Instead, Nico gets to drop this smoke. And a bluff that is perhaps not worth calling here for Aurora. They got to wait it out. 2 more smokes remain for the Falcons, time being bought.
I'm going to be keeping a close eye on Xantara's in that FaZe game. He had a really, really rough start, if you remember. He was getting bullied on the banana aggro. He had some very unfortunate, missed timings or awkward flashes that often felt like they were more to his detriment than to help him. But if he can start strong today, that's a huge leg up for Aurora. If you remember, it was Woxic in that series that was really firing on all cylinders, playing lights out.
I'm getting flashbacks already to the Mouse game where Falcons go and gamble stack the B bomb site and Mouse just run back with 20 seconds. I mean, Aurora had all the time in the world to make this move, and they've done it with ample in the tank. Bomb's going to get planted. This round's done. Falcons just looking to save pistol armor. Nice little rotate for Aurora, maybe knowing what they're up against.
I wanted to update the Kiyosuke stat because I saw some questions around it, right?
Yeah.
Like, essentially, we said yesterday was his 39th game on Inferno ever. Saw some questions about whether or not that included like MM, right? Just standard matchmaking. No, he's played it 11 times in matchmaking. I didn't factor that in because he hasn't played MM in years.
Oh, well, if he's played MM.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
You know,
and it's not really much of a boost. No, that was largely just on Face It. He's only played, this is the third ever official on this map. Used to be the Instaban of Spirit Academy, the team he was on prior. And not a map he likes to play in his downtime. He played one today, though. He logged on a Face It earlier and got some reps in.
How'd it go?
He got demolished.
Okay, well.
So yeah, like technically, if we're including MM, Face It, and officials, this is now, with the one extra game today, this is his 52nd game of Inferno ever in his entire time playing CS, not just professionally.
It's terrifying, to be honest. You're going to hope you can throw some scrims in there, some unaccounted for games for Falcons, and definitely need him here on a strugglesome map. A map that many at the top level are not liking right now for a multitude of reasons. Aurora, they've had highs and lows, but they're here to punish. That's the play. Xantares jumping around the smoke, and his kicks in front of the half wall to catch him off guard. Bit of an awkward start for Xantares. You don't want him getting tilted out of this game, that's for sure. Hickson, a very aggressive, punching shots down range. Eventually, they respond. Snake dropped here as well, worth picking up, but Nico gone. Opens up a chance to just walk into this B-bomb site for Aurora. Save pistols, doing little for Falcons. And even if this smoke comes in to block, Aurora were in no hurry anyway.
And it's not really a smoke, is it? There's a huge channel left open. You're going to be able to walk around that if you're Aurora. Maybe it puts the fear in them, but they don't have any real estate anywhere else. So it feels like they just have to commit to B. So they've got this round in the bag with Falcons stacking the other side of the map. So Aurora off to a good start.
Yeah, really good start. And, you know, this is, as the Des mentioned, this is the team with the most success on CT side so far in this tournament, right? Having some really good defensive halves. We saw against FaZe in that opening game, managing a 10-round CT side on Mirage. They also got a flawless defense on Overpass, not giving FaZe a single T-side round of the 8 played. And even in their follow-up game against Heroic, an 11-1 on Mirage CT as well. So really need Falcons to start strong once they hit the gun rounds, or Aurora are going to be streaming away. Mirage is our decider tonight. Falcons with the train pick. Now we're looking for Falcons to start off here. First gun round, m0NESY's AWP. Everything they need. Even Woxic's AWP, expecting m0NESY's to make an appearance early in this half.
I think it's going to be an exciting clash of AWPers, two very flashy AWP players. m0NESY does have the edge being on this CT side. At least he's supposed to. Going to deal with his Xantares peek to open it up. That AWP immediately making its presence known. And so even though Aurora could have taken the guess that m0NESY's looking to bring it out early, now they've paid the price. They learn about its existence. And m0NESY continues with aggression down through mid. Wide swing and a Woxic, and he gets the better of him. Falcons in a great position in this first rifle round, a 5v2 provided by m0NESY on that AWP. And the round just grinds to this jarring halt for Aurora. Another one of Madge's 1-4 setups, but the bulk of Aurora get picked apart. There's only one survivor on the other side of the map. Wakadi is going to try and link up with him.
Nice to see Kixon and Nico just back up and pick a setup here. I think, you know, even in these moments, you don't want them to be over-fighting Banana, as keen as they often are. That's shown by the fact that Aurora is still using Molotovs to clear this position out. They know what they're up against, but the only way you lose a round like this is you let these players in with a couple of free kills. So Falcons tuck back, force Aurora to commit, and can trade contact. It's a good flash. Nico won't fire off a shot with it. Just trying to stall him out with what little they've got. The Molotov burns through. Nico pushed forward on the coffin. I think Aurora have called this one off. Surviving might be a task in and of itself. Modesty finishing the job. 3 kills on the AWP, and Falcons get through without a dent.
This is a very eye-catching start from Monacy. Hyper involved on the AWP. He even takes a walk-up fight onto Woxic here in mid, and I mean, this is just impressive. Woxic has every reason to be the one winning that out.
Yeah, little nade thrown in front of him as well. Kick up some dust, get in the face of you.
And I mean, you know, thinking back to Cologne, the one that actually concerned me the most was Monacy being so quiet. Because while Nico's had to adapt a little on the arrival of Kiyosuke, it's meant to still be the same Monacy. And so his kind of departure from top in the charts for Falcons, his underwhelming performance back in Cologne, gave you a fair few things to be worried about here. You know, at the end of 2024, all eyes were on Monacy. He was able to come in as the second best player. He rivaled Zaiwu and put him in the worst placing yet that Zaiwu's ever had. And for the first time, there was someone finishing ahead of him on the AWP. Tessez, aggression, and it sticks to landing. 2 kills from him on this push through the apartments. Seeing a Tessez that's more switched on is also pretty eye-catching here, because you said it earlier, but he was in single digits on all 3 maps played just the other day.
Aurora going back and grouping very early in this round still, despite that clash in apartments. Falcons don't know what to expect. They've been smoked off in middle. Nico's on the rotate. Kixon alone in the bomb site. Not going to have time to use this util. Looks like they want to go through. Molly at his feet. Kixon's got to give it up. Flank is already in though. Nico moving fast. Aurora have to go forward. 25 seconds here. They've got no smokes to block positions. Now the CT1 is down and Nico has great timing.
Yeah, he's here so fast and so quietly. They've got no clue. Maggia tries to get eyes on. They won't be able to stop Nico on opening up this retake. Now Monacy moves in alongside him. 2 players from Banana. Kixan on the spawn side. Woxic got a lot of responsibility here. Trying to play this crossfire with Zantares. Woxic nails the first. Monacy dead. Woxic on the rifle. Can't convert a second. And they're ready for Zantares here, but no health on Nico. Zantares runs him down with a big clutch.
And there was full info there for Falcons after they find Woxic the hard way, holding an angle. They heard Zantares tick on that Molotov back quad. They had every reason to clear his position. And he just nails 2 beautiful headshots. That's a Zantares we know and we love. Not ruffled by those few opening deaths. He's already gifted the way of Falcons in this game. He closes around here for Aurora. 4-1 up T side in a commanding position on their map pick. A map that made me very worried, even with Falcons' hesitations on it, just because of that phase game, right? We saw how cold Aurora came into their debut here. Got 2 T rounds, got banged out by FaZe all over the map, could barely get out of spawn. We're seeing players rush down middle for FaZe. But they reset, and I think that's the coolest part about Aurora in that series, right? They really just turned back on and dominated the next 2 maps.
Yeah, the other 2 just weren't even close, right? It was a blowout for Aurora. It's a bit of a tongue twister, isn't it? But yeah, you know, no, you're dead on. It was a great display of resilience in that game.
Falcons back on the rebuy, back with another shot, and Monacy on this B bomb site is a delight to see, or at least it was supposed to be.
Yeah,
Kota runs him through.
A delight for Aurora, sure. They'll take a 5v4 like that. Double push out towards the top of Banana with flashes to assist.
Falcons are uncertain. Look at Kiyosuke hedging his bets. He was starting to move over to B, but the whole map's gone quiet now. Even smokes on the long side. This is a difficulty of not having that information. Kiyosuke tries to block. He doesn't know. Aurora, either way, are committing to this execute.
Kixan and Nico have a lot of responsibility here. Nico domes the first two. Zantares trying to gain some space, but Nico just isn't stopping. Smoke down a play around.
Buys so much time here.
And it's allowed the rotates to come in. Aurora is still looking for the MIA. Nico tucked in at the back of the site. Finally, Zantares finds him, but he's left as the lone player wrestling it back. Zantares gets eyes on. 45 seconds. Time is not his enemy yet. Tesses inching forward out through Banana. Zantares gonna just get on in time. Gonna have to flick back across. Tesses isn't peeking yet. He's waiting for that plant, waiting for the info. Something to go off of here. Zantares still hunting him down. This is gonna waste time. This is gonna leave him in a spot where he has to get this bomb planted. Or at least try and bait the fight out of Tesses, back to Banana. And that's when Tesses finds him. Patient stuff there. With so much time having elapsed, there was a world where Tesses could have started doubting himself.
Huge hole for Nico though. That's the showstopper. 3 kills back bomb site, still buys time. And even though they hunt him down, unfavorable fight through the smoke. Nico lets everyone get in position, and it's that pressure you see on Zantares in the clutch, walking around, just trying to find a kill. Not being given anything. So back to their winning ways, and Falcons play like it, pushing the apartments, punished onto Tesses. That's scary. Jump shot for Zantares. Shows the young man how it's done. 4v3. This is not a round Aurora should be winning. They forced in a high-risk play.
I mean, dude, this is Woxic with a Glock kill to open up the round. He annihilated Tesses' pushing through the apartments. And he does that from range on the vanilla pistol. No head armor by the looks of things for Tesses there.
You'll live.
So you don't want to feel like that's just giving Aurora a way back into this one.
Oh, well, that certainly helps. m0NESY alone at this B bomb site. We're blocking Util down. Aurora forced back into this crossfire in middle, and Falcons wait. They've got the guns for the job. M4 picked up. Oh, he saw Nico's arm. He spams him out from Boiler. Zantares peek, and he peeks for 2.
Zantares is peaking right now in this game. In all senses of the word. 11-4 T-side to open up, and that is a partial investment round from Aurora.
That's a jumping MAC-10 that gets them in. It gets him a gun. Look what he does with it. I can't wait to see that on replay, like catching Nico's arms, holding balcony side, just peeking out the boiler. Shocked he had that angle. And Nico learns something new. He learns it the hard way. It costs Falcons all their economy on this CT side.
I mean, that's kind of also the forced uncomfortability of, you know, you've pulled Nico and Kixan around. They're usually the guys fending off the banana hits and playing over there. So as they try to assemble that crossfire, Nico caught with his hands around the corner. And that gives Aurora a way in. A huge leg up now. That is not a round you were supposed to win.
Give me the Zantares montage. Look at this. Jump shot onto Kiyosuke with a MAC-10. Arms his teammates and then just finds a little bit of info. And we saw on the long side, Kixan had no idea. Could not stop Zantares on that swing. Huge double kill. No time like it for Zantares. 11-4. Falcons broken now. In a match they are favorites in a match they have no expectation but victory. But it may be slightly delayed here with Inferno. Aurora, decisive T rounds, go back to Banana with a vengeance. It's almost nothing to stop him here. Smoke may buy time. The AWP is committed from m0NESY, too far out. Kixan holds a flash, but you're holding it for USPs. Just going to do the double long side smoke here.
Madge has been fantastic at dodging these stacks. Now this time, sure, he's dodging the 4-man lean over towards B, but they will go straight in to this m0NESY AWP. First kill connects. Does that put the fear in Aurora? They found the big ticket item of the round. Monacy here alone, they've got to get this trade.
Oh.
And there's Magic coming through with the goods.
Santaras even pushes the long smoke into spawn, killing Nico. He's got a bit of ego on him today. He has something to prove. Knowing this tournament is open for the taking. Vitality Spirit removed. Mal's gone as well. The clear top 3. And while Mongols wait in that final, that is familiar territory for Aurora. A match they've played many times. A match they've failed many times. But we've seen streaks broken at the top of this season. Revenge be rife in 2025. Oof. A little awkward, but just exits here for Falcons. That's the best they're mustering, and even their Madger's on form. Dead to the bomb. Or not. Made of sterner stuff. It takes Kixon's USP and 1 AK for Falcons. That's something. Still a commanding T-side for Aurora.
And it's just the fact it can keep getting better. It can keep getting stronger. That's the scary thing here. Like, this is already feeling like a good enough of a T-side from Aurora. They have Falcons in this vulnerable position. Every round's hitting like a 2-for-1. The saves have been getting denied as well. Madge is calling a very punishing brand of Counter-Strike here.
Yeah. And we know Aurora are a team that love to play as pack on T-side. We saw that mostly in Anubis, some of these 4-1s. It's why they were the best in the world on that map for a while. And Inferno's another map where that's really, really strong. They seem to be forcing Falcons into a lot of stacks and then just calling their bluff, reading the rotates really, really well. Expecting the inexperience as a squad on this map in officials. That's at least something that Aurora don't have to worry about. Trust in the captain. And great calls so far on this T side. How much sweeter can they make it? Investigating apartments now. Okay, missed smoke for Woxic. Emery G won't be happy with that.
No, but we can give him. He's gotten. He doesn't do that much ever. That's a bit of a rare misstep.
Throw
for
smokes?
Woxic. No, as in miss him. His util's gotten notably better in this Aurora squad.
Sure.
It used to be like one of the main hang-ups for Woxic, especially at a time where so many squads were using their AWP as a kind of util piece of the team.
Kisuke got that info. Oh my god, they're both blind. They are both blind.
So blind.
Nico bails him out, but Kixon still gets the kill as the flash fades from his face. Both players spotted Madger. That's a crazy entry, and they know Nico's around this corner. They're not in a hurry. Let this AWP patiently pay off for Woxic. 4v3, site is open right now. And as Tessa scrambles to find this lurker, even if they flank him in apartments, the round is lost on this B-bomb site. Falcons have no time. And they are still bogged down with Wakadia. He's aware of these fights. He will lose it, but I don't think you go for this. You are too far out of position. Aurora win the half, worst case. Everything's better from this point.
I mean, even the fact that they're looking for Wakadia, Falcons clearly have a good idea of what they're up against. They know to expect these 1-4 setups with a late lurk on the other side of the map. They know the assignment, they just they haven't got anything to offer him resistance here.
And this is part of the conversation with Nico and Kixon, right? Fighting top banana, one of the only duos to really commit to this position in the modern meta. And towards the start of CS2, it was working really well. Nico was like an outlier. He was really locking down banana every single time. But the longer that's gone on, not just across G2, now in Falcons as well, having more and more trouble in getting multiple kills out of it. Sometimes you'll see that first entry go their way, but then they don't depart. They don't get out.
Well, I think the other problem is, right, it's very util intensive, to go and actually fight for that banana control. You end up using a lot of your block util in holding on to the top of banana. And what you'll notice is a lot of teams are quite content to kind of let Falcons do that, right? Like, if you double re-smoke in at the half wall, cool, there's no util left now to stop the site hit, and they can't even hang around in that space forever once the util's gone. That's why so many teams have actually moved away from doing it.
And sure, executes can be punishing, right? That's why they're going for these fights all the time. But think about that triple kill from Nico from quad the other round, right? Like, he can hold this spot.
No, I'm kind of nervous that for Falcons, this is going to be a pretty consistent punish pick against them. Here's another one of these plays in towards the top of Banana. Xantares
he didn't
check it deep enough. But a freebie there as Nico battles forward. Wasn't ready for Xantares, up and past him.
You'll take that, just go. 3 players here. You hear the guy in the site, you know he's in position. Good
flash. Slow down the play. Kiyosuke on that rotate over.
That flash has called this move off for Aurora. They've frozen in place. They've left Maja tucked in for later. Aurora go back to middle. No Monacy Orb to lock down this position. Rifle instead on the long side.
Still, this play's been kind of forced to come through because of that flashbang delaying the B hit. Wakadia left the apartments. He fully left his half of the map, so...
Ooh.
I'm not sold on this being the commitment yet, just because there's so many variables in play over towards A, and with Maja still floating around at top Banana, it looks like he's called for that bomb to come back round.
Honestly read it. He cleared mid with a nade. He knows they're going back to B. 20 seconds. This is Kiyosuke's easiest kill yet. He's going to take it. More damage done, pulls his pistol, support is in. Xantares does follow up, careful. 13 seconds, they got to get this kill and get the bomb into the site. Monacy trying to block it, they run boost over. It's limp, but it makes it. Plant allowed.
Molly's burning!
Oh, they got it.
Burning, but the plant had just found!
And it's Xantares 1v2.
Full blind, he's low on health, a shot away from certain death. Every peak from this point on has to be flawless from Xantares! Tess's head ripped off, and now Xantares has the clock to play with. He knows that Monacy feeling the burn, feeling the pressure, and he's called his bluff on that first tap of the defuse. Xantares playing mind games. Swing now, he's given it to Monacy, but there isn't time for this. Kit picked up, it's real close. But Monacy, the awareness of that kid dropped it towards the spawn. He just steals it away.
That's a shake for Xantares. He had it in the bag, didn't he? But maybe 7-8 seconds into the stick, thinking it's a kitless defuse for Monacy. Goes back for the swing, perhaps hoping he can get him turning around to tap the bomb again. Couple of seconds of difference for Xantares in a very nice try with some very sharp shots, but a good Molotov off the bomb. And clutch up for Monacy, the Falcons desperately need. Can't blame Xantares for backing his aim in rounds like these. He is still firing. The Falcons now fight back for 5 on the half. It's the best they can muster. Aurora, first timeout called. For good reason, fully broke, 2 AKs.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that feels silly there is you just think, hands off the keyboard, you win the round. But as you said, you kind of want Xantares backing his aim. You want him back in his read of the game, especially with the game he's having. And so, you know, if it costs you around every now and again, I think you're willing to let it slide. He did well to even make that such a winnable position for Aurora.
Kiyosuke starting B here, supportive util as Banana gets taken fully. Aurora have no one even patrolling this position. Maja just locks out spawn. And with this angle, they rotate back. Seems like even Kixon considering a reset. Whole map is quiet. Aurora ready to pounce on middle at a moment's notice. Even in this round, I'm wondering like what the idea is for Falcons. Kixon's tucked in B hiding. Nico is still jump spotting. He's going to get the chance to back off as that molly comes in. Smoke available and can now assist with Kixon.
Even that pop on the smoke just feels super early. It's not going to come back to haunt you. As Aurora do look for this A hit, they're going to lob in the full belt A util.
Quick pop.
And how they explode. No 1-4 in this round. It's a full 5-man assault of A. Tessez trying to play behind this util. He's going to get snuffed out after 1. Are they ready for a second man down in the pit? They made it around Monacy. And he's spammed to death after the first. It's a double entry out of Woxic.
They leave enough time to pick that bomb back up. It's not too late in the day for Aurora. They're rarely losing to the clock on a map like this. Giving themselves room for error, even though that bomb by the graveyard picked up, put down, Falcons giving it a go.
So they're risking everything on this round. Going to be broken the next if they come up short.
Oh, no.
And Kicksan gets deleted. Wakadia's Mac 10 is savage.
Sharp shooters on Aurora today. That much is clear. It's not just Xantares. Madge has had a couple of key entries. That's a crazy Mac 10 spray down.
And I think, you know, with Inferno coming through, I do think a lot of teams are going to look to punish Falcons here with the relative inexperience, and I say relative, with a very inexperienced Kiyosuke on this map. He's kind of limited in terms of the star power, the potential he can get to. Nico and Kicksan a little maybe outdated with how they approach the banana control. And there's just, you know, a lot of stuff you can look to do to exploit in this Falcons lineup on this map. Aurora are exceeding in every facet of that right now.
And even just new positions, right? Tessa's pit anchor. It was previously Magisk's role in this team. Obviously only seen a couple of games, but nothing outstanding just yet. Still time to recover, but that will likely be in that T side. Falcons are just trying to hold on this defensive half against a red-hot Aurora. Nice kill for m0NESY. Must be feeling desperate to make plays. He's been the only source of these opening fights, succeeding for the Falcons. Nico again jiggling with utility, but the Xantares peak waits for no one.
Oh, and he just wants to chase this. He wants to run at Nico here. Xantares meets him head on.
Go on.
There's the trade for Maja.
Don't go through, you got the bomb.
He had that realization just in time. That nade gonna do big damage, but Maja still able to get the bomb planted, still in the round. Ball down low, short. Two players in at banana, and Jota left at the back of B. Smoke in. Nullifies this banana position. They've got a nade on Maja to blow that open. Jota gonna try and leave this to spam, and Tess says that's when he picks him up.
Got a stick.
Maja lobs that in. No kit, and no swing for Woxic. Only going now into the lineup, but not the diffuser. Woxic's gonna go back, and he's just stolen it away. Woxic on the rifle. A beautiful triple, and Aurora running away with Inferno. Aurora, show us why you call it a punish pick. Falcons, wings clipped to open up this semi-final series. 9-3 lead from the T side of Inferno for Aurora, and that's with Xantares looking red hot. Woxic throws his name up there as well, styling out that final round with a stellar 1 versus 3. Falcons just couldn't set a foot right in that first half as they move into the T side. They used to have a good degree of comfort here, but it's one where Kiyosuke's had his struggles in the one game we've seen him play. And so a lot of the burden going to fall to Nico and Monacy.
Oh, double Julies are dirty. Despicable for Wakadia, and Xantares has a message to send. Third kill through the ball. He just keeps going. Coming for the kills. Falcons locked out of this pistol round. They have no choice. They have no say in the matter. As soon as the mags are back in, Xantares comes in for more. Hasn't even been tagged. Jota in no hurry to die. That bomb is under full control of Aurora, and Xantares is coming for this pistol round, whether you like it or not. 1 kill for Falcons in a sea of death. And Tess says...
See, and like even now, bro, Aurora just strapped their heads back on. Everyone was feeling a bit loose there in the 4v1. I know it's a 4v1. They're probably going to win it anyway, but they were looking like they wanted to go hunting. And even now, they've called that off. They're like, look, we have the bomb banana. Let's not make this hard for ourselves. We'll slow it right down. Tesses ain't going to win this.
And they're right.
They wait for the fights to come to them. As soon as they have the info, you have 2 players to close in from the spawn. Match is actually holding a sick angle as well. Tesses might just die to that. They've got the spot. Ouch. There's the swing. Xantares with a hat-trick. Closing in on 20 kills here in a dominant game of Inferno.
And sure, you can look to the fact that, you know, Aurora had fairly easy matchups, or easier matchups than maybe others. You know, at the same time, they still beat FaZe 2-1 with 2 dominant maps, but Heroic as well. Still, they have 2 players in the top 10 rated in this event. It's Xantares and Woxic. North from Falcons in that same category. Nico just behind at 11. Been really strong games from Xantares all the way through, even with slow starts and frustrating moments. Think about how this game started. He was picked in the first couple of gun rounds, picked by the Monacy Orb. Dead to Nico at Banana. Still 18-7. He's got a point to prove here. Full eco for the Falcons. And one thing, you know, you talk about the Falcon series yesterday against Mouse, it was a bit of a sloppy anti-ecos. They didn't win all the pistols, but every time they did win a pistol, they would lose to the force buy. One exception to that rule. Now here they've not even found pistols. And so full ecos as Aurora just redeem the free rounds. Falcons try and max full buys. But it's got to be a near flawless T side. One flash, bunch of Glocks. Flash won't do a thing with this position. Woxic over the top. He sees him coming into spawn. There's no panic here. No reason to be. He can back up as they chase him down. Woxic takes 2 with him before the gun's picked up, and it's probably too little too late for young Kiyosuke. 1v4, no more, as Aurora sit on the door of 11 rounds. Just a clinical win. I mean, this is a game where Falcons will have to walk back after this map and just force a reset. Yeah, say, hey, we know Inferno's not our jig. We have to lock in for our pick. Train, a whole different conversation.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that was always going to be the case in this series. This is just a very punishing map for the Falcons, one that they have a lot of fires to put out on, and so you had to kind of win this in 3.
Just a shockingly dominant affair. I expected a little bit more from the Falcons in this game. They beat Mouse, for crying out loud. Not on this map, but they at least made it closer than this. 11-3, 1 try in this game. It's now for the Falcons. Aurora have nades ready to go. Maja, a man not to sleep on when it comes to the utility. Waiting for the time to throw this bounce HE. Got tricks up his sleeve, all right. Second one lands. Two players probing middle here. Kyosuke needs an entry, and Jota covers his teammates. 5 and 10, but hasn't felt like a problem here.
Dude, even this type of CT round that we're getting out of Aurora, this is the kind of thing you never see from the Falcons. You've got a reblock in at top banana at the 40-second mark. That's the middle finger. That's like, all right, Falcons, you can't play through. You've got to go somewhere else.
They're still forcing fights.
Now hold on to top mid. Woxic out in the open. Back turned on the first player around the corner, but he's out of there. That gives up the room. That's something for Falcons. Aurora ease back into a 3-man hold. Time running low. Falcons have to pick up the pace here. Got to get through cleanly. Kixan provides the first. A lot of damage coming out of the pit, but it's all Kixan openers. They weren't able to deal with Jota. Not yet. Kixan flying solo. Has to get this bomb down, and then ace clutch in the 1v2. Match is closing in. Kixan dodges the molly, but a double swing available here. They've spotted him on the retreat. Gonna try and skirt on out of there. No, he'll recommit to the fight. Kixan, this would be an ace clutch in the 1v2. That's how deep he's having to dig to try and put anything on the board for the Falcons. What a way! And it's the clash of the captains, up and over for Kixan, and it's one shy of all 5. Perfection was demanded, and he comes close. But close won't cut it. 12 on the board, and many a chance for Aurora to close out this dominant win.
2 bullets in the mag, and that clutch there for Kixan. Almost no way to win it out. Needs 2 headshots to land. And Matt just saves the day. He does right on Jota's huge 4K. And I even think that comes off the mistake of Maja. He could have ended that round rushing the bomb plant with 5 seconds. Kixan couldn't fake. Maja had that kill on a plate. It gets a little bit shaky, but still closed out by Aurora. And so mistakes matter not at 12-3. It's all about the dominance of this map. Inferno difficulties. And Falcons with no hero here, with no one to save him, with only 1 player on double digits kills in Monacy. It's a very impressive game from Aurora. They want to get back in another grand final, a feat not seen since Bounty at the start of the year. And a matchup they know very well in the Mongols.
I think it would just be an insane thing to consider if they're able to get there, because in theory, Aurora have been the squad hit hardest by map pool changes, right? As a direct nerf to this team. They were a specialist Anubis squad. That was the key to that Bounty final that they went on to reach. That was the map they were able to take over Spirit in that BO5.
Hey, they loved Vertigo before it got removed.
Yeah. Oh no, I mean, it feels like, you know, all the changes are made to counter this team.
They would have loved a bit of overpass as well, but obviously Falcons have been banning it out in this tournament so far. Surely going to be thinking about it entering their map pool eventually, I think, at this point. But at the same time, I wouldn't want to play Aurora there either. A flawless CT side against FaZe and some really nice T rounds as well. It's a huge kill for Kyosuke. Not been a player we've talked about too much in this map. No reason to. As Falcons try and strut up long. A regression here for Jota and Woxic, pushing up on the short side. Missed by Monacy. Timing eludes him. They look to root spawn. 30 seconds. If you're really going to make,
you've got to
make this play, you've got to start to run.
Gonna lose the element in surprise on this, and Aurora haven't moved a muscle. Jota's even cleared mid on this push.
How do you lose this?
20 seconds here. They've got to get a move on. Zantares isn't ready for it. Thinking the play's coming in banana side. Maja still in position to try and steal this. There's the lineup. 2 dinks down range. Kyosuke in with a hat trick. 3 kills deep. But will that be enough? Adds a 4th to the repertoire. This whole round coming from Kyosuke. Just Jota left to beat, but they don't know where he's coming from. They don't know where he is. Kyosuke put down. Can Monacy finish what he started? Yes, he can. A heroic round from Kyosuke. I haven't had to talk about him all game long. At times out of his depth here on Inferno, but when you give him some straight up gunfights, you can't doubt the mechanical ability of this guy.
Yeah, that round is so shocking that even Aurora read it completely wrong, right? Maja reflashing Zantares for banana fights, thinking they're getting lurked on, but it's everyone coming through spawn. Caught off guard a little bit of Aurora and capitalized on by the new player of Falcons, but it's one round. It needs to be the stepping stone to something more in this T side. Aurora take a breather with an eco. Full flashed here, Xantares. Got to give it up. Stack up for Aurora, but gap found by Falcons.
I mean, I think the other thing it's worth mentioning, right, is like the fact that Kiyosuke is now topping the charts after that last round is equal parts concerning as it is nice. You know, when you think about this map, the guy you really want kind of delivering for you out of the two of them, the guy that feels like he should be hitting hard is Nico, and he's been struggling. Ooh.
Case in point.
Even that just feels a little rough. Still going to stop the eco from getting out of control. You know, this is a map where Nico hasn't had to make any concessions. Kiyosuke and the room provided to it nudges other people out of their positions. So you want Nico doing a lot more in this map.
It's come off the back of struggling CT sides. For Aurora, it's been quite the opposite. The best CT-sided team at this event. And look at the buy, going for a Furia buy. Instead of a full rifle round, they get MP9s and they just brawl at the top of Banana. This might work out. The bomb is here. m0NESY's got to be careful. Still trying to back up Kixon. Deep Molly goes in, pushes them back, but Aurora have more tricks up their sleeve. Tessus needs to take the space, but AK granted to Acadia. He looks to put it to use. That flash is a problem. Can't get back behind the box in time. And even though Aurora fast flank down Banana with SMGs and Xantares dangerous, Falcons have the sight.
Oh, that's clean for Kixan. He might be able to just stop this retake before it ever becomes a threat. Now, Xantares has slipped past. Tesses holding on. I think that's going to cool this off. The AK is very, very valuable. Keeping that in Xantares' hands is a big deal here for Aurora.
Absolutely. Maybe get another if you can. Jota's buying regardless. So they're positioning to set up for a couple of exits here, but Falcons will save on long. Getting away with it this time. More than anything, it's important just to see Falcons hit some shots, get some multi-kills, warm up into this series. It's been a game where they haven't really been able to get nice fights on that CT side, so having some kills could go a long way when we look to train. And quicker than you think this game can get close.
Aggression. This is a change. While Aurora still feel like they have a lot of room, they're going to come through with a cheeky play, and Kixan blindsided by it. They try to chase this down. Kiyosuke falls as well. It's a mowdown from Aurora. More aggression into the m0NESY AWP. And he didn't make that easy for himself. That's left it on Tesses. He's got a low HP Woxic bomb down at the T-stairs. He's worlds away from it. The only thing he has is a lot of room. And maybe the element of surprise, but Woxic's trying to be smart about this. They've seen Tesses earlier in the round. They know he could be anywhere. So Woxic departs, does not want to offer up this kill.
Just an excellent move for Woxic here. If Tessus flanked CT Spawn, he might have had really strong timing to kill Jota. But now he's just going to be left in the middle behind this smoke, being considered. And Woxic might even be down on the ramp to scope up in time to get this info. Tessus desperately looking for this free kill, or so he thinks. As smokes are cycled. Tesses no chance to get this bomb without engaging. Jota's still watching the back. There's the smoke to make it weird. On top of the bomb. Trying to get away with a robbery.
Spam could end this whole round. Does Jota want to fire off? Because Tesses snipes that bomb out from underneath them.
25 seconds, he's got to get a move on here.
Oh!
Wostic chases him down. Aurora finally finished the task. Couple of rounds down the end there, but it is still a dominant pickup from Aurora on this troublesome Falcons Inferno. They're going to try and change their fortunes on train. A far better map for the Falcons up next. Hope not lost.
if that's not the start you wanted for the side of Falcons, then I'm not entirely sure. I'm just kidding. You didn't want that start at all if you're in the side of Falcons. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, of course, with me, Pimp, Yanko, and first map that went well in the way of Aurora.
I stand to be corrected. I thought Falcons was going to come in and play significantly better Counter-Strike. I think that was very inspirational. Sorry, I think that was horrendous, on many different occasions for the Falcons. First half, it took Nico with a triple kill, to get one of the first rounds on the CT side, and yet they were almost losing that round as well. Then you have a couple of other big moments from some of the individuals of Falcons. But overall, Yanko, it did feel like Falcons didn't play a good game of Counter-Strike, and Aurora just had that number. This round in particular, we're going to see this from Santaris getting a multi-kill in middle. I reckon that Sonic's reaction after that round, to me, that was more or less the round that decided the fate of this game.
I think we've seen so far with this lineup, actually only in this tournament, but Inferno does seem to be the weakness right now in the pool of the Falcons, right? It wasn't good today, it wasn't good yesterday, it was even a different manner in which they lost the Inferno game today compared to playing versus Mouse yesterday. So yeah, I think it's important for Aurora to have a good T side. We were talking about that's been a struggle for them. It's mostly thanks to their CT side that they've been able to win games, but here they stepped up. Xantares, especially in that first half, delivered them a lot of rounds, and they were able to close it out on the CT side.
Yeah, for a guy like Xantares, this is what you look at Xantares for. You want him to kind of be carrying that torch if he's on the side of Aurora doing what he's supposed to be doing, which is what he got today.
It's good to see, though, because I feel like he kind of tempered down a little bit. The second part of the first part of the season, so to speak, he was not firing on all cylinders. He wasn't at his absolute best. And the beginning of the season in Cologne, he wasn't there. You hear from the team that he's not playing, he's not practicing. He had a slow start, so to speak, to the second part of the season. But last tournament he played at the Bounty, he was showing good signs. And I think here at EWC, it's one of his best tournaments in a long, long time. This performance today versus Falcons is just another one in a long stretch of games now where Santaris seems to be back at his best. And there's no doubt, Yanko, that when Santaris is playing at his absolute best, Aurora is a different beast to be reckoned with. When he's average, they're decent, but when he's good, they can be very good.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the same case for a lot of the other teams, and he's been exceptional so far in this tournament. Even in a couple of rounds, he was able to clutch, which is not usually the situation in which we see him. But yeah, it was absolutely stellar for Aurora in this game.
Hey, you're looking for a guy that can deal that damage down range, and he is certainly one of them. Also, you want to give your flowers over a guy like Woxic, who statistically was there as well, opening duels, running the board. Even some glimpses of Major get involved in getting active.
Yeah, I mean, I think Alex said it in the green room. He's playing like he's 13 years of age again, just jumping around and playing, almost like an FPL style of Counter-Strike. Definitely feeling himself on the server. I think, Yanko, you pointed it out last time we covered an Aurora game as well, that Voxic seems to be trending upwards as well. And when you have the double wombo combo in Santaris and Voxic, you have a decent amount of firepower.
Yeah, he was talking about putting more hours into the game, just trying to get his individual level up a little bit. And when we had him on the couch too, talking about bringing the energy, right? And bringing the hype to the team so that everyone is talking, people are not getting too frustrated, and we know they can get frustrated, right? So all these things, it's a little bit here, a little bit there, and all of a sudden they're one map away of making the grand final.
Yeah, it all adds up, right? That is the culmination. You do want to see it all come to the fruits of your labor, being that grand final. Hell, even maybe winning the thing on the other side of it. Let's talk a little bit about some of these rounds. I'm looking there in the first half in round number 7.
Yeah, that's a terrible round to rewatch, but I think we owe it to the viewers to see it one more time. Falcons have a decent shot at winning this round. It's a little bit messy to begin with, obviously. Some proactiveness coming out here. Aggressive Counter-Strike, I like it. You get a multi-kill. A Glock kill coming in from Voxic down here. That's not supposed to happen. I'm not sure why this player continues to fight after the first one. Kyusuke could probably have left that fight and gone away. It's a little bit back and forth. You give over some weaponry, but the big mistake is right here. You have Kixon on one side and Nico on the other. Santaris gets to walk out of Boiler and get a freebie on Nico, who has no idea what's going on, and then Kixon all of a sudden takes a 1v2 duel. For some reason, we don't get to see it from Kixon's point of view, but if you want to play that setup with Nico standing under the balcony, you have to take a wider angle. You have to trust in your aim and at least be the first point of contact, because there is a risk that a player will walk out from Boiler. It makes zero sense whatsoever for Nico to hold towards apartment when Kixon is not helping him to cover Boiler middle.
Also, man, that's the wrong risk to take if you're Nico. Like, if a guy walks out, taps, and kills you in the back, just let it happen. I mean, if you're in that mid-sector, because if for Kixon to hold that, he has to be exposed to mid then. So if a guy just speaks and he's out in the open holding mid, he could just die. You don't want necessarily to have that fight. So it was just awkward, and it was a crucial round. I don't know if they maybe miscalculated the economy for the side of Aurora in this round. Testis, I'm not sure if he had head armor since he died to the Glock. I assume not. And it was a little bit unfortunate that they go for the boiler peak and there's 5 guys second mid. Everyone from Aurora was second mid in that round, so not necessarily what you want when you go for that call, but yeah, it was in the crucial moment. They didn't win. That was the reset for either of the teams, and after that it was Aurora pretty much running away with it.
Yeah, and you're just thinking, I mean, this is just still in the first half, all things considered. I mean, even our next clip is from the first half in round number 12.
Yeah, I feel like that was the last moment Falcons had a chance of getting into the game. Maybe at this point it was already too late, but round 12 was another great example of the Falcons just not being able to win rounds they're supposed to win. Again, I think Nico is doing a decent job right here. Major into the smoke. For a brief moment, he considered to jump through the smoke, and
he got to his senses.
Yeah, he got to his
actually,
senses.
Not bad.
Not that bad. The nade, I would even argue that failed right here. Major had 38 HP, had that nade been more precise, he would have died right here. Anyway, you get into a 1v3 position right here if you're the Falcons, and you're obviously supposed to win this one, but you gotta give credit to Voxic. He pulls off a 1v3 right here, gets the first couple of kills, and then the smoke disappears, and you can see the last guy, who's stuck to the defuse throughout the entirety of the time. There's no kit, there's no money, there's nothing he can do about it, but if you can convert a 1v3, if you can convert the 4-2 round that we saw earlier on as well, there's no way you're gonna have a good CT side. So I felt like there were moments in the first half where Falcons could have remained competitive, but they just messed up every time.
Sucks to be that last guy. You're just sitting there, it's like 7 seconds have passed, you're just praying he doesn't peek you for some reason. If you let go, you're not gonna have time anyway, even if you kill us. You're just crouching there hoping like, hey, does he not see me? Like, maybe I'm invisible,
Yeah, just hoping for the best, but we all knew that the worst was well on its way in that moment. Hey, yeah, that's quite the fumble there in some regards when we look at some of these plays by Falcons. We are going to get the opportunity in this moment to hear from the side of Aurora.
Maja, semi-finals obviously await you today. We saw Woxic recently saying that is the goal going to every event, making it to the semi-finals at the very least. Does that give you a little bit of a pressure relief now, knowing that you've made it to the top 4? Is it still all to play for today?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what say Woxic in this interview, but generally our goal this year is always to win trophy. Also, going to the semi is important, but the most important thing is lift the trophy, I think, for me, at least. So I don't feel pressure. I just want to play Counter-Strike, and we will see what's happened.
I want to get some thoughts from your perspective of the recent CT economy changes. Woxic, he said he kind of enjoys it being a little bit more CT-sided now. How is it for you as a cooler having to go against that on the T side?
Yeah, for me, it's not that good as an in-game leader. It's not only us. I think every team has some difficulty in T side right now because of the economy of the City side. Last update, we had to win 1 or 2 rounds in T side to break the economy of the city. But now, I think City side, if they do a good start, winning 5-0 or 6-0, something like that, they have 40k in bank. They have a lot of money in bank. So you have to win. They can have 4 or 5 rounds. Every round full buy. They can buy everyone even if they lose the round. So that's most difficult for T side. I think it's the same for every team, so we need to adapt on it. I have some issue, to be honest, I will not lie, like every other leader, I think. So the most important thing is to not throw the clutch situation that you have on advantage on T side. You have to win these rounds now when you're on T side. What is important, not throwing, but in general, I think it's a good update because City side was really weak last update, but now we will see.
I imagine you didn't think the update with bringing Overpass in instead of Anubis was so good, though, because I think you're probably the team, in the top 5, top 10 that's kind of affected by that the most. How well do you feel your map pools adapted now that we've had a couple of tournaments with this new distribution of 7 maps?
Yeah, this is a good question, to be honest. After losing Anubis, it was complicated, to be honest. But now we try to work a lot on Overpass to make us feel comfortable. What we showed since too much on Overpass is good signs. I'm very happy about my teammates. We have to adapt. I think it's like in life. We have to adapt. This situation was bad for us. It's like having a sickness, but you have to do it. You have to heal yourself for that. So we will do our best for that. Try work more harder, and that's all.
Final question, of course, we've got to talk about your opponent today, Falcons. It's been a minute since you faced them, and obviously it's a slightly different roster since the last time you faced them too. How tough do you think they look with the likes of Kyosuke on the team now?
Yeah, completely different lineup. They bring Monesi, they bring Kyosuke also, 2 new players. When we play against them, I think Monesi was not playing, I'm not sure.
Yeah, he wasn't.
So I think on paper, this is a very strong team individually. So today, to win them, we have to be good individually also, and as a team, everyone needs to be on the server. And I believe in my teammate, I believe in myself, and hopefully we can show that we can win them. And yeah,
Thank you so much for your insight. Best of luck going up against Falcons.
Thank you.
Well, Madger, you could win them, and you did win them on the first map, that for sure. So let's talk about Train. Let's talk about where we're going next. What's it going to look like out there in the yards?
Yeah, we'll have to see, right? Aurora won the first 2 Train games that they played over in Katowice and lost every single Train since. So no wonder Falcons picked it after how it went for them against G2, where they showcased some of their best plays so far this tournament. I think, though, Aurora hasn't played this since Austin, and they only played it once there versus Mao. So, you know, you're obviously going to spend a lot of time in the offseason working on your worst map, and that can be the trap here for Falcons, right? I'm sure Aurora has at least a few things in store that they haven't shown yet. I mean, Train has also changed since the major with the update with the boxes, so we'll have to see if this was maybe a trap card laid out by Major.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the level coming out from Aurora. I low-key feel I know what to expect from Falcons. I will say that as much disappointed I were in Inferno, I think what we've seen on Train so far for Falcons, both before and after the update, it's been very solid. It does feel like Tessus in particular has found his groove on that map. I think Nico as well. Monesi up close with the AWP. There's a lot of positive things to say about Falcons. That being said, though, Trace, they're starting on the T side after a horrible showing on Inferno. You're starting on the T side. It doesn't take a lot of rounds, to go out of your hands where you all of a sudden find yourself down 4-0 maybe, and you're one map away. And
this is where we feel confident because against G2 it was 0-6.
Yeah, true, but
still ended 6-6. So I think they just feel confident on this map, that their playbook is a little bit deeper, definitely than Inferno, but perhaps some of the other maps. So I think we will see them equalize the score here and Mirage as the decider.
Anything else will be disappointing.
Yeah, and I don't think you can let Zantaras and Woxic get out in front of you as a team again, like he did on Inferno, or like they did on Inferno, rather.
No, and it's hard for Zantaras, to dictate too much on a map like Inferno. I feel like there's different routes you can use, Ivy or Inside. You can simplify the game, or you can play slow if you want to. If you're the Falcons, they like to be a bit explosive, but I do feel like Zantaras, it's harder to dictate a game as a rifler on a map like Train.
Yanko, do the Falcons, is this in for them right here? Is this over?
No, I think they equalize it here, and I think we see Mirage as the decider.
All right, well, let's do it. We're going to jump right into that map. It's going to be Train. We're going to see if the Falcons can come in with the bounce back.
This should be a far better look for the Falcons. Inferno was a rough time. But here they head to a far more comfortable map for them in Train. It's their pick in this semi-final, and this is where they're going to have to find their redemption. Stark difference between these squads on map 1, and Aurora at least have a real wind in their sails here heading into map 2. Even though it's one that this Aurora squad have had their struggles on, had their issues in, they do have a fair few reps on this map. They won't be shy of ideas, and it was certainly a point for them to improve on after the player break.
Yeah, nothing fuels you like 9 losses in a row, Harry. Oh, that's not a good start for the Falcons, though, is it? A missed smoke in T-Spawn coming through. Yikes. So, cancel the plan, make a new plan, as they say. And hope the Tesses can crack a skull down on Ivy, but he gives it up early, comes back to a main position. Nice entry for Nico. That B250 hits harder. Toxic gone. Nico tries to follow up. It's a bit messy, but he's got cover from Monesi, and Joseph's not getting out of that corner alive. 5v3 for the Falcons. Entries are theirs. Flooding in are the CTs, but these double Julies, not as lethal as Inferno. Flank from the pop side. Madra in the site. Just going to get overwhelmed here. Too many targets. Not enough time with Cardio 1v3.
How interesting can he make this? First kill was clean on the dualies. He's ready for Tesses up top. Hold on! Wakani is making it happen! It all comes through! The Dolberettas destroy the Falcons!
1v4 out of nowhere!
And I mean, that's got Xantares smiling away. Even no one can believe what they've just seen. Aurora, that's what the confidence does for you. And for Falcons, that is the roughest possible outcome. Full control over the pistol, and suddenly, Wakadia hits them with a haymaker.
Gut punch in the pistol round. And any hope of you bouncing back and regaining your confidence in this series out of the window. Disaster strikes. And this firepower runs deep for Aurora. Notice here as well, he's got the UMP just chewing through a double. And not much you can do picking that up. You're probably even going to prioritize Deagle. Hicks and Will. Dear oh dear, for the Falcons.
Dude, if you're Aurora now, you feel unbeatable.
Yeah.
You feel like you are winning this series here and now. You turn a round like that on its head, and everyone's just brimming with confidence. Xantares.
Look at him go. This is not going to give you anything. And he won't.
Dude, he just plays with so much freedom in the current day. He approaches it like he's in a pug. He just charges at his opponents. Faith in himself, faith in his aim, and faith in the team he's got backing him up as well.
And for good reason. I mean, even the desk were talking about the researchers of Madra as an individual looking pretty good as well, talking about him proving his individual form, running around, strong SMGs, Wakadia in that previous map the same. It's a very scary Aurora to be facing right now. And, you know, coming off the back of 9 losses in a row on any map is going to add fuel to the fire. It's going to make you want to improve it. And that's what they did coming out of the player break, beating NIP in overtime at Cologne in the map. And sure, you can roll your eyes and say NIP, but NIP are a trained specialist team. This has been their go-to since the inception of the roster. So it's not a baseless win here for Aurora. They've definitely done some homework coming into this new season, looking to take the series in 2. Flank held, second one, surprises. Xantares going to get run down, but he still drops the bomb. That is more than you bargained for.
Dude, he's still alive. They finally get this, but Kickstart finished off. Clean sweep.
It's looking so ugly. It's looking so messy. Sure, they read the flank, they kill one, but then they run back through the Molotov. They get trapped to chase that kill. Bomb dropped twice over. Oh, it's disastrous.
And I mean, you know, this is the problem with having kind of some glaring map pool issues for the Falcons, is it demands perfection from you throughout the rest of the series. You know, they have to take train. They have to have a good showing here and come in switched on. Well, thus far, they've lost a 1v4 in the pistol. They fall to the bonus round out of Aurora. This is already a rough way for Train to open.
Oh, ready and waiting. Woxic Ivy is going to be a lot of fun to watch in this game.
Well, dude, even through some of these like strugglesome times, the loss streak for Aurora here, Woxic was always a treat on this AWP.
And you're going to tell me Madge is running the org as well, Harry? Old man, new tricks. Teaching Falcons a thing or two. Dude, I think this map is such a trap, you know? The fact that you see Aurora had this huge loss streak on it, to be honest, I didn't know what Falcons would pick coming into the day. Maybe a Dust 2, but even that looked bad at Cologne. Eliminated versus Furia there. But yeah, the train is temptation because Falcons have great results on it, even with the previous roster, but I just think Aurora have been jumping on train from the day one of it coming into the map pool, and even though you have a lot of losses, I think that only makes you look at it harder coming into a new season. Nice shot for Kyosuke, but that bomb is deep down on Ivy, and Aurora say, we're not going to give you the time of day, we're not going to give you the kills. So 4-0, Eco gone. Falcons need to win this gun round.
Yeah. I mean, that's, I think you're dead on with that descriptor. It's like, it's kind of, you've entered into the unknown a little bit. Because even though Aurora have had a string of losses, we talk about it, they look to bring this map in. From the moment it was added, they've always been kind of specialists in the new maps and look to make them a staple of the pool. And I mean, you said it coming into the series, nothing's going to get you to go over and examine this map like a string of close losses, but a 9-loss streak nonetheless. Even that kind of speaks to the idea that they've been close to breaking through on Train, just needed that kind of extra 10% refinement.
We're seeing some cool setups. Wait, how is he this high up? Woxic's found a spot. First time I've seen it.
6 foot versus 5'11",
Yeah.
crouched down right in front of him. Look at that.
Blood is floating.
Dude, he's standing on the padlock.
All right, flashed out though. That's a bit of a problem. His teammate can't bail him. Are you ready for one more? Surely you are. The timing on the swing is good. Jota followed up. Nico finds that very important trade to keep the round breathing, but Xantares does not relent. Comes in to backstab Nico. Smoke push denied. Does that send Nico back into A? He is not in a hurry. Resetting through spawn.
Xantares is really tunnel visioned on getting this kill, and he might end up walking into Nico's trap here.
Chasing ghosts. This could work for Nico though. You're not ready for him here. Oh. Yeah, exactly. So the kills kind of get fed to Falcons in this round. They make the most of it.
1v4. Surely not again. One under the belt already. Here's the footsteps to Kickstand, who's trying to get out of there with the bomb in tow. Monacy still back Ivy side with the AWP. And Nico attempting to hold down this B site in the downtime. He's holding for a con rotate. Molly will slow Wakadia. But for now, he's got a 1v2 rolled out in front of him. It's Monacy closing the gap with a backstab. And surely someone's saying to him, come on, you've won this already. There's Monacy arriving. And so finally, Falcons will break through.
Yeah, it comes down to a really strong flash, and Woxic can't get out of position. I think if he manages to finagle himself out of Pop Dog, he can re-peek, help Jota out. They start the round from the back foot, so really good flash into Pop. And Nico able to dodge the hunt of Xantares. That push from Madja feels the most unnecessary, given he's got an AUG. But Aurora, they've come in with some interesting setups already. So they're cooking something here on this CT side. Falcons break through in that must-win gun round.
And it's not out of the question to see some very strong at CT leading score lines here on Train. Ow, Cardia, nade stack. And so that's one way to deal with someone who's been a real nuisance in this game. Matcha with the reroute.
It's uncertain though. Nico watches on.
He wants to just try and extract one kill here. Hanging around, he would have multiple players with backs turned. Nico now on the line. And so Magic decides against it. Maybe do his betterment as Nico homes in on this position.
It's very uncertain, keeps changing his mind, but the rotate's coming in to support Woxic with an AWP. Magic pushed off, they hear the molly tick. Falcons execute, but not committed. That molly even blocks Woxic from rotating back through Con just for the meantime, so they have a window of opportunity. Falcons gonna take it.
So it's all three players out through Pop. Ooh, Madja, you don't want to let Nico survive here, but he's not really given much of a choice. Here's the Pop push, and they get decimated on it. Monacy tries to reply, 30 seconds now. Xantares and Woxic in the right place to shut this one down. Woxic actually hits that flick, and Xantares knocks out the bottom of the boost.
Xantares looking as strong as he did back on Inferno. And a bit of an oversight for Falcons, not clearing a very common position post-Pop.
I mean, I think, you know, it was always going to feel kind of awkward with three players just brute forcing the play out the Pop Dog. You don't have that main lurk, you don't have any other pressure anywhere else. It's the smallest choke point you can leave to try and get out into this A site, and your entire team are being funneled through it. That's exactly what Aurora were hoping for.
Magic even found Nico during that madness as well, after letting the kill go the first time. The Falcons want to pick up the pace, it looks like it. Kiyosuke trying to put the AK to work, but over the top of the box, Xantares sprays through the smoke. Full blind, finds the kill. Jota even gets info on Pop as well. The goal is clear from the Falcons, and it's blocked. Still more util to come down here as Aurora check their corners, make sure the Falcons haven't gotten anyone in position. This molly kills Kixon, nothing to do about that. Spammed on his exit. And so 5-on-3, Aurora sit back comfortably.
I mean, this is just a treat though, isn't it, right there? This is one of the most stacked teams in this Falcons squad. And Zantares is wrecking them all. Now Nico, that's something! Play through the smoke, he catches the timing. Nico opens this round up single-handedly. You didn't really have to say his name all too much on Inferno. Let's see if he can leave an impression on Train. Clean stuff for Monacy, a tap to find Woxic, and Tessez in position to walk that one over the line. That is a good solo play from Nico, finding a timing on intuition through the smoke. Falcons, don't let that one slip away from them. It's important they don't, because you're not going to get that many times over. This is a heads-up move for Nico.
Huge opportunity opening up now, breaking the money of Aurora like that. It's not too late in the half to win it out, to get a really strong T-side. And so, an important timeout for the Falcons to take note of the position they're in. Bit of a dire start to this game, but absolutely room to recover on their map pick in this series. Semi-final, where Mongols already wait, ready to play a BO5, watching on, with $500,000 for first place hanging in the balance. Not a prize purse worth skipping out on. So Falcons need to seize this moment now. Full eco stack here for Aurora. Falcons just call a slow default, taking their time, getting that pop control before they go anywhere else.
Yeah, very patient here. It looks like they are going to dodge this stack. No lurk. All Falcons found over towards that B site. And so they pick correctly in amidst this slow round. No danger presented by these pistols as they get dodged. And, you know, this is where the game can look to come alive. T-side, you can scrape by with just a handful of rounds. It's already doing a lot of the legwork here, breaking Aurora's money. Are we going to get a unicorn round?
I mean, there's very little incentive to play like this, really, on CT side, because you get that win bonus, you get that kill bonus across your team for each frag you find. So I think a bit of a wasted opportunity here for Aurora to avoid going for damage and going for bonus money. I think even the concept of trying to save 5 USPs is flawed in the current meta. You should always go for damage. Like, you're giving away $300 to death, but your gains are so much higher in finding kills. So whatever, but I think that's redundant.
Woxic dropped over a Famus, but hasn't bought any util himself either. Just a bit curious here. It's left him with extra money. And in a very light util round from Aurora that doesn't feel inconsequential. Speaks to the fact that Woxic wants to be involved early on this orb, so doesn't want to be burdened by losing all the util for the team. Still could have passed it over. There he is attempting that early kill on the orb. Just going to sail in between them. Instead, it's Matcha on that Famus to open things up.
Tess has walked the smoke. They do the same on B. Bomb spotted.
There's a lot of info here for Aurora, and this time Jota in position was supposed to clean that up.
Oof. It's getting ugly. Falcons are leaving. They have no bomb. They do not have the bomb. They're going back for nothing. They try and climb back up the ramp. That's denied completely. Now, Aurora flood the site. 4 players here, realizing this one's open for the taking. Falcons are holding for flanks that don't exist. Ghost hunting. Maybe a lapse in communication, but it's left them boxed out in the halls, and this lack of util no longer a problem as Aurora just wait to hold these choke points. I don't know what went wrong here for the Falcons, but wrong it went. Dropping down the ramp with the AWP, denied but a close position, and Wakadi goes on to bail out the round. Mess from Jota, but no problem all in all. Definitely seeing Falcons feel the pressure, feel the nerves, make mistakes across this series. They're granted the opportunity for redemption here on a T-sided train.
Imagine with that French connection, he's still loving the FAMAS. Falcons, you don't want this to feel like a huge missed opportunity. You kind of have Aurora still scrappy and on the ropes here. Both teams approaching the end of their money. And so this round is worth an awful lot in shaping up this game. For Falcons, it would be that redemption they're looking for. It would be them closing in on it on a very solid T side if they can pick it up. For Aurora, it's the beginning of another beatdown. So this round weighted very heavily. No one rushing into it as a result. Really one hell of a gamble there. So Wakadi was about to leave B entirely.
This round is open right now, but it does look like they're splitting on this A site. That's a huge info play down Ivy. Madge is even going to push the boat out to try and get this flank. It will leave him out of the action, but it will. Oh my god, he might catch Tesses throwing util. He's going to see these nades go over. He's going to realize what's in store. This wall is wall-bangable, but he doesn't even need to risk it. Walking up to just take the kill to guarantee this opening frag. Jota follows up in the meantime. Xantares through the smoke. They're going into the stack. The belly of the beast dissolved by the stomach acid. 2-on-4. Nico inside of the smoke, not for long, and m0NESY with an AWP, but no time to do a thing.
Oh, and Madge is even committed to this hunt.
Oh my god.
m0NESY might just fall, this AWP not saved. Madge one step ahead.
Yeah, he read that so well. I mean, Tessa's faking out Ivy and then pulling back. They don't reclaim Ivy instantly. They wait 20 seconds before Madge reflashes and goes back and gets that info. You see that position clear that late in the round, you take your chance to flank.
I mean, Madge is one of these guys who likes to kind of lead with his read of the game, his intuition. The rest of Aurora always fully buy into that image, and I think for a while he actually kind of lost his magic there, right? And you saw some of these slowdowns, but here at EWC, and as of late, Madge is feeling so back, so dialed in. That's another fantastic read. He's had a bunch of them in this game. I actually think in their T-sides, they didn't walk into a stack once. I felt like he dodged it every single time, and he's not one of these captains where that all comes from like tidbits of info, going out and seeking it out. A lot of the time, he's calling blind just on his feel and his read of the game.
That's so much of what Inferno is, right? Because if you put a stack in the B bomb site, for example, how are you supposed to get that info without a roaming player coming through, without someone clearing the bomb site and checking it out? So many times forcing Falcons into 3-4-man B holds and then just going back into fast A pops. Some really well-called T rounds for Madra in this whole tournament. And right now on CT side train, on a map that Aurora had a 9-loss streak to close out last season, they've come in with a vengeance, fuel on the fire, and burning Falcons down now late in the day. These eco pops can be explosive. Woxic missed shot, and they flood the site.
I mean, this was how Falcons made it here into this semi on one of these low-buy rounds. They tear through B. Bit of freedom given, Tech9's charging in, and a swarm of Falcons overrun Aurora.
Woxic's head in hands after that. He missed multiple opportunities with the AWP. Bit of a shame to see. Had his fair share of missed shots in this map, despite the scoreline. And look what it does. Falcons with 1 AK and a bunch of Deagles crack their way cleanly into a site. Is there hope still in this map? Oh, cheeky. With that sandwich smoke, not opening up many opportunities here. Tucked in is Tesses on Ivy. He wants this play. Xantares goes too far. Looks good for the T side. Monacy opens up his. Tesses follows up as well. Still a trade. All picked up by Xantares. Falcons with the man advantage, and B does feel like the answer. It's been their way into this T side. It might just be their way out in the last round. Blocked at the pop.
They're in position to go for this 3-man pop play again.
Uh-oh.
And you've seen this betray them once before, coming through this choke point.
Oh, they hear this. They hear that rotate.
Aurora take a gamble in amidst all the silence. And this comes from, like you say, right, just B being the way in for Falcons in so many of these rounds. That's Madge's read of the situation here. And you kind of live and die on his read of the game.
I mean, but Xantares can still get a shot off, live, try and hold on to A, give them some control for the retake. There's no kit right now. Maybe they can find one.
He's holding right now for a player late out from main. He heard Monacy throwing in the util. And so he's really waiting patiently for this exact kill. Xantares, great knowledge of how the round was playing out. Backstab for Nico on another one of these smoke walks. And once again, it's looking to save the day for the Falcons. He's had a number of cheeky moves like that. Aurora, they lose their man behind enemy lines, and now it's down to Akadia and Jota. Awkward fights here as they're sandwiched. Jota hits a blinder of a 180, but no idea as to where Nico has gotten to. No kit in the round. Time is running out for Jota. And Falcons will pull through 5 rounds on this T side. Nico looking to be in good form, not afraid to take some risks. That's the Nico that Falcons are going to need if they want to recover in this semi-final. Falcons just might be back. Zantares still hitting hard for Aurora, but Nico getting warmed up into this series now. A couple of key rounds. A quiet start on map 1. Nico on a redemption arc here on train. Out of the 5 rounds Falcons have, you can attribute over half of them to Nico and Nico alone.
Oh, Kiyasuke Juli's up close. This one's tense. Pistol means so much this deep into a game. Kixon and Kiyasuke rally down shots, and Wakadia through the smoke is gone as well. There's nothing here for Aurora in the pistol round. And 5 felt like just enough for the Falcons. Throw in a pistol, and suddenly we've got a game. Hope was dying there towards the end of that T-side for Falcons. One forced by victory out on the B-bomb site opened up a 5-round half. Seems like they're here to seize that opportunity.
Gladiator Deagle round.
All right, one at a time, boys.
You let Wakadia play, you cycle that Deag.
But look at the setup, because Falcons have no one Ivy, so you're going to be waiting a hot minute. And you don't want to scale. Someone's got to.
They're actually going to get really good space here. It's only Glocks and 1 Deagle, so you should never be that worried, but they're going to have good space. And honestly, this fight on the train is deceptively nice for the T's, I feel like. Oh, there's the dink.
Okay.
Kixan.
Hello.
Looking to set an example at least. Here's the support though, and the rifles clean up.
Easy. Gladiator round. 1 Gladiator, a bunch of Lions, and the Lions win. Kind of got mauled. But here we go. Here's the game now for Aurora. T-side, the difficult side, and an even map right now. Falcons certainly favored at this point in the game. But Aurora know just how hard it can be. So much game tape, so much experience, all of it going wrong at the end of last season. Their only wins on this map were at Katowice. It took till Cologne for them to break that 9-loss streak. So you'd certainly expect a little bit more for Aurora than what we got. Lots of close losses in there, overtimes, 13-11s. They decide to start it all off with a little execute. Tessus and Monacy. What you got?
Here's a set piece.
So mine.
Tessus can't keep them at bay. Jota, 2 kills on the opening. The rotate cut down by Zantares. Who lives to tell the tale, just barely getting out at 25 HP. That's them swinging on to Nico. Fights they might come to regret taking with the game that Nico is having. As Kixan closes in, it's left to Maja in this clutch. And when Aurora were at their best, Maja was pretty fearsome in these clutches. Let's see if he can piece this one together. Swing out on a Kixan, but he can't find the mark. And so Falcons move into the lead as the captains clash. Kixan comes out ahead.
Yeah, Maja just shoots a little bit too soon. Crosshair not on head. Kixan ducks under. Smoke in the way. Felt like Maja had to go for that fight instantly. That's exactly what Kixan wanted. Great double for Nico, though. Zantares, again, we've seen a couple times, even on Inferno, low health, taking fights where you don't necessarily need to take the fight, but he's got hot hands. It is what lets Falcons back into that retake. A man down. It's a price Aurora will have to pay. Pistols and Galils with a hero AK. They want to run it back. Monacy's Orb this time sits back. Be a lot harder to break into this bomb site. Jota found 2 quick double entries in the previous round, but look at the positions Falcon takes now. no one on the chopping block.
You've seen this util before, you know where it burns, and so Falcons play it safe on the extremities. It's a clean shutdown. Set piece after set piece for Aurora, but they just can't find a way in. Another timeout burned as they are really racking them up here. Falcons finding their form, as would have always been a requirement for them in this series.
You can see them adapt ahead of the back-to-back executes, right? Just playing really passive round. Refusing to let that same play be an option for Aurora. Requires the entries to go their way, and Falcons give away nothing. Clean round. A full buy now on the Aurora T side. They're definitely cooled off. Falcons taking more and more space. Pop push comes in. It's a window nade. Oh dear. Just avoided.
Double push. m0NESY given the room to lead on this AWP. You want him to snipe one from the ranks, and then when they try and chase him down, that's when Kiyosuke springs the trap.
Oh dear.
Shot for m0NESY. Kiyosuke only just getting involved, and that gets real ugly real quick over in Pop.
All right, don't throw this opportunity away, Aurora, though. They still got to group up and go for a hit together. They might just go into this full BX. We know they like it already, but they're not going to wait and give Falcons time to stack this site.
Tess says, here's the moving in ramp side. That's nearly the lineup. He does a lot of damage here. I don't know if Falcons are ever going to want to give this one a go.
Santara's aggressive on low health.
Oh, if Woxic dies, maybe that entices them. Him missing this timing, I think, is actually a bit of a blessing in disguise.
Now he's realized con clear. Gonna go hunt these kills, and he's got great timing to find them. One more before all is said and done. Nico just trying to get out, and Woxic takes a nice line to stop that. Bit of an awkward miss for m0NESY. Not a common sentence, and Kiyosuke's aim doesn't adjust. Two rarities appear in Pop, and Aurora make the most of it. Won't get gifted rounds like that very often. Nico's AK saved. Full buyback for the Falcons. Aurora, one behind.
Yeah, you just don't really expect m0NESY to miss there. It's... rough round for Kiyosuke. He was just trying to give m0NESY room. Doesn't want to be lined up as they try and chase down the AWP. But it leads to this just kind of awkward engagement over in Pop. Good for Aurora that when they're gifted that double kill, they will convert upon it. It's going to be a tricky map for Maj's, you know, preferred like 1-4 split of cooling as well.
Oh my God!
Go! All right! Spam connects. Maja dead off the rip.
How? Tracks him through walls. That saved AK. Wrecks Aurora's captain. They've got to do it a man down. 4v5, no AWP on Woxic. He comes back from the main side. They get closer. Util ready to block. Kiyosuke in position. Smokes come down, careful, looking the wrong way. Contact here for Aurora. Strong positions from Falcons.
Nico, and he just goes back to check it though, thinking they've got timing.
Oh dear.
Kills gifted the way of Aurora, who look to break back through here and now. It starts with that wallbang from Nico. A 5v4 that Falcons want to convert upon. Aurora pull up, contact through Pop Dog. And they catch Falcons sleeping at the wheel.
Timing is devastating as well. Two players were Pop side, then they jig the setup. Put Kiyosuke close main. Nico peeks to re-smoke Pop perhaps and just gets caught in the open. Aurora so cheeky. And despite that stunning opening kill for Nico through the wall, nothing more comes for Falcons in this round. They must save those 2 guns. Money start to drip dry now on the CT side. Trading rounds out are these 2 teams. I think you can justify a buy here. Nico's got enough. Could throw something into the mix just to keep Aurora honest. Especially against low economy rounds, you're going to expect these B executes here for Aurora where there's minimal ways to stop it. And so, is their finger to the pulse? Do they read this buy for Falcons? All coming off the back of Nico saving an AK. He can drop a gun over and buy another. They've got a 4 rifle round here, do Falcons.
I mean, this feels like the kind of game-defining round, really. Falcons with enough cash to get another buy together, but that's approaching the end of its tether here. And this late in the game, if your economy comes crashing down, what can you hope for? The 1-4 split. Jota left to patrol Pop on his lonesome. It's a lot of responsibility for just one player. Thankfully, Falcons haven't been aggressive there in this round, and so he will have freedom. He will have room to work with. This is actually a very good position for Aurora to be in. Woxic's going to try and break through Pop. Uses that flash to displace Monacy.
Oh. Line up, missed shot. Nothing comes from the Monacy orb. Santares is found in the meantime, out Ivy, but Wacardia has something to say about that. This smoke is a window into the site. Wacardia hangs on the edge of it with the bomb, doesn't want to lose it this early in the round. His team are still blocked. Maja late to this position, Wacardia's gone. Monacy trying to save this round.
Big for Monacy after a couple of misses here at the start of play. That one leaves just Woxic alone on the Ivy side. Bomb now dropped, a recovery mission for Aurora, and it's only Maja left standing. Low health on Monacy, but they've got the info. They've got Maja trapped. Layers to this defense. He's going to go looking for Kickstand, and Falcons are aware for this. Ready to swing! Maja! That's his round, and that is one hell of a mark to leave. The triple swing cut down by Aurora's captain. And those are the clutches that Maja so often brought to the table for this team.
In a team of superstars on Falcons, you'd expect those rounds from them. In this series, we've had 3 remarkable clutches for Aurora. Woxic 1v3 on Inferno, Wacardia's 1v4 on this pistol, and now Maja brings a round out of nowhere.
And that breaks everything for Falcons. They were all in on this round. That might be the clutch that defines this semi-final.
They had their bomb at the feet. They had it on Ivy.
I mean, this is a guy that's been looking to up his individual level, looking to get back in a big way. Someone who for the longest time has just felt like he's had unfinished business in this game. And he retired technically years ago, went to Valorant for all of 3 weeks, and then came back to Counter-Strike. Still had stuff to prove. Don't fall down here though. This force buy instantly finds success. And that is a gut punch after riding the high of a Maja 1v3 to have it torn away in the next round at the hands of this eco from the Falcons. That would be devastating. Can Woxic and Maja bail themselves out of this 2v4?
Yeah, let's see what they do. Molotov could really open up the field here. Monacy gets blocked by it. Does Kiyosuke continue to fight, or does he fall back on his own? Woxic waits for a re-peek. Ollie goes in. Monacy called out. Kiyosuke, decision to make. Nico with the jiggle. They see one more player. They hear the scope. That should be confirmation on both. Another molly back in. Bomb picked up. Falcons playing the clock, playing the objective. 40 seconds. And a creep back down the ramp. And Nico Deagle One kill goes a long way, and he lands that headshot. Woxic followed up, and Falcons win out with pistols. An explosive crunch in the B halls. And no high to ride now for Aurora. Straight back down to reality.
Just what a roller coaster you've been on in these last few rounds. You thought you had the game. You thought you were moving into those finals. You just had this round a later rest. And it's oftentimes that Falcons, when they feel like they have nothing to lose, when they're coming through on these low buys and they're just playing very simple, stripped back, basic CS that they hit super hard. That was how they managed to get to this semi-final. They rushed down into the top site of Nuke versus Mouse, an explosive round there. Here they've done it now a couple of times over.
Yeah, and that T side got them their 4th round, broke the money to get them 5 on the T half. Just that full B rush down the ramp through the smoke. 1 AK, bunch of deagles. Falcons do more with less. This is the decider here, 10-10. Loser of this round, full broke. Opportunity opens up. Most important round of this semi-final yet in front of your eyes. Woxic's got the angles, searching for a toe to grab. Tags Kixon already. Tessa's full belt, using it quickly. Rotate comes in from Monacy. That AWP is on the B-bomb site right now. Aurora suffocated by smokes. Blocked in 3 of the 4 choke points in this round. That means there won't be much for later. Falcons have to rely on their aim. They go back to this setup. They let them down in the contact play. Nico, eyes on the prize this time. Not going to let them out for free. So you think Xantares peaked to find one. He claims a second. Xantares has had enough. He's here to make a statement.
I mean, talk about folks with unfinished business. Xantares certainly fits the bill. For years, this guy was spoken about. Used to dominate in online setting back in Space Soldiers. Finally managed to break in to the top 20 last year. And it felt like a long time coming for a guy that has so often been in the conversation as one of these heavy hitters. Xantares pulls up here and instantly dishes it back the other way. 3 kills from him, and they are all prime examples of the fearful, the terrifying Xantares peak.
Yeah, when you know how fast Monacy is on the AWP, to see him just get clotheslined by the AK like that reminds you what you're up against. Exits here for Falcons, or rather survival under threat. Kixon, he ate that scout tag. He's not going to last long either. 1 shot from death. And Aurora are coming for all the kills.
I mean, something I do really like about Aurora is they are like a definition of a team that play for the win. They make sure every round they win is as punishing as possible. They are always down to hunt. Sometimes to their detriment, right? Like even now, it's not like they have a lot of money in this series, but they know that if you want to win, you've got to take some of these risks. They've now broken Falcons' money twice over in the tail end of this game.
Kiyosuke had 7 grand in the bank, Monacy with 5. Everyone else is on 2 apiece, but that does mean Falcons will field more than Aurora could have in this position. It's again like earlier, where Falcons pulled a buy out of nowhere off of Nico's earlier saves. So they got a bit of a skew if purchased, but it's enough to win a round. We already know Falcons can do more with less. Monacy's AWP has to hit hard. Glass cannon here. And they learn from their mistakes. Those nades go flying in towards B. Tessis tries to get up the ramp, but Xantares has a statement again. Monacy responds. 2 kills off the AWP. The map goes quiet.
I mean, look, you've lost 2 of your very heavy hitters. And up until now, Woxic hasn't really done much in this game. This would be a great time for him to come alive on the AWP. You've seen just how much Woxic can elevate the Aurora gameplay when he's hitting hard.
And this may be a CT-sided map, but when you only have 3 players alive, even in an even odds fight, you are losing a lot of info. There are a lot of gaps on the map right now. Falcons have to change positions. They have to group up to trade out these kills when and if they come to them. Because Aurora could be anywhere. Out pop, behind red, scaling Ivy. Even B's a threat. Nico makes a move back. Aurora looking to trade. Maja on his own out main.
I mean, you talk about this guy plays with intuition. This round is a keen example of that, right? Contact all the way out main, creeping out into the open. He knows how restricting this feels for the Falcons. Won't clear out Kiyosuke. They walk right into this crossfire. And now it's just Woxic. Had a big clutch in this series already, but this 1v3 in a map he's struggling on. Is it asking too much? He opens up with the first. No idea as to where Nico's gotten to, and m0NESY is a big question mark. So he's flying blind here. What does Woxic want to do? Posts up, and this is correct. He's nailed the shot. Is it another huge clutch from Woxic? This isn't a game he's been struggling in. Facing off against m0NESY for the close, and he can't find it. Nico with a huge sigh of relief as m0NESY keeps the game alive for the Falcons.
Oh, just a stressful match of Counter-Strike, really, for both teams right now. You saw that look of relief from Nico. A 3v3 made 3v1, and Woxic almost gets it done. m0NESY's had a bit of a quieter series, but this round is huge. This round is everything for the Falcons. That double opener towards B, the close on A.
I mean, Nico can't believe it. He knows they're hanging on by a thread. He's so thankful to m0NESY for closing that out.
Falcons just continue to bankroll these buy rounds right when they need them. 11-11, Aurora all in. 2 MAC-10s and 3 AKs. They've got to make it work. Full group back to how this half started. Tessa's risking it all right now. Going to swing off m0NESY's contact. This shot, m0NESY gone. Xantares continues. They don't know.
Tessez lets him down. This has to be something that Aurora somewhat consider. There's Maja picked up on the flank.
The price worth paying.
Oh my God, Wakadia is in with the enemy. Behind enemy lines, Xantares and Wakadia light up the Falcons. Kiyosuke ain't winning this. No health to work with, and a reluctant save. Every time you've had these swing rounds, these swing moments, Aurora pulled through, and it's another punishing hunt. This time, there's no emergency funds. There's nothing set aside for a rainy day. They've been able to come through with these purchases. They've been able to keep these buys interesting. This is the worst buy that the Falcons are going to have, and it is coming at the end of regulation.
Just look at the confidence on these plays made by Aurora. Xantares is leveling up. Unbelievable form. Wakadia throwing himself at Falcons. This has been the most entertaining map of EWC so far, and we are still not done. Falcons trying to stay alive with a bunch of pistols.
They've had great success at winning these rounds. And
surely
if you're Aurora, you have to take this seriously. It's by no means a free win. You are going to have to earn it, but they've set themselves up to succeed.
They played the perfect position. They found the gap. There's only a deagle here. It's on Kixon. By the time he figures it out, he should be gone on this corner. Dink, Xantares still threatening. Doesn't want to pull the molly, knows that could be the end of his round. Kixon eats more nades. That Molotov finally comes down. That's him gone. Surely he survived somehow. 4 on 5 either way. Aurora are fanning out.
Kixon really needs something here. Just one kill from him on low health would be so valuable. He's done a fantastic job of staying alive, but he won't turn it to anything magical. And the numbers are whittling away. The Falcons are unhinging on Kiyosuke, Nico, and Tessez. They've grounded out to a 3-on-3. Tessez has armed himself, and amidst all the chaos, it's getting awkward here for Aurora. Very strung out, up and over the top. Tessez can't quite find them. Kiyosuke gives up the kill that hands that advantage, and the wrap round into B to Aurora.
2 AKs picked up, but nobody even close. Nico runs through, he hears every step. They line up for a second. Xantares on a single point of health, and Nico not doing much better. The lockdown for Maja, he's got it right there. Him and Xantares, 2v1 to eliminate Falcons from EWC, and it is done. 2-0. Falcons may be the fastest bird on earth, and they are eliminated in record time. Gone from this semi-final, Aurora make it back to a grand final. First time since the start of the year in Bounty. and they face a familiar foe in the Mongols. Xantares popped off today.
He really did, and he's up against one of the most stacked teams in terms of star power that Counter-Strike has to offer, and yet still we end up talking about Xantares. A great day from Maja as well. Called the blinder across both of these maps. Someone who's had some questions around his form, had a lot of improvements to go on with some of the core maps of this Aurora squad getting swapped out time and time again. But once more, he's risen to the occasion. A series of huge clutches, a series of big moments, and when you're up against a squad this top heavy like the Falcons, that's supposed to be them we're saying that about. This continues a string of disappointment here for this Falcons CS squad. The arrival of Kyosuke, they were supposed to be the big challenger to #1 in the world. They were supposed to rival the vitalities, the spirits of Counter-Strike. But they still have a long way to go.
Yeah, an open tournament with some of the top dogs, some of the best in the world, top 3 removed early, with the biggest underdog in these semi-finals of Aurora making it through. More than impressive form as of late. On a map, they came off the back of a 9-loss streak on, and Aurora earned their place in a grand final.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Aurora are your grand finalists right here at CS2 at the Esports World Cup. I have Voxic with me after a fantastic performance from Aurora Gaming. I do want to ask you a few questions. First of all, you just took down the Falcons, the reigning EWC champions, back-to-back in front of the home crowd. How much does this mean to you?
It means a lot that we reached the final after a long time. So also I'm so glad these guys were supporting us. Thank you for everything, guys. That was hard to fight against most of the fans, but these guys did a good job. So in the end, I'm so happy, and I don't know, I cannot describe my feelings right now.
All right, well, I gotta talk to you about round 19. When Magic was able to 1v3, that was a key round for you guys to come back. Walk me through what happened during comms.
I just remember I just said, "Want to see 1 HP to him," and he just did 1 tap, 2 tap, and he just killed him, the last guy, without even my info. So he did really great job, like with calls and also with the personal aiming. Everything was perfect. But for me, I didn't like too much what I put on train. Some of the rounds, if I not missed the eco shots against when they were executing on B, we could have won this game more easily. I will be so sad if we were about to lose this game because it was a B on me, you know, like. But yeah, we won, and I'm so happy about that.
Well, you don't have to worry about that. You guys were able to come on top at the end, but you know what's gonna happen now. Semi-finalist into grand finalist. Falcons are out. It's an elimination match. That means you get to go to the Key Crusher and crush Team Falcons Key. You wanna go and do that?
Let's go.
All right, please join me right now. And there it is, the Falcons Key is about to get crushed. And their journey right here at the EWC is about to be over. They have been crushed under the weight of Aurora's rise, and the green and white fall, locking their place in the grand final. Aurora, for the first time this season, the dream of a trophy feels closer than ever. And there you have it. The EWC Champions Key is gone. I got one more question for you, Voxic. So tomorrow, final step. You have been consistently top 8 all year long, never lifting a trophy. One step from taking that trophy home. Just tell me, how are you going to take the Mongols down?
It's always a great matchup against Mongols. They are winning, we're winning against them. The last time they beat us. So like, I mean, we need to show like we are deserving this more than these guys. But yeah, we'll see. I don't want to use big words, but I think you will watch great Counter-Strike tomorrow, guys.
All right, we're gonna watch great Counter-Strike tomorrow. Thank you so much, Voxic. We'll leave you now, joining your teammates. And there you have it. Aurora Gaming are your grand finalists, facing the Mongols tomorrow.
No grand finals for Falcons this time around. Nico, first of all, commiserations. I know it's a tough loss to take, but we've got to look at this Inferno, I guess, in a bit more detail. It's a struggle for you guys we've seen a couple of times now. Is it just something where you don't feel like you guys are completely ready for it, or is something not coming through for practice? Talk to me about it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously right now Inferno is it's a tough map for us, you know, especially now with Maxim coming in, him not playing, you know, this map ever pretty much. And he's playing a key role on the team as well, mostly on City side. But we knew it was going to be tough against Aurora. You know, I'm not really. Obviously, I'm sad about Inferno, but I'm just more disappointed about the train, the way we lost some rounds, the way we couldn't close it out. But Inferno, we knew Aurora is a stronger team on this map, and we lost some rounds that we shouldn't have, which, you know, were happening throughout the whole event, and this time around we just couldn't really convert any of these rounds once we did those mistakes. And yeah.
Looking at the train though, you were able to claw your way back into it. You were fighting even when you sometimes had lesser weaponry, but eventually, especially at the crucial point, they were able to break your money. You know, they were getting the clutches also going their way, but you fired back at the same time. What was the thing that disappointed you the most about the train that you'd obviously thought you could get the win on?
I think we just had a kind of, it felt like we had an off day, like our communication was on the point. It felt like we were not really on the same page. Like we were making a call in the round, but then we were not executing the way we should have executed some of these rounds, and we would end up like running out, you know, sometimes before the smokes outside, sometimes no smokes at all, and it was just a misunderstanding in the communication throughout the whole series, I would say. And does it come from an off day or from something else? I'm not really sure, but at least it was exciting, you know, on train. It was a fun map to play, but it just sucks that we couldn't take it to third, because I believe that we kind of started playing better and better with the time. But as you said, these couple of rounds that we lost, you know, Xantara searching out Pop, you know, catching us off guard 2 times, hurt us a lot. And props to them. They played some good Counter-Strike. They played with the balls as well some of the rounds, and that's how it is.
It is how it is, but it is also kind of how you can expect it to go sometimes as you're still going through all these changes in the team.
I mean, obviously, yes, we know that there are going to be losses on the way. You know, we cannot expect that we are going to be winning everyone, even though we have a strong team. You know, we are really far from that. But it just felt like that we should have, I don't know, won today at least. We were playing a good CS throughout the whole event. We were on point individually as well. So we were not the same team that we were, you know, 2 days ago and yesterday as well. So I'm not really sure what's the reason, but we are still a team that when we play maybe not our A game, we are still not able to beat, you know, some of these strong teams, which we just have to, you know, look at how to bring our kind of floor level up.
Yeah.
And then we will see. But as I said, I think Aurora played great. They exposed some of our weaknesses, and props to them.
Lastly, you're the home team here. You've got a lot of supporters in the crowd as well. Anything you want to say to the fans here and back home?
Yeah, you guys are amazing. Thank you for the support for this event. Sucks that we couldn't go to the final and fight for the trophy, but we at least get another chance to play with Vitality tomorrow for 3rd place, so we'll see each other again. Thank you.
Another exciting matchup. Many more to come tomorrow, the grand final and the 3rd place decider.
You can just kind of tell that's exactly what Nico wanted to do tomorrow. Playing that 3rd, 4th place decider. Isn't that right, guys? That seems about right.
That's like 10 a.m. or something.
10 a.m. Not ideal.
Come on, hurry up with the loser interviews. Go to bed. You have a game early in the morning.
Yeah, well, a little bit more in the learning lessons here, but obviously we keep talking about this Falcons lineup and where they're going, but it's more about where they are today. What happened here?
Nah, I mean, obviously disappointing for Falcons to lose in the fashion they lose in. It's no fun to lose a game, no fun to lose 2-0. I kind of buy into Nico's sentiment that a third map would have been fun to see between the two teams, but I also will say Aurora were the better team today. I think you said it in agreement, Janko. You know, if Voxic is clutching, if Major is clutching 1v3s, then at some point Aurora has to win this map. I don't feel like they necessarily were the better team on the map, but you know, in the big moments and in the clutches, they outplayed
the way this game has gone. I'm shocked Voxic didn't clutch that 1v3 that came to the 1v1 with Monacy. I thought surely, I mean, after the Vicadia clutch in the pistol round, the 1v4, then even a major 1v3 in the middle of that, it seemed like everything was sort of aligning for Aurora, that it was just their day. And sometimes that happens in CS, you know, all those moments, all the players on your opponent's side sort of step up, your guys kind of go missing a little bit in some of those key moments, and that just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah, and you know, props where props are due. You know, let's give our flowers over to Aurora as well. You've got to give the likes of, say, Okadia, Major playing his heart out today, Zantara as well, as if he needs to be mentioned again. But yeah, there he is. You know, for Aurora, them finding their way into a grand final, it was a good story.
That's massive. You could see the body language of the players after winning as well. You know, it almost felt like they won a tournament, you know, by the reactions of it. It's a huge game. It's a huge tournament. It's also huge for the VIS standings for a team like Aurora, you know, without having dived too deep into it. I'm pretty sure that's going to guarantee them at least stage 2, maybe stage 3 at this point at the upcoming major. So there's a lot at stake right now for Aurora, and it's a great statement as well. They came out of the break maybe looking a little bit shaky. Without Santaris in Cologne, we gave them a freebie for that. Bounty was okay, and now this is another breakthrough. I got to give it to Santaris. He played a fantastic series from start to finish.
Yeah, on those entries, Nico mentioned it right around where they sort of catch timing a little bit and sneak out pop, and then even in the final round or second to final round with some entries, yet again, he was just a menace really in this game, and it will mean for Aurora for the club championship too. You know, they can go up in the rankings, get you know, some extra cash for the organization.
An additional $520,000.
Not too shabby.
It's not bad day in the office, I can tell you. Yeah, they move right up to 10th in the club championship.
And I think more importantly, one of Aurora or the Mongols will win tomorrow. It has to happen.
It has to
happen. There's no way around it. One of them will be lifting that trophy. So for two teams that have made playoffs continuously, time and time again throughout the year, but failing to go really all the way, tomorrow is going to be the day.
Yeah, and you know what, Jacob? Can't always be the day, can it?
Sometimes it can be a day's race.
Yeah.
But not always.
It can't always be the day. Thank you so much. Yeah, so obviously if we're looking at what Aurora brought to the table today, hoping for their sake they can continue to tomorrow. Then the Mongols being able to find, what would we say is like a normal operating capacity, I guess. Something that works for them and works for, you know, getting them a trophy maybe as well.
Honestly, for me, Mongols are a huge favorite in that one. I think they're a significantly better team at the moment. I think Aurora, of course, in the grand finals, props to them, but you know, FaZe, who just made a roster change, then Heroic and Falcons, who are also have been shaky themselves in this tournament. I think Mongols are the strongest team that they will face, let's put it that way, and by a significant margin. So yeah, they have to be firing on all cylinders tomorrow if they're going to have a fighting chance.
It's hard to disagree with that. I also consider the Mongols to be the heavy favorites. I will say though that Aurora today, I think, played the best Counter-Strike we've seen so far at EWC for them. I agree with you. Beating Heroic, that was something that had to happen. You know, beating FaZe, knowing the circumstances, that's not too big of a soul either. But I think the way they beat Falcons today and the way some of those individuals stepped up, the fact that we got to see Santaris having a fantastic series, we got to see Major, I think, calling well as well. I think if they can replicate that performance tomorrow, Trace, it's not going to be a walkover for the Mongols, and Aurora could definitely make the game competitive, maybe even steal away a map or two, but it's hard for me to find a case to say that Aurora are the favorites tomorrow. That's not the case.
Best of 5, Janka.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting. I think also the third place decider is going to be pretty exciting because you have Falcons on one side playing in front of their home crowd, right, and just wanting more reps and needing more reps, and Vitality, who is their third semi-final exit, right? But in this tournament, there's a third place decider. And if they win that, you know, they go up to second in the club championship. So they're actually playing for an extra $1 million.
It's $1 million third place game, yeah.
just a little bit of money there.
You know, and I know we have third place deciders now, but those are tough to play for the players, right? Especially Vitality, who's in it to win it, and you know, getting into the mindset sort of convincing yourself that there's a lot to play for, right? Even though you're not playing for the prize that you want to be playing for, the actual trophy. Like, that can be pretty tricky, and we'll see how that game. Those first place deciders can get weird sometimes, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's a testing ground potentially for a lot of these teams. So I'm curious to see that play out as well. I do think it helps Vitality knowing that there's $1 million on the line, Trace, in order to wake up tomorrow morning and motivate yourself. It's 10 a.m. if I'm not mistaken, right? An early game. So I think, when there's $1 million on the line, and for Vitality, it doesn't matter if they get more or less VS points. They're still going to be a stage 3 team for the major. So I think that's the way you motivate yourself to maybe go for the mill.
I think it's important also. You don't want to give any confidence to your opponents, right? Like, you don't want to lose to Falcons, and then next time you play them in maybe the game that has higher stakes, let's say, and then proper playoff game, all of a sudden they're playing much better because they already beat you, right? So you always have to keep that in mind. You don't want to give any confidence to your opponents.
Speaking of the club championships, that's right, the Esports World Cup club championships. I do just love saying that because, Jacob, can you try to say it? No. Okay, I just thought I would ask. So it's starting to break down like this. Falcons still got 7 milli up there on top. I don't know. What do you guys think?
That's the cool thing, right, for Team Liquid right now. They've been fighting it out with Falcons for a lot of weeks now for this Esports World Cup Club Championship. And tomorrow, I guess they have to root for Falcons. If they beat Vitality, then they secure the second place and they secure another $1 million. So Vitality have it all in their hands. It's $1 million game tomorrow, but Liquid, they will be rooting for Falcons to take that W.
Our Sony Daily MVP, Techno 4K. Go figure.
Yeah, what a performance he had today. What a performance Mongols have had so far throughout this tournament. It's been crazy to see. We talked a lot about Blitz. Now we're talking about Techno 4K. It's not the usual suspects like Senso, 910, and I guess sometimes Vicinho, but it's very cool to see Techno pop off like he did today, and for that matter as well, Blitz throughout the entire tournament. It also will be interesting to see, Yanko, in terms of the MVP race, right? We're used to Dong, Saivu. It's always those two picking them up. I guess we need a new MVP for tomorrow's grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be most likely Xantares if Aurora comes out on top, but it could be a couple of guys for the Mongols, depending on how the cookie crumbles. And also, unlike other tournaments, you win the MVP, you get another 50K in this tournament. So that's another extra prize for whomever gets that trophy in the end.
I expect Santos to buy a shit ton of Mac 10 tomorrow and just go for the kills, man.
So wild.
Just go for it, man. Yeah, get that MVP.
Who would have known the Mac 10 would be the culprit to be able to push you over the edge like that? But yeah, we had a ton of Counter-Strike today. Obviously, there's still just one more day of Counter-Strike here at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Gentlemen, is there anything you'd like to add before we get out of here? Nope, got it.
You got anything? No?
Nope. All right, sweet. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, 3rd, 4th place decider tomorrow, grand final as well. And that does it for the day. So we're talking about Arcadia top place. We'll see you tomorrow.
When it's midnight, keeping it tight on a good talk ball. It can get dark, but we stay bright. Coming like a night, it's a sight to touch my speed. Around there, wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. Man like me, I'm proactive. Never gonna stop till I see the big man drop flats.
Hop on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. I'll fight with, need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace. Go like that, and we're back to the base.
Let's go, guys. Let's go back on the side. Let's go back
to the base. Back to the base.
Shotgun, London, what's the outcome? I'm a madman, just can't stick to the program. Raise up the heat, keeping the tension, shifting the gear to a different dimension. Red light, speed up, take off. Hop on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. I'll fight with, need for speed. I'm not switching the lane, pick up the pace. Go like that, we're back to the base.
Can't be without you.